Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series here in Tallinn. We're just about to start day 3, the final day of the big main event. It's €1,100 buy-in, 358 runners, 16 are still in. Kalle Ly, one of the shorter stacks right now, coming back for day 3. But what are your feelings so close to the big stage and money?
I'm feeling comfortable, and let's make something about the short stack. Let's be the last one.
Yeah, but you still have almost 20 big blinds, right?
Yeah, I think with these blinds, so 27
Yeah.
blinds, if I count it right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the blinds are just about to go up. So, but I mean, it's still a lot of play, and
It's playable. So
yeah. Without telling them too much on the table, have you studied anything about your opponents coming into today?
No, I think it's coming. So
Yeah. You played by the ear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So €100,000 up top. Would that be the biggest score, I guess, in your career if you win?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Let's take it. Let's take it.
Let's take it. Eye on the prize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want?
Okay. So from Sweden, Kalle Ly, and one of the 16 remaining then in the final field of the No Filter main event. So best of luck at the table, Kalle.
Thank you.
See you.
See you.
Okay, players, dealers, and audience, welcome to the day 3 of the No Filter Poker Series main event. This is the final 16, fighting for that €100,000 up top. We have some fantastic days here at No Filter, and I hope you 16 are pleased to be here still and have your eye on the big prize, of course. We're going to soon start with the shuffle up and deal from the tournament directors, but from the organizers, we just want to welcome you to day 3 and enjoy your day at the tables, all of you players. This will also be live streamed at OlyBet Poker channels, so spread the word and enjoy your day at the felt. Thank you.
Yes, Christer Larsson joining me, wise guy in the booth.
The shuffle up and deal.
We just watched myself do some introductions.
Yeah, you look pretty as always.
Yes, dressed up for today, of course. It's the final
We're ready to
day.
start the final day of the main event.
event.
Dealers, please place button seat 2. Button seat 2, please. And prepare your decks.
And there we have the introduction and the preparations from our tournament director, Anna, who is hosting this tournament today. And this is the chip count of the feature table. 2 tables left, Christer.
Yeah, 2 tables left, 16 players fighting out for the 100K, and we have a massive chip leader on this featured table from Norway, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he handles this situation. There's lots of semi-short stacks all around the place, and
small blind 10,000,
the chip stacks are a little bit polarized, so it can be fireworks.
Dealers, please start
Absolutely,
dealing.
and I know
Good luck.
you did play this main event yesterday, and you had this chip leader from Norway on your table as well.
Yeah, we played for a couple of hours, and he played quite well. Very interesting to see the very aggressive style from his play, and it's continue to bet. He's taking all the chances to put pressure on other players. So interesting to see how he will cope with this situation, because I don't think he's been really in this position before.
He folds at least the first hand, Jaihan from Norway. So maybe taking a little more passive route today than just playing any hand.
Yeah, we will see. Here we have Lucky Ducky as well at the table, as we call him. Mikael.
Yes, Mikael Hapaniemi of Finland, a regular here at the scenes in Tallinn. We've had him on numerous feature and final tables during Kings of Tallinn and other series here as well.
Great player, great player.
Yes, definitely. And we should say that we are live streaming this on a few different channels, but if you want to connect with us here in the booth, you can use the chat on OlyBet Poker YouTube. We will try to keep an eye on that one as well. And if you have any questions about the event or anything else that you'd like to just be said in the chat.
We have a couple of Spanish players still in as well, right? From here. Oh, now
there's the
Mikael
ace.
finds the ace. Not good news for the Spanish. I guess Hapaniemi will take this one down with a last bet. I guess Torres needs to kind of call it off. Diamond on the river might make him be a little bit more hesitant, but I just guess, yeah, pay up and move on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that way, unfortunately, to see that it's, of course, blinds versus blinds as well. And my guess is that Joel Torres has to call it off. And as you said, Krista, we have a few, two actually, Spanish players still in. We also have Guillermo Gordo playing on the outer table.
Yeah, I played a little bit with him during the Legends game.
Yeah.
Good players, these Spanish players living here in Tallinn, playing online poker and also showing up for the land-based live events.
Yeah, we've also seen them crush a few of the final tables of the Kings of Tallinn and the WSOP circuit events.
Yes.
Some huge celebrations. Last year, I remember there were a crowd of some 30 Spanish players.
Oh,
Actually lays it down.
Oh, he finds the fold. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
So no big changes after the first hand. And now we see that Johan Karlsson has also arrived to the table. He was a few minutes late in the last seat with the black cap.
Yeah, former winner.
Yeah.
The Kings of Tallinn
Kings of
here back
Tallinn.
in 2020.
20, I think it's correct, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we had an interview with him the other day. We talked about that. It was 5 years ago. So, yeah. And
Also-
of course, many other titles to his name as well, and on many big final tables. So he's an experienced and very good player.
Yeah, I would think that he's one of the guys that have cashed most times here in Tallinn.
Yeah,
Good player
absolutely.
and a nice guy as well.
Yeah, always comes to all the festivals here and enjoys and as you said, he's a really all-time nice guy for sure.
Now Jai Han has ace jack.
Raise 100.
Yeah. Do we know if these players played anything yesterday, Johan and Jahan?
I don't. Yeah, they did.
Yeah?
They did actually, because Johan actually came to my chair after I left the building.
Ah, okay. And you went out a little bit before the money, right, Christer?
Yeah, I think it was like 70 players still in, so I was quite far away. But very good tournament, very good structure, and players are enjoying it quite a lot. I think here we can see the ship counts again.
Yeah.
You see that the
Huge
Swede
ship
Daniel is short at the table with 350, and it looks like this table have so much more chips than the outer table, right?
Yeah.
I think it's something like 11 mil on this table, but only 6 or something at the outer table.
Something like that,
So.
yes. But most of those chips with Jahan,
Yes.
4.4 million. So yeah, we saw Hapaniemi 1.7, and that's actually good for second place in the entire tournament. So there are a lot of chips on this table, and the chip lead coming into today is massive for Jahan. So we'll see how he copes with the pressure, and if he can stay strict to a tight line maybe, or if he will be playing a lot of hands. But yeah, I saw some live reports that Poker News are doing yesterday, and then there were some speculative hands that he was playing but winning.
Yeah. With this kind of ship lead, of course, it doesn't really matter if you're a really strong player. You need to have some luck as well.
Yeah, of course. You don't reach 4 million plus on a day two like he did without some luck in the big spots, of course. So yeah. And now we see that we might get one more hand in, or we have
Next
the
level
blind
into main event, small
increase
blind
coming.
10,000, big blind 25,000, big blind 10, 25,000.
And you also see the clock starting on 40 minutes, so we are doing 40 minutes levels all throughout the day, and this is an event that is going to finish today, so we have a full day of poker ahead of us, and we will be doing, of course, the final table also later on. But now, still 16 players in this main event.
And we can see in the pictures as well, there's quite a lot of media around here. It's not only you.
No, it's not only us in the commentator booth, and we are situated just outside this big nice ballroom where the most tournaments in this event are being played. And As you can see, the TV table is now in the big ballroom. If you've been here and playing before, you might be used that it's outside in the lobby of Hilton, but now upstairs.
Now we might see a spot here where Johan Karlsson might be in trouble, because I think Daniel, I don't know if he will just call this off or if he's going to take his chances.
I think he was going to ship it in here,
Yeah,
right?
me too.
Yeah, that's the all-in announce. 300, 310 even. And Johan folds his queen 9, and now trouble, of course, for Johan, because these are two rather short stacks, even though good for some 20 big blinds when Johan, if he folds this. So
Yeah, he's a brave player, but I think now he will just bow out.
yeah,
It's not great when you have this kind of small stack and you're trying to make some plays. King 10, of course, you can go with that. You can go with it, with the pocket fours, A7. But when you get repopped, it's just like it's bad news, and you have to bow out. But then you will drop down in a situation where you only have one play like Daniel to do, and nobody wants to push really with ace queen.
no.
But hey, come on, have to.
Yeah, in this situation, no other choice for Daniel, and but he's happy to just take the pot down without any showdown there. So still picking up a lot of valuable chips, and so far not any crazy action on this feature table. 16 left still, and you can see the payouts in the background. It says 75,000 for first, but it's actually 100,000 because there are 25k added to make it to that guarantee that was said from the beginning, that there will be, no matter what, 100,000 euros up top.
Here we can see, Johan, with A7, with these big chip stacks, maybe normally it's a fold, but when you have all these chips, you will want to put pressure on the other players, and he's also been very aggressive all day yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the privilege as a chip leader to get some free chips.
Yeah, and here confirmed that chip lead 177 big blinds on a day 3, 16 left in the main event. That's dream spot.
It is.
And you see some of the other players. We haven't heard much from Torsti Christianis yet. The other players have at least played some hands, but
we can see also Guillermo running with the Estonian flag here, but he's very much Spanish.
yeah. Absolutely, but living here in Estonia since a couple of years, as many other do that online grind, and we've seen him also play a lot of land-based live here in Tallinn before. So
now we've seen that Torres folded King Queen earlier here against Michael, but now he's not opening with Ace 9 in mid position, I think it was. So playing the game safe, waiting for the right spot, and this is tournament poker. There's different schools in which way you're playing, but I find it a little bit tight.
yeah,
on the tight
as well,
side.
so
Yeah. But of course, there's a lot of ICM in this now. 16th place, I think it's like 4, 5, 6k or something like that, and of course 100k on top. So it's lots of survive.
Yeah, we have now locked up for 16th place, 4,100.
Yeah.
And the next pay jump is already when the next player leaves, the 15th finisher would take 4.6. And then once we're on the final table, we have prices starting from 7,400. And then up top, then 100,000 euros. Second place is 45.9, so it's big difference between first and second.
Oh, now Johan, he opened with King 10 earlier. Now he has pocket 5, so not like great fun, but of course he feels like he needs to act.
Yeah, and he knows that the open from Johan is very wide, of course, and he's on the button, so just the 2 blinds is behind him. But interesting to see now if he shoves
three
this
bets.
one or
He does.
yeah. Here we go. So Johan is not the guy he's going to be worried about. Let's see if anyone wakes up with anything in the blinds, though. Ooh,
here we have Christianis. So you might see going to the races here.
Yeah.
But I like Johan's play here. I think it's totally correct in the situation where you have an aggressor on your right side to fight back. And Latvia, Christianis is moving all in, and we have more or less a coin flip. Johan is a slight favorite. No, he's actually not with the flush, but it's very close.
Yeah. Off to a race now. Ooh, the ace in the window. It's bad news for Johan Karlsson, unfortunately. Needs to hit that 5 now. Does not. And unfortunately, our Kings of Tallinn 2020 main event champion Johan Karlsson of Sweden is the first guy to bow out on day 3. 16th place, 4,100 euros. And sad to see the nice guy leaving, but we can only have one winner.
Yeah, that's true. But it's you know, you open with King 10, you have to fold, and then you have a situation with the aggressor races before you find your pockets. Hey, it's just put the chips in the middle and you know, avoid. Yeah.
So these are the 7 players remaining on the feature table then, and then we have 8 players on the outer table. And Christianis, who just won that pot and eliminated Johan, does not have many live earnings if looking at the hand-on mob before, and actually biggest score so far is around 4,000 euros. So if those numbers are correct, it doesn't have any other names that he go by. This is already the biggest score of his live career, at least.
Good for him.
Pay jump to 4,650 for next player exiting. But of course, it's with a nice stack as well. He was up to 1.3 something, right?
Yeah.
Gaihan, of course, racing any ace, and he's opening big as well. 100k, 4x. Making it hard. I mean, normally if he would have min raised, surely Mikael would have come along, but now it's costing him 75k more to see a flop with this one.
I'm quite sure he's tempted.
Yes, for sure he is. Because I know he wants to play flops against the chip leader, but still, even though they are the 2 biggest stacks, but a lot of chips to be won, but this time he lays it down.
Yeah, we played for quite a few hours cash games the other night, me and Hapaniemi and some other guys, and of course it's a big difference in how you play tournaments and cash games. You know, if this would have been the cash game, he would for sure 100%.
Definitely, but I guess you weren't playing Holden when you played cash game with him.
Oh no, it was mixed. I think it was both Texas and Omaha.
Yeah. Oops. Card exposed. Queen of Hearts, is it? Yes.
This is.
For Christianis then, who gets another card, and that will be the burn card instead. So
I don't know, Christianis, if he qualified in an OlyBet online satellite for this, or if it's a cash game player coming in and just playing a couple of land-based event as well.
Yeah, seems like those are the 2 options. Seeing that he doesn't have many scores previously, so maybe check that out if he makes the final table, if we have how many online qualifiers we have, because there have been a lot of qualifiers, of course, on OlyBet for this one. And now Daniel with another premium hand chips it in, and
no, he will definitely fold here. If he folded before with king, queen in that position, so he will definitely fold. And also Daniel is not taking any risks. You know, this is to eliminate risk that he goes all in with the ace king.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to. He just want to pick up some blinds or possibly be called from an ace queen or something. But
that's the fold from Joel Torres. And what animal did he have in front of him? Did you see that? Was it a little horse or like a card protector thing?
No, I guess it must be a bull, right?
Is it
Spanish? No, I don't know. I have no idea.
We'll have to, maybe we can get a close-up from the production, otherwise we have to run over and look for ourselves at the table later on.
Can it be an elephant? No?
Definitely not an elephant. No, I don't think so.
Looks like a horse.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe we can ask the chat, have you got a better look at it than us? Or are you better animal experts than we are? We can see that Drea Karlsson is in the chat saying that she's in Norwegian, playing a lot and winning a lot of tournaments around the world, and she says she's never heard of Johan as being a Norwegian, so I don't think he's very known in the Norwegian.
No, but I think actually I think he lives. I think he lives in Riga or maybe Vilnius. I'm not sure actually. Now we can see again that Johan is opening with the weak ace.
And it's 100k again, big race.
It's keeping the pressure up. And so far it's been working.
Yes, absolutely. And Torsti, we haven't seen him play any hands so far, and you can see that he's on a rather short stack, even though having almost 20 big blinds in front of him. Decides to lay it down. This is also a spot where if you just Johan would have min-raised, surely with an ace-4 suited you will be coming along for a flop, but he eliminates a lot of that, but making this, of course, 100k races, and he can afford them as well.
Yeah, but it's a little bit how to polarize the game. So basically, if somebody comes along, they should have a really, really strong hand. So it's easier for him after the flop, if he gets called as well, to actually put them on a hand, right?
Exactly.
So I like it as from a chip leader position, especially since players now are looks like a little bit of a waiting game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Torsti Ketula, when we're talking about cashes, he has a lot more than Christianis. He's some $200,000 in winnings on the Handelmob, and among other things, he was the champion of the 550 in the Kings of Tallinn 2018.
Okay, so been around.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time, and many cashes in Estonia and Finland.
And now Jarmo picks up a hand.
Now we have that more standard min race of 50k then from Guillermo Gordo.
A very solid player.
Yeah, it seems like there's, despite being less chips on the outer table, and the cards or players aren't flying out, still 15 in. So no exits except Johan Karlsson then, who went out from this table moments ago, where his fives couldn't fade the ace for Christiani's ace-king.
Do we have any big names on the outer table?
We have a few known Finns,
Yeah,
as you might recognize the names of Elias Suhonen,
of course.
and also Kai Lehto is playing on the outer table.
Yeah, he's also former Kings winner, right?
Yes, correct. So those are the most notable names on the outer table. Then we have Kalle Ly, that we had a little interview before we start. He's on the outer table. And we have flying all the way from the New Zealand flag, Tom Graham.
Yes, but he lives in Estonia, but now Christianis is picking up the queens, so let's see if Jaihan comes along.
Oof, he did. Oh, this is trouble for Johan, because Christianis, wow, this is tough.
Pressure.
Normally you cannot fold queens in this spot, but he has
but it's
big
so much
stack.
ICM.
Yes,
right? So
he
much
does
ICM.
come for the call. So yeah, he's in good shape. But of course, we know there are 3 kings in this deck and a few 4s as well. So, but
Good chance for Christianis now to double up.
Yeah.
And this will be bad news for
the gut shot. A 5 or a king would be devastating for Christianis. That's the only cards now, and it's not to be. So deserved double up then with the queens. They held up.
Yeah,
King 4.
Yeah, let's now see if the dynamics around the table will change a little bit. Maybe, I don't think so. I think Jaihan will continue to push because it's been successful. This was a little bit, in my, I think it's a little bit over the top to take this chance. But of course, if Christianis would have an ace-queen, most likely we will see a fold.
Jack.
So
yeah, exactly. He's eliminating many combinations. Just queens, kings, and aces, or ace-king that you cannot fold in those spots. But it's like you see still that he was down. He had 1.2 million Christianis, and we have Torsti and Daniel on only 400. We have some short stacks on the outer table, and I mean, there's no big pay jumps coming right now. But if once you make it to the final table, then it's gonna be big money. So as you said, the ICM is taken into consideration. And for those maybe watching and listening, ICM, what is ICM, Christian? Can you explain this to our viewers?
No, but basically you're looking at the ranges you're playing in different spots just to see that, looking at the pay jumps at the tables and maybe you're playing ace queen differently if you're in front of a pay jump. Maybe you're folding really strong hands if you have the pay jumps coming up. So it's we see a lot of players just more interested in the pay jumps than actually going for the win.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're playing a lot of tournaments, both land-based and especially online, that is the strategy to actually be successful in the way you're playing. It might look a little bit boring, from a streamed TV table that players are playing that way, but actually it wouldn't have surprised me a lot if, for example, Torres or Guillermo was sitting in that spot, that they actually maybe think more about the ICM because they are big online players.
Yeah.
And could actually fold, and it looks ridiculous on TV stream to fold that, but it might be the more beneficial way to play if you play hundreds and hundreds of tournaments.
Yeah, if you're just looking for the long run.
Yeah.
ROI, getting money back from what you put in and everything. So it's like, absolutely. But especially in this tournament, when you have the added 25k for up top, you should be going more for the win, of course. And I guess there might be some deal made once we're down to maybe 3, 4, 5 players, but they still have to leave.
Look at this. Battle of the Spaniards.
Yes.
Guillermo actually calls with ace-5. He knows that he's behind in this situation, but still interesting. I guess they have some history.
Yeah, probably so, but still in the big blind and just costing him 25k more. So
the thing is that Torres, in this position, he knows that Guillermo knows that he is playing, not too many hands in this spot, right? So for sure they know each other well.
And 5 on the turn as well for Gordo.
So this is meta game. Juha Torres. Can you find the fold here? This is personal. Need to jack, not to come.
No.
But a good bluff card.
Yep. Straights with a 4 getting there on the river, but
Or an 8.
I don't think Torres will go crazy on this one, but let's see what Guillermo starts with doing here now.
I think we will see a check here. Definitely check from Guillermo. I think that Juha Torres, I think he will kind of give up. But of course he knows the 6 could be the bluff.
Now we have a close-up on the horse as well.
Oh, right.
It's confirmed.
Yeah. Okay, we could see the check.
Yeah.
And Guillermo take it down. He doesn't look too thrilled.
No,
very composed and concentrated.
Yeah, not much table talk so far on this table, so it's the lights are getting to them, the big stage.
Yeah, I can't see any lemonade around the tables.
No, not that either. No apple juices being served. Just some coffee for Torres, by the looks of it. Yeah, but we had some great days here with the No Filter Poker Series, and this is, of course, the grand finale, ending on a Wednesday, but not maybe the usual way, but that's how No Filter is, right?
Yeah, but we have seen the big names here, Michael Mizrachi, Scotty Nguyen, and all the elite from Finland, and quite a few from Sweden as well. And we had the 3K winner again, Roope Tarmi. He can't stop winning the 3K events here.
It's just why do anyone else just enter those 3K? Just give him the money.
Yeah.
Instead of buying in at the casino, you can just wire it to Ropetarmi, right?
Yeah, a great guy and a great player.
So,
And I played with him as well on this Legends game.
oh yeah. And 3 ways to this flop now. Jack again on the turn. So it's the flush draw from Christianis. And open-ended, of course.
Yeah,
And
Guillermo
not
still on
much
top.
else. Yeah, he's with the ace-10. So for sure, Christianis is want to go see the river on this one.
Yeah, interesting. And Guillermo bets this 70k. It's just, you know, lucky information bet and Johan finds the fold. So quite a few outs for Christianis here, of course. Doesn't get there.
No.
So I guess we will see a check again.
Yeah, because not the dream card when you have the 10 and
No,
gets
no, no.
called. So yeah.
There's no value for Guillermo to bet here at all. It's more interesting for him possibly to kind of check and call a potential bluff, right?
Exactly.
But I don't think Christianis is going for it. No, actually he's betting. A little bit surprised of that actually.
Yeah, agreed.
But it can also be kind of a block bet, right? Blocking,
Yeah, it's a small
blocking
bet,
blow
so
to
in
get
this case it's-
take away the big bluffs from Christianis. So yeah, I guess that's the
enough.
line he
Yes.
took here. You know, it's a little bit of de-risking to make this blocking bet because otherwise Christianis possibly making a big bluff, and then Guillermo will be in a very hard situation with half the chip size, half the chips of Christianis. It's tough to kind of call with a 10 only at that point. So well played by Guillermo.
Yep. And you see here now, still Johan up in front on this feature table. 3.2 now, after Christianis doubling through him with the queens versus Johan's king 4. But he tried to push Christianis off his hand, but it was just too good of a hand to lay it down, of course.
And we have Torsti and Daniel with 20, not 20 but 15 laps.
Yes. And some aggression frequency. You can see this is how much they've entered pots or opened up the betting, and surprised not to see Johan.
It was 0%, so these
No.
numbers might not be
100% correct, because he has been showing some aggression frequency for sure.
Yeah. Maybe it was only for the last 3 hands, but he was in this hand as well.
Yeah, he had been in most
Dan-
hands almost. Now
Daniel-
5's folded from Daniel.
Yeah.
Tough hands, of course, when you're rather short, and you know that if you open and get 3-betted, you just have to throw your 5s. And
Yeah, but it's a very big difference what Juhan did with the 5s when he can actually be the aggressor and 3-bet. Then the 5s are actually more interesting to play. But early position, short stacked, you will for sure be exploited by the others. So I think it's wise from Daniel to just stay away until you get a chance to 3-bet.
yeah, and Jack for both players now then. So, and the board pairing on the turn, and some
Both are happy with
for,
that.
yeah, exactly. Some trouble for Hapaniemi now, maybe, because he might think he's good with the Jack, but he has a kicker problem against the Jack 10 of Johan.
He's only calling now, so he's taking down a gear.
Oh, look at this. Still though, check mark of course with Johan, with the better kicker. 7 doesn't change anything on the river, but let's see what the action brings now.
No, if
Hapaniemi is
Hapaniemi, if he checks now in first position, maybe he will go for the block bet as well in the same way as Guillermo did.
Yeah,
but it's actually quite interesting to see what Johan will do with this. He's going with a kind of the blocker bet, or thinks actually is ahead, but it's a diamond also on the river, right? So we have the flush chances, backdoor flushes might have hit, but we just get the call.
Johan calls, yes, and Jack 10 will be good enough.
I think for Michael Haapaniemi, I think he did this also kind of for the same reasons as Guillermo did in the last hand.
Yeah.
Because kind of the only hand that he can be called with when he's making that bet is and win the pot is like if Jahan have pocket nines or pocket tens or something like that. But then at this point in this tournament, he would have been acting much more aggressive. So and also quite a decent chance to get a kind of a split in a hand like that as well.
Yes, and we should say, looking at the other events on the final day here at No Filter, we just have the 555 Progressive Bounty starting now at 1 o'clock local time. So plenty of time to late reg that one. And later on tonight, we also, or this afternoon at 3 o'clock, we have the ladies event, women's only, €150 buy-in, No Filter. So still some action to come at the final day. And plenty of action, of course, on stream by these guys that we see in front of us, because it's the final 15 out of the 358 runners in the €1,100 buy-in, No Filter main event. And some blind versus blind now for Haapaniemi and Torres. Haapaniemi limped, but Torres racing it up with a jack deuce. Doesn't get Haapaniemi to fold, so they're off to the flop. And swing and a miss for both. Let's see who can take it down by betting. Torres maybe being the aggressor, and should be the one who has an ace in this spot.
Yeah, I would assume that he might try to take, but he's been playing quite tightly, but for sure he should try.
Yeah. And most likely
it will work out.
Be getting away with this one. Yeah, that's the fold. 40k was the bet, so small pot for Joel Torres. With the lucky horse.
Yeah,
he has something else as well. A lot of things going on over there.
Yeah.
How many things are you allowed to have? What's the maximum? Can you bring a full farm of wooden animals, or?
Yeah, Lucky Charms. Or
where do you draw the line of Lucky Charms?
I think it's should be a little bit kind of restrictive with that as well, because it's only in this situation. Of course, the tournament directors have good control over, but because you cannot put a mobile phone, for example, on the rail and so on. So just to avoid any kind of chance for any kind of foul play. So
you're saying the horse might be a spy camera? Is that what you're saying?
As a poker player, you always, look at... No, for sure it's not, but it's kind of... I think we'll go into that direction, that, nothing will
better
be allowed.
Safe than sorry.
Yeah. On the tables, but...
now then, Guillermo racing it to 50, min race, and Torsti with an ace in the big blind. And some 385 behind, comes along for the flop at least. So ahead, of course, with ace-9, but not hitting is of course a trouble, because Guillermo has hit his 8, so surely he'll be continuing on this one, and hard to stay in for Torsti.
Yeah, he's good at hitting the second card. 8 now and 5 earlier in situations where it's a bit behind. So that's kind of the things you need to hit, in this final 15. You need to have a little bit of luck.
Yeah, get the momentum going, win a few pots and start hitting flops and yeah. The opposite to my day 2 yesterday when I didn't hit one single flop. Yeah, and the continuation bet is of course good enough to get towards the off his hand. Ace-9 is folded and another small pot for Guillermo. Slowly building that wall to his left. And this time it was Finland paying for it. 8 minutes left of the 24th level that we are on. 10-25k are still the blinds. And 40-minute levels. So expect this one to end something around 9-10ish tonight, maybe?
Yeah, I would think around 9 p.m. Of course, it depends a little bit on how the chips are moving around at the table. We have seen now that this first 40-50 minutes has been quite slow. We have lost a player on the outer table, right?
We have now, right? We're down to 14. Okay, let us check who we have no longer in the game then. It's Jonathan Fors, who has went out in 15th place on the outer table.
I think we have lost another guy, Suhonen as well.
Now you're spoiling.
Yeah, we're on a 30-minute delay.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry about that.
So, the 15th place finisher was at least Jonathan Fors, taking down 4,650 for his efforts from the outer table eliminated. So 1 Swede and 1 Finn out, and we had 7 Finns still in this on 16 left. So there's still plenty of players from Finland in, and of course we have Hapaniemi on our table with a nice stack.
And Torsti as well.
Yes.
But the Finns have been dominating this week, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Business as usual.
Yes, and still it hasn't been too much of a mixed games thing.
No, exactly.
I mean, they're normally owning every PLO, and those do not talk about soccer and those games that we do have during the other festivals. But this one has been a little bit more focused on the No Limit and, of course, some PLO events as well. But the Finns are, as usual, crushing it.
Yes, but good to see some Latvia and Swedes as well around the tables, and New Zealand and Spain, of course.
Yeah.
And
many
the chip leader
different
from
flags.
Norway.
Yes, not to be forgotten. Jai Han, still the chip leader, even though losing a bit of chips. And we touched on the how long it will go today, and we said previous to the stream, if Jahan just keep doing what he did yesterday, it could be over in hours. But it's not been the case. He hasn't been eliminating anyone so far today. Yesterday he knocked out many players on the last few orbits.
And he's involved now with Juices versus Christianis Ace-Jack. So Christianis is continue betting. See what Jahan is doing here.
Yeah, interesting to do what he does now with deuces on the...
And always splashing a little bit in the pots. So he's not going away.
Yeah.
So this can be interesting to see here.
Still ahead.
Yeah.
And of course for Christianis, adding some more bluff outs as he has the nut blocker on the flush draw of clubs. But
maybe he will put his foot on the brakes now.
Yeah, because
he's not.
No, he does not actually. This might
work out.
Yeah,
it does. Well played by Christianis. Been playing really good these kind of hands, coming in with decent hands, but also this is really good.
Yeah,
and it's kind of also quite brave because you have Jahan with lots of chips behind you, calling on the flop, and then have the courage to actually continue to see what's going on.
Yeah, I wish we would have had a pulse meter on Christianis when he saw King 4 versus his queens.
Yeah,
and also on the flop came and that the gut shot for Jahan, but the queens held up.
I'm quite sure he was both very happy with that and a little bit, sketchy.
Yeah.
But it worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, Christer, you talked a little bit about the Legends tournament, and for those who missed the stream and everything, it was the opening event or the first big event of the series, and €3,500 buy-in, and was there 101 runners in that one, I think?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was just north of 100. I don't know if it's 101 or 102 or whatever, but good tournament with quite a lot of good players.
Yeah, and you.
Yeah, good players and me.
Did you have any of the big leg names on your table in that one?
Yeah, I actually think I busted out Mizrachi his last bullet.
Ah, you did?
on the stream.
Was there a bounty?
It wasn't.
$1 million.
Yeah, I hoped.
Flush draw roll now for both of these players. Nut flush draw versus second nut flush draw.
And
a king.
Torres hit the king as well. This will be hard to get out. And this, again...
This is an interesting hand.
It is.
Because surely Guillermo could even raise this one here now when Torres bets a small 40k.
Try to steal the pot. It will not work.
No.
But
it could be fireworks though.
It can be.
And we can see extremely many clubs folded though in this hand by the other players, so it's only for the flush 4 outs as he comes racing 175k, and this is interesting because now the normal play for Torres here would be to come over the top of this one again, but they are two big stacks playing the ICM.
Exactly. No, I think he will actually call this in this position to kind of see if he can hit a queen or another king or a club. But if a club comes, that will be bad news.
Yes.
But it's a little bit hard to kind of understand now because I assume these players have been playing quite a lot with each other or understands how they are playing. So he's just coming for the call.
Yeah.
He understands that Guillermo also is not doing this lightly.
No, exactly.
So we have the 5 on the turn. Nothing really happens. So even better for Juha Torres.
Yeah, this might slow down the action a bit because, of course, the board pairing makes the flush draw no longer the nuts. The nut draw. It's
Guillermo checking now. Joel. But it's tricky when you also have a paired board. Like could Guillermo possibly sit with pocket 4s or something like that? So overall, this will make the pot a little bit slower. Even on the river, even if we have a club. So it's check. And we have the 3 of spades, which is good news for Juha Torres. So I assume he will have to make a value bet, check from Guillermo, value bet from Joel, and then... Or if Guillermo tries to steal the pot here.
Yeah. Of course, now he knows that that's his only option of winning the pot, and it's 485 in the middle, so he was the one check racing the flop. Checks again, gives it up.
Yeah. But it's also tricky for Juha Torres now to make this kind of value bet because Guillermo showed his strength. So what hand can you beat? Okay, if Guillermo have king, jack or whatever, so he just checks to play it safe.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually quite good decision.
It might look like a really tight line.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to search the value there, but as you said, he got check raised on the flop. But then when Guillermo still just checked 2 streets, if he would have had a full house, I'm not sure if he would do that. But yeah,
no, I still think that maybe you should bet because normally, if for example Guillermo in this position had pocket 4s, of course he would lead out in this pot anyway. So I guess he was should be pretty safe with the king queen here. Of course, you could see that Guillermo could sit with aces, but I think he would have led out with that hand as well. So no, it's just like if he really thinks that Guillermo would do kind of a big check raise on him, but this is not really the style these guys are playing. So maybe a bet would have been good in this position. It doesn't matter, Guillermo would have folded, so it doesn't really matter. But still.
Yeah. And now new blinds as well. 15 and 30k are our new blinds, which means that Daniel is down to some 10 big blinds now, and even also Torsti, I think, is around the same. Or 11, 12 big blinds in front of them. So getting a bit short, needing to find that momentum we were talking about and to find that double up maybe, but not to be this hand as both of them have folded. It's down to the blinds. And premium hands on both player now.
Good to see.
Yeah.
This is more my style.
Your range.
Yeah. Any two.
Yeah.
There's no bad cards, only bad flops.
Exactly. And, well, you could easily say that they do not connect with this board because 3 hearts and 7 king jack. Oh, there's a 5.
Yeah, but still decently dry.
Yeah, but it's something for Gordo to bet maybe and get this.
We have the gut shot for Christianis as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just kind of move on.
Yeah.
Oh, the hearts.
Oh.
Okay, now it's open for bluffs.
Exactly. I might go check bet here now. Christian is trying to steal it because he knows he's most likely not winning with 4 high.
No,
although it's close.
But Guillermo also knows that he doesn't have an ace, right? So
Yeah.
because then he would have most likely made something pre-flop. So, but of course, any bet here will be fine for any of the players. Actually, I think it's more likely for Guillermo to make a bet here than Christianis. And he does. Picking up some pots, Guillermo.
Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't won any real big pots, but he's won plenty. So getting some more chips into his stack, and he will for sure be a factor in this tournament. And
oh yeah,
interesting to see who really puts on the pressure and gets going, because it's right now it's pretty much they're just feeling each other like the boxers, just the warm-up phase.
And we could see that after Jahan lost this bigger pot, that the dynamics around the table changed quite a lot. He's been very, sitting back at the moment, and so of course, he didn't pick up many good hands later on as well. But
yeah, but I was just thinking that after losing that big all-in for Jahan, or he wasn't all-in, but he doubled up Christianis. If he were to go, not go on tilt, but if he's going to play even more aggressive, but he took the other route, the safe route, and the correct choice not to be playing any 2 and doing those big 100k races, because now when he's been entering pots, he's just been making them in races, and it seems like maybe it was a good thing for him to have that wake-up call.
I'm quite sure he would prefer to win that big pot.
Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure as well, but
with King 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it opens up the table for other players to take initiatives, right?
Yeah.
And we have seen that from the Spaniards, that they are actually being a little bit more active. The Spanish Armada.
Yes.
Some diamonds here for Michael.
Small addition for Hapaniemi, and still 14 players in this one. Just started a new blind levels, 40 minutes levels throughout the entire tournament. And
100k on top.
yes. Now then, Torsti first to act, King Deuce. Not gonna be the hand. He puts his 350 last chips in the middle. Let's see about the other short stacks. Daniel, the Stitchy of Sweden, also folding. Oh, look at this one now. Kings for Jahan.
The 100k bet is back.
Yeah, it's back now. And quickly an ace folded, we saw that, so no takers so far, and probably not. Joel Torres is spending 70k more, so no action. Racing too much to get action, Jahan, this time. Luckily, no one waking up with queens this time. You can see the disappointment. Kings! I wanted more action.
I know there was a couple of hands yesterday with aces versus kings versus queens, right, in some big pots. Also on my table we had a situation with jacks versus queens versus kings, but I was the one with the jacks, but I actually could fold the pre-flop due to the action, but then kings versus queens. So these kind of setups happens all the time around the table, but it's for Daniel, nothing much happens. He picked up a couple of pots early, so he's kind of still surviving. But both for him and Torsti, there's no real chances to make any moves so far.
No, interesting now to see Torsti, because he's in the big blind, having invested 2 of his 10 big. Monster for Hapaniemi. Torres with pocket fours on the small blind, so it might not even get to Torsti before there's more action in this one, because normally, of course, opening range for Hapaniemi is wide on the bottom.
Yeah. Maybe some set mining here from Joel Torres.
Yeah. And then for Torsti's sake, hopefully he doesn't wake up with a hand, because that will be trouble. And here's the call.
Actually, this is maybe a chance for him to try to make a squeeze bet here, but this will be bad news. But I think actually this might be the time. Might be the time, because Michael could open lightly from the big blind and only a call from Joel, and so this might be the spot. It will be bad news for him, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No. You're just sitting and say, Hapaniemi, just yes, do it. Shove it.
I don't think he calls actually, but he does.
Yeah, it comes with a call. Okay, 3 ways to the flop then. But a queen high flop or something might be trouble for Torsti. We'll see about what we get. But it's a jack 9-9 flop. Also problems for Torsti, because now it probably will go check, and then bet from Hapaniemi, and then maybe Torsti finds this spot to chip it in, but we'll see.
It could also be that he's thinking that it's a stop and go, just calling pre-flop, and if I hit the queen or a jack, I'm just pushing.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's going to be a problem for him. Michael also have a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah. 210 in the middle. You can see that Torsti has
260,
a little bit more than pot.
Yeah, I think it's better to shove here for Torsti, of course, but bad news.
Yes.
I can't see that Michael is going anywhere, but a little bit of theatrics here, because
there is one
Joel
more
is
player
still in.
as well involved.
60,000.
The question
And
is,
also, of course, I mean, it's not the dream spot if you
No.
come over the top here and then you have Torres shoving it in and finding that 9.
Exactly.
Would be disastrous, of course.
but he can take away that bluff by raising himself, but
Yeah.
he's just calling.
All right, so bad news is shown to Torsti then, the aces of Mikael Haapaniemi versus the Queen Jack.
Yeah, but have some backdoor straights as well, so
yeah, and the 2
shouldn't-
jacks are live.
but it's not good to have the paired board here with the aces up against the aces. So
Queen does not help him anything, of course, so he needs one of those 2 jacks or backdoor straight. And that's not a good card for Torsti. No help, almost straight flush, but unfortunately we have our 14th place finisher from Finland, Torsti Ketula, and taking down 4,650 as well for his efforts, and leaving us in 14th place. So 13 players left, these 6 on our feature table, and 7 players on the outer table then. So no balancing still. Just keep going on 2 tables, of course, until we're down to the final table of 9 eventually.
and I think it's 13 players now it shows, and so we should also see that we are not on a pay jump as of yet, but
Yeah, there is actually a page up now. 13th place will take 5,450. So 14 and 15 got 4.6, and now we have a page up to the next player eliminated.
yeah, it's a good payday for anyone, these 800 extras.
Yeah.
For the pay jump, so that's
Absolutely.
again the ICM,
And of course, I know not many of these players might have come through satellites actually, but there are a few players still in that came from maybe even low as a 20 euro satellite into this one. So any pay jump is good, of course, when you're playing this, maybe the highest buy-in you've ever played in a tournament.
So now he goes back to 60k Jahan in
He's
race. Yep.
shifting a bit.
Yeah.
But when he got greedy with the kings,
Yeah,
then he
yeah, yeah.
wanted 100. Maybe you should do the other way around instead. That when he's opening light, he should be doing it big. But then for the better hands, the premium ones, go a little bit smaller to have someone come along. He's down in the big blind and posting the big blind ante as well. Then 30k each.
And now we only have 6 players on this table, right, and 7 on the outer table.
Yeah. But we do have a horse on this table as well.
Oh, that's true.
That
And
counts for
something else.
Yeah, and we haven't found out what the other thing is as well.
So with 6 players, normally we will see some wider ranges
Yeah,
from the
of
players.
Less,
Might be
lesser
some more action.
player, the hands go up in value, and it's unfortunately not helping Daniel with the 6-4 off. But we might see Jahan come along for a flop with the 10-7 off here now. So
Yes.
Gordo versus Jahan.
Oh, this is a big hit for Guillermo, right?
Yeah, really
And-
nice.
and
And a
also-
7 for Jahan.
Exactly. So
He's not, of course, going anywhere with the middle pair.
Queen doesn't help Jahan.
No, might save him maybe from calling another street. Oh, he gets into the action with a 100k bet instead. And no way, of course, that Guillermo is folding this one, but maybe not raising it either, just calling the 100.
No, this isn't a kind of an insta call, because
Yeah.
if he keeps up the aggression and he actually hits the flush on the, it's a good opportunity for him to just call.
There we go. 10 of diamonds will be a disastrous card for Jahan, but it's not to be. Maybe this saves him
This will
from
for sure save him.
trying again.
This is the card Guillermo didn't want to see. So we might actually see a check here again.
Or
Guillermo is disgusted.
yeah, the only card I did not want to see are the two black aces. Or
Oh,
ooh, sizing up. Is that 300 or was it less? Was it 75 times 3 he put out?
anyway, it will be. I'm sure it's.
Yeah, 225, and he does quickly call. So
He does.
nice call from Guillermo Gordo.
Looking up,
And the
looking
king
up
is
the bluff.
good. Yeah.
But
Nice
this is
spots.
a little bit the problem also for Jahan, because he's been quite wide, he's been bluffing wide, and he's been bluffing quite a lot. So
Yeah, he's getting exposed as well now. But as we can see, still the chip leader, but now down to 2.9. He started with 4.1 million in chips, Jahan, today. So spreading the chips on the table to Guillermo Gordo this time, and he doubled up Christianis earlier. And this is how much they are entering pots. And here we can see the aggression of Jahan, playing almost 50%.
yes,
Which is a bit too much, even though now they're six-handed, so might be okay now. But earlier when they were eight-handed, it's a bit high. But yeah, still, of course, you need to stay active, and you should also do that more when you're now, as they are six-handed.
yeah, looking at this table currently, I get the feeling that Guillermo and Mika Hapaniemi is kind of the feels like the stronger players at the table. Of course, we have Daniel doesn't have any real options to play, but
No.
it feels like Guillermo and Mikael have some kind of control over this table currently.
Bit so,
But it can
yes.
shift. But it can shift, of course. It's just one pot away.
Yes. And Christiani is also playing well so far.
Yes, yes.
And King 5 does not hit. Jahan's hand is still a mystery. He's forgot to put them in that little box that we want, and now he did. So 10 deuce.
And Doyle.
Yes, and not connecting in any way. No flush draws, nothing. So the little bet from Guillermo Gordo might take this pot. Yes. Not getting crazy. Jahan. And now
We can see actually on his body language that he's a little bit, like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I think he would want to play 15 minutes levels instead of 40. He just want the action.
Yeah, and the VPIP should be above 70.
Exactly. And we can see now in the background on the tournament clock that we have lost a player on the outer table, and this time it is Elias Suhonen, who went out in 13th place. So down to our final 12 now, 6 on each table. And the Finnish player with a great, huge CV, many cashes and wins to his name, Elias Suhonen.
Yeah, I'm quite sure many of the other Finns around this is, okay, this is good news.
Yeah, exactly. They know him as
Daniel,
a feared player.
Now we'll see Daniel, he comes in with ace deuce. He's been forced now kind of to make a move. So we have the Swede all in from cutoff.
Yes, ace deuce. Yeah, he hasn't been finding any hands, but this time it gets it through. No takers on that all in, so you just have to settle for stealing the blinds and ante.
Yeah, I'm quite
Still-
sure he's happy
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that. But it's problematic to sit with this small stack. Of course, it's only one bet you can do, but you're getting a little bit stressed of the situation. You want to get a chance to double up, actually.
Absolutely. So Elias Suhonen then taking down 5,450 euros for his 13th place, and as we said, he has many wins here in Tallinn
Attention,
and Finland,
progressive
and he was
bounty players,
the
make
second
your
place
entries.
finisher
We're
in the
going to
Kings
start
of
in 3
Tallinn main
minutes.
event last year in the autumn edition. So almost exactly 1 year ago. Scoring 83,000 euros for that one, so he was potentially about to win the biggest score of his career so far today, but it's not to be. 100,000 for Elias Suhonen. And Christianis, nice hand in the small blind, but seems like, yeah, he is racing, yes. And Hapaniemi has to pay 60 more to see the flop with the 10-5 off, so might not be coming along.
I thought 10-5 was good because if it's not a paired board, you will always have some kind of straight draw, isn't that so?
That's why it's your favorite hand. Fantastic hand to have as your
You
favorite.
will always have a backdoor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the fold. And because we haven't seen Christianis opening too many hands today, so probably earned some respect.
Yeah, but also a healthy stack.
Progressive bounty dealers, please place your button seat number 4. Button seat number 4.
So now the 5-5-5 tournament starts out here as well.
Yeah. In real time though, it started 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, but
So,
still plenty of action here in Tallinn for
Yeah.
poker lovers.
Absolutely. Are you entering the 5-5-5 yourself?
I'm sitting here. Am I
Yes,
not?
but it's late, right? You can jump in later on.
Preparing
Yeah.
your deck, please.
You never know.
Jason Glatzer coming in the booth shortly, actually, so be some insights shared from him as well, as Torres now next to act, hiding his cards behind the chips and the horse. And we'll see.
I don't know if there's some reader on the horse, but if the reader picks it up.
Yeah,
If so, we have King 3 horse.
and he's thinking now we have one of the rare 3-bets pre-flop on the table, since Christianis raised from the button and Torres is not having it.
No, but
Not
it's also
pick on my big
Christianis have
blind.
been kind of been in some of these pots and then
We
he's
are ready to
folded,
start.
so
Small
he's
line
not kind of
100, big line 100, begins
on a
in
run
100.
right now. So
1-1-1.
I think
Dealers,
Torres
begin to deal,
is
please.
picking
Good
this
luck,
up
everyone.
and there's so much momentum in poker, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, gets it done with the 3-bet.
But this is also kind of, if you've been, playing a little bit on the tighter side of things when you do these kind of moves, then the chance that you will get it through will be so much bigger. We've seen Jaihan make quite a lot of these moves, but maybe if he would have 3-bet, maybe Christian is actually coming along even with the King 9.
Absolutely, and we can say that in the 5-5-5 progressive bounty going on, there is 19 entrants right now, but there are some big names in that one as well. Juha Helppi is playing, and of course the founder of No Filter Poker, Mounir Tajiou, is in the field as well, and plenty of Swedes. Nice to see.
And Scotty, is he playing? Not yet?
He seems not to be playing yet, at least not in this
Basic
one. no.
information about progressive
And,
bounty event. Starting stake
The father
30K,
and son,
levels by 15
Mizrachi, just
minutes.
went home earlier today,
Unlimited
right?
range,
They had a
floor
flight
start
out this
levels.
morning,
Yeah,
or morning lunch.
exactly. Okay, Jaihan races with 7s now and Christianis have a decision.
Yeah. Just calling, taking the safe route, and seems like Hapanim is interested. No, does fold from the button. Ooh, big hand for Joel Torres.
1.6 million. This can be shifting the table because Jaihan with a pair, it'll be tough for him to fold, and of course Christianis might move away from this spot, but we will see here. It might also could be an opportunity for Joel to just call, but I'm quite sure he's coming over the top here.
Yeah, he must be. And just Christian is calling behind puts him this many smaller pairs, he will do that with. And
Yeah, and he needs the information with the 3-bet here, so
yeah,
I'm quite sure he will come over the top and just to kind of see.
it's like a 250, or was it 275?
I think it looked like 250, right?
Yeah, 250 and nothing for Daniel. But now interesting to see how Juha does. He just quickly calls with the sevens.
And Christianis will bow out, most likely.
Yep, he's out. So let's see if Juha can find the set on this one. Otherwise, most likely it will go bet fold. But oh, I thought it was a 7, but it was a 3. And the ace, of course, slows down Torres as well, maybe. But not the card he wanted to see.
He must make a continue bet here anyways, just to kind of see. But Juha might actually bluff on this one as well. But it would be very risky move. But we have seen him taking risks before.
Yes. Did you play any big pots yourself with Juha yesterday?
No, I didn't. I didn't have the chance actually, really, to. He's making the control bet.
Yeah, small bet, 60k. And look at this. Here's the raise. Wow.
Oh, okay, we saw it
Strong
coming.
play
We saw
from
it coming.
Juha. Quick raise. Insta 300. And this is just not the spot you want to be in with queens, of course. You know there's so many aces X in the range of Juha when he's coming along, but
And now also ICM comes into the picture, right? You know, like, do I need to do this just because he's likely to kind of bluff in this situation, but still might not even be worth it, you know. Even if the chance that Juha only have an ace, 1 times out of 3 here, it's still kind of very tricky spot. So
absolutely.
I would actually assume that he is just disgusted and folds.
That would be my guess as well, but let's see. I'm not sure how much these players were on the same table yesterday, if he has seen the antics and
You also have the option to
style of
raise this
play.
to 700k or something and save half the stack if it's very tricky situation.
yeah.
But with what is it, 12 players still in, like in the, up at the final tables, we will see all the pay jumps. Do I need to do this? And this is what he thinks, and he bows out. I think
Is it a bluff, he says. Does he show?
No, I have a pair.
Exactly, never bluff. Sevens. He doesn't show them though.
I think I think he will looking at this stream later on, and I knew it, but still I have to play correct.
Yes.
I knew it, Yeah.
All right, so Daniel now below 10 big blinds, need to find something, need to make it happen.
But we can see still lots of chips on this table.
Definitely, yeah.
And everybody have a lot of opportunity to build big stacks. This was a fun pot though, and I can totally feel the pain of the Torres. And I must say from Juha as well, to come over the top, make this kind of bluff. It's kind of impressive, or should we say reckless?
Thin line.
Oh yeah, thin. It's a very thin line. It's a very thin line.
Yeah.
But great fun though to see this kind of plays.
Yeah. All right, Christer, should we send you off for maybe some coffee or are you going to lunch?
No, I actually don't know yet if I'm jumping into the tournament possibly, or if there's other duties.
Yeah, we'll see. But we'll have Jason coming in shortly, and thank you for guesting us this first hour and a half, Christer. And maybe once this goes long tonight, you have time to even play, bust, and come back.
Oh, you never know. I don't hope so, but always a pleasure, wise guy. Thank you,
Christer Larsson, checking out for now. And shortly we will have Jason Glatzer here in the booth with us, and sharing his insights, of course. Poker expert extraordinaire, Jason Glatzer, all the way from USA, but Vilnius.
Yeah, it was a pretty far drive, I suppose, from USA. No, we came
Boat
from Vilnius, but it's great to be here, wise guy. I missed some of the action, but I was busy writing a recap about yesterday, which you can check out both at OlyBet Events. You just click on the news button there, or on the front page of poker.pro. You can see what happened leading up to this stage. There's a whole series of articles there. And I'm pretty sure it was already mentioned that if you are missing a little bit of what we're talking about here today, you can follow along the live updates over at Poker News.
Yeah, exactly.
Who will be along with us for the ride until a conclusion is reached. But I see my old compadre here, Jay. What happened to his stack? He had more than 4 million to start.
He did, and
he's
he was
a
up
Vilnius
to,
regular.
Yeah, he was up to almost 4.5 at one point, but then he got creative with the King 4 versus the Queens of Christianis, and doubled him up. And then he's been playing a few more pots, but he actually just now won back a couple of 100,000 when he bluffed on the flop, where he had pocket sevens, but he missed, and he got Joel Torres to lay down the queens on an ace-high board.
And who have we had hit the reel? I know we lost Kings of Tallinn 2020 main event champion Johan Carlson just because I bumped to him outside at the food truck on my way over here, but that was a while ago, so I'm pretty sure I'm not giving up a spoiler because he went out in 15th place, but he was still all smiles saying, even though I had some chips, I was among the shorties, and today wasn't my day, was what he said, and I'm ready for the party tonight.
Yeah, he wasn't on the table for more than 5 or 10 minutes, I think. He actually went out 16th, so he was the last player to arrive, a few minutes late, and then he played 3 or 4 hands.
A few minutes late, come on, Johan.
So,
we're going to have to talk about that.
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
You got to be on time for a final day. But meanwhile, we saw an ace folded by Daniel. I'm not sure how Jay's been playing, but pretty much I range him on any 2 when I play with him personally on the button. So if him folding this 5 deuce suited means that I'm ranging him a little bit incorrectly, but not that much so far. But it's iffy flop here. It's one that Under the Gun should continue with, though. There's no real backdoors. 1 to a straight is all, but it's more about repping that king here, wise guy. And the BB has some kings, but not those very strong ones. And if you did have a king, you'd want to bet out, those middling pairs, make those flush and straight draws pay a price. So it follows the line.
Yeah. So Hapanimi now then coming with the 65k bet into the 165 on the...
I like the sizing, wise guy.
Yeah, it's good.
And Christianis is, it just has a single gutter here. If he doesn't believe his opponent has a king, he might call, but I mean, this is just a clear fold to me. You have no hearts. There's no reason to suspect. And
surprised to see him
it's a cheap price. So if he doesn't believe once again that his opponent has just a king, or maybe has other plans if it goes check, check here, because even if his opponent has a king, the problem is even if Mikhail checks it back, it doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have a king. It means that I'm either the flush I want to pretend I don't have or have. The fact that that third heart came out this soon changes the betting on the turn. Otherwise, I think we might see him firing a bit bigger. But he's going to do it anyway, folks.
Yep. Not afraid to fire, Mikael Hapaniemi. And this should get the job done, right?
Yeah.
And I can say that Christianis has not been doing any wild moves. He just doubled up with the queens rather early in the tournament, or in day 3, and winning a few more pots. Playing well, but not any crazy moves. So we'll be very surprised if he tried something on this board texture as well, with no hearts in his hand, and does lay down.
Yeah, the story just would be too hard to sell, as you said, and not the stage where you really want to not make the final table because you just had a gut feeling that this move would work.
And you're talking about the exits from this table. We also lost Torsti Ketula in 14th place, and from the outer table we've had Jonathan Force, Elias Suhonen also exiting. So we're down to the
Those
final
are two
12.
really strong players, actually.
Yeah, they are. So.
So Finland is dropping like flies, it seems, from that list. I think there were 7 Finnish players to start the 16. Oh, paparazzi.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, he's doing something fancy as well. Glenn Brown is taking our picture probably to post and to promote this fantastic stream for us.
I think it's for blackmail.
Now that might be the case. That's why you're using the mirror as well. All right then. So if you just joined us, we have introduced Jason Glatzer a bit in the booth, but for those who might by any reason not be familiar with your name from before, you've probably been sleeping under a stone, but you are the CEO of Poker.pro, and you've been doing this live reporting and commentating for more years than Juha Helppi has been playing poker.
Well, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I've been involved in the poker world probably longer than Juha. You know, mostly in the grassroots scenarios, you know, growing up in the 80s. But yeah, I've done pretty much everything at one time or another, media-wise, whether it be media planning or running to get coffee for those that are doing hard media work, whatever it might be.
For me?
I'm pretty sure I've gotten you a tea or two over the years as well.
Definitely. And the flush draw and comes there on the turn for one of the hands. It was Christianis with the 9 deuce of diamonds, and not much for Mikael though on this board, so maybe this time Christianis can take a little bit back.
I think he should be betting, you know, here for sure.
Yeah.
You just don't want to be raised off this hand. You know, that's the only reason I can see not to bet, but you're getting pretty much a lot of the, you know, hands to fold that you're not ahead of at the moment, such as this king deuce that check back the flop. Now, if there was a bet on the flop, you check call the turn. It's a much different situation. It's only because it went check check on the flop. It's really just a 4-5 that would maybe be slow playing the flop that way. Even a 6-7 is likely to bet, and a 4-5 perhaps as well.
Yep. Just lay down Hapaniemi and a small pot for Christianis. Yeah, so you said you know Jahan and his way of playing since Vilnius. Is he a regular at the casino?
I mean, he was living there for a bit, you know, during the pandemic times. The casino, you know, it wasn't that bad in Vilnius, the pandemic. So, you know, we had, you know, rules, but we were pretty much able to play. That was one of the things that I wanted to do for entertainment during that time. And he was there a lot. He's one of the VIPs, I would say, you know, and he likes his cigars. He's a nice guy most of the time. He's always been a gentleman to me.
Does he play a lot of tournaments as well?
Yeah, he loves playing tournaments, and he's gotten a lot better. So that's why I'm keeping a closer eye on him, because the fact that I've seen him fold in 2 spots where I'm pretty sure he would have previously either limped behind or opened himself. But Jay has always been confident and likes to have a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, we see Daniel folding another hand on the short stack. He hasn't got anything going today, and I think the cards has not been with him. He's been having 9 sixes and 7 deuces, and it's just one of those days. And he has been all in once, but no takers. So yeah, just slowly fading away. But hopefully he can at least find something for now. He just have maybe an orbit before he actually is really forced to do anything.
Mikhail may be able to see a flop just because he limped here. Now, if he raises, he's going to be 3-bet here by Joel for sure. A lot of the time, probably not all the time, just because of the stack depths. It would be a 3-bet shove if it was a 30-60K big blind, for example. But now, if he wants, he can call, play this hand out of position, or just get away cheaply. I find it interesting, some of the flags that we're seeing. I guess Jay now lives in Norway, but he's originally from South Korea.
Yeah.
And Guillermo Gordo, we know where he's from. He's one of the many Spanish players that have moved to Estonia. Probably like me, he just asked to use Estonian flag, being, I prefer using the Lithuanian flag when I play, and I'm not a Lithuanian citizen myself.
Yeah, I spoke to him just before he was on the feature table of the Legends, Guillermo Gordo, and as he said, he's been living here for quite some years now, so maybe he feels more Estonian than Spanish, but yeah, he's, of course...
It could be as simple as him just registering to play his first tournament here using his Estonian residence permit.
Could be.
If that was an acceptable form of ID, which I'm not sure.
And King 4 King. Quite the flop for Mikael Hapaniemi now. And small 30k bet from Joel Torres.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream flop to play out of position. You just were hoping for a bigger continuation bet from your opponent.
Yeah.
You are concerned about the better kings. And this is not the card that Joel will want to see when he looks back later, because it may cost him some money. And also not only gives Mikael trips, but also a flush draw. Probably another club even slows down the action. Just because he has a king, there is one king left, so maybe he's also concerned about his opponent still, but he shouldn't be going anywhere. And if Joel checks over here, there'll be a bet on the river, which Joel will likely have to call unless something funky happens on the board. But we won't see that scenario play out because it's Joel here betting for value at this stage.
Yeah, he thinks he is, but we know better.
Yes. But in his head, it's a value bet with a very strong hand on this board.
Yeah.
He's keeping the sizing low. And that can be for one of two reasons. But let's see first what Mikael does. Is he going to induce a check raise? In which case, can Joel get out of the way? And Mikael can tend to let his opponent take control of the action at this stage of the hand.
Yeah, interesting to see what route he chooses depending on the river. But if he goes for another check, hoping to get a bet out of Torres, or if he now comes...
A quick check as well.
Trying to look weak.
And Joel's going to check this back too often, just because, what was calling the turn at that stage. He would have had to call a river bet. The 2 of spades is completely innocuously harmless. You don't put your opponent on a 3-5 set of deuces. There's really nothing the 2 can hit. A king deuce would hit a full house is all, but anyway, you're behind the king.
Yeah.
Checks. He did check it.
Yeah,
Did he jam it? So Joel's going to look back at this and realize that he got away pretty good here.
Exactly, he did.
It was that small bet on the turn that saved them from having to call a big bet on the river.
There's at least one person, Jason, that's very happy that you joined me in the booth here, because Drea Carlson is giving her cheers in the chat.
Who is? I'm sorry?
Drea.
Ah, Drea. We missed you.
We sure
It's
have.
good to see you.
She said earlier in the chat that she hopes to be joining for the Kings of Tallinn in February.
What about the Kings of Vilnius? But Drea was already in Vilnius this year, to be fair, so she's checked that off. But hopefully we can see her come back for the Kings of Vilnius as well. But there's a lot of, Drea's all over the place at the moment.
There's a lot happening right now or soon in that little island.
I'm not sure if I'll see her in that island or elsewhere, but I'm pretty sure we will see each other before the Kings of Tallinn.
Yeah, so if you have anything you want to ask us or just talk about with us in the chat or in the booth, the OlyBet Poker on YouTube, that chat is open here in the commentary booth. So feel free to, maybe you have some questions for Jason that we can put forward.
There's been too few hours of sleep for any trivia contests for Jason this evening. I have done that on streams before when I've had people check that I'm not cheating. But if you have a question about what I do or about the events and anything like that, I'm always happy to answer.
Yeah, sounds good. And now Guillermo Gordo with a decent hand, of course, 6-handed. hold them. Oh, and Daniel, you just see how he's like, he really wants to do something, but
He has to call here actually per, let's say game theory purposes, but I don't mind a fold because you don't get, like, it's hard to explain, but let's say that you were able to play this tournament 100,000 times and you were in this spot 100,000 times, then that's should be a call. But, very often this is the spot that you're going to be in and you're not going to see it again for 3-4 years in a main event of this reputation. Some guys see them every month or two. And if you feel like you're in that first spot, making a fold is not a mistake there. From a, just survival stage to get to the final table.
Yep.
But you get such good implied and pot odds just by calling, with that big blind. If a hand like 10-8 is usually going to be a call at other stages of the matchup on a 5 big blind, 6 big blind stack even.
Open now for Guillermo Gordo, the ace-8 under the gun. And Daniel not doing it this time either. And your friend Jahan, does he come along? Yes, of course. Jack-7 in the big blind. Two of the bigger stacks in the tournament going to this flop.
Got a couple of hearts and a spade here. Let's see, we have the ace of hearts in Guillermo's hand, and that's the only thing doing other than positional betting. And there shouldn't be any fancy play by Jay here. It's interesting to see Jay now compared to, let's say, Screams. Which one was it? It may have been Tallinn Summer Showdown 2021. He was on a final table of something 3-4 years ago. And he's playing a lot more, I would say, by the book.
Yeah.
If there is a book, a lot more to what you're used to seeing from other players outside of maybe the hand that I missed that you're describing. But from what I've seen, it would be hard for me to make those on-the-spot adjustments from the past to the present. Fortunately, a lot of these players probably haven't played that much with Jay other than, recently. Here we go. This is a spot for Daniel.
Time. King-7, of course.
Jay's going to fold,
Very
but
decent hand.
there's
And
going to be an
since-
auto call.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, he was going to call any two. It's just
Yeah,
unfortunate. So Daniel at risk.
Why don't we have the cards exposed now? I don't know what happened.
I can tell you what happened. At some stage, they decided to go soft hand for hand because the flow on the outer table or the inner table, but this flow has been fine, was going slower than the other table.
Pay jump.
So they decided not to go hand for hand, but that occasionally they would stop the clock if one table was taking too long.
Get it. All right, but we know what hands we are about to see revealed. The King-7 is in trouble against the Ace-Jack suited for Guillermo Gordo.
He has 2 live cards.
Absolutely.
He's not in that much trouble. It is showing him as a 2-1 underdog, but in reality, that might mean that there's a 7 burned along the way.
Yeah, and we should say we have some questions also about the first prize. You can see in the background now it says 75K, but then we have a little ticker running, says that OlyBet is adding 25K to the winner, so it's actually 100,000 euros to the winner because this event had a guarantee of 100,000 euros, and then it's not taken out. The other prices are not smaller. It's just being 25K
But here we go.
added.
Here we go. We got it finally. We have the King-7 against Ace-Jack suited. It might be the suitedness adding a few percentage points to that as well. But the King-7 is more than alive. And a 7 right out the window, but we have a diamond. So we have a little bit of sweat both ways. He'd be happy to see another 7, preferably not a diamond.
That's the king.
2 pair. It's just the 10 now.
Yes, down to
And there's one of
3
them
outs
gone.
for Guillermo to eliminate Daniel, but it's not to be.
So the Cinderella story of Daniel maybe has just begun.
Yes, up to 400 plus now. That's as high as he's been all day. I think he started about 450 and it's been just dwindling down a bit since then, and now doubling back up to 400 at least, so still in the game. And this is the updated chip count on the feature table. So 10 big blinds now, as the new blind level started a few minutes ago, 20 and 40k blinds. But Jason, I'm going to step out for a little bit and leave you with all our nice viewers.
I'm going to maybe switch over to your side of
Yes.
the thing so we can mute both mics for a second.
We'll do that, and Jason is right back.
All right. It is Jason and another Jason in the booth, but I'm here alone right now, and we're going to get right into the action. We have a King-Queen open min raise by Mikhail from under the gun. And Daniel, who just doubled up, is finding a dream spot for a 3-bet shove off a 10 big blind stack. Maybe it's going to be a little bit less than a shove. Nope, he's just getting all the chips in. It's 410,000. And if without knowing what Mikhail has, he would love to have a full, but if he sees as King-Queen, he likely doesn't mind the gamble. And he will get to see it because Mikhail making the call. And Daniel could really be beginning a Cinderella story here. Wow. Just needs his ace-king to hold against King-Queen. We just saw his King-7 get there against ace-jack suited. This time he is ahead, though. And there must be some action on the other table. So while we're waiting for the hands to be officially tabled, I want to ask all of you watching, if you were in the spot and you walked away with 100,000, would you just put it into a poker bankroll? What would you do with the 100,000? Many of these players, it's a mix. Some of them, it goes into their bankroll, some of which will buy something nice. Some of which will put it into savings or have a big purchase in mind for when they have a nice score. But here we go. We have ace-king against king-queen, and it's an ace right at the window. Drama over already. There is no spades. Of course, there's a running Broadway potential, so let's see what comes on the turn. But it's the ace of clubs on the turn. Check mark already to Daniel, who was just sitting moments ago at under 200,000 chips. And now, all of a sudden, at 920,000. Let's see if we can get a smile out of Daniel now, or a sigh of relief. That looks like a sigh of relief. It could be quite stressful to be sitting on that short stack for extended periods of time. So quite a nice roller coaster for Daniel over the course of the last two hands. We can take a quick look at the chip counts once again. The only thing that really changed since last time is swapping of some chips between Mikhail and Daniel.
133, please.
The announcement you may have heard in the background is for the start of the 555 NLH that began at 1 o'clock. That will have a nice Wednesday afternoon field, one of the two final trophies, and then at 3 o'clock we'll be witnessing a lot of the female contingent of our poker community coming ready for battle in a women's only €150 no limit hold'em affair. I'm looking forward to see Giedra, Sarah, and some of the other amazing women poker players that glorify the halls here at Olympic Park Casino and the Hilton Tallinn Park in battle during the breaks of the main event. So meanwhile, we have Guillermo Gordo opening the button with an unsuited 69. And let's see if he just pops in a bet of 40 or something to positional it. It's not. It is a flop he should be able to take down very often with a bet. And a quick fold by Mikhail. Perhaps still thinking about the king-queen versus ace-king, a hand previously that effectively took a little less than 20% of his stack out and gave it over to Daniel. But meanwhile, we're down to 11 players, which means we lost a player on the outer table, and that would be Sweden's Alan Jamil Shamoun in 12th place for 5,450 euros. And what this also means for the remaining 11 players, they just earned another 900 euros, guaranteed now 6,350 euros. As a reminder, tonight's eventual champion is guaranteed a 100,000 euro prize. It could be less if deals, of course, are agreed upon, but that 100,000 is on tap for those going for the ultimate glory in this event. And Guillermo Gordo back at it. This is a bit stronger than what he had last time. Pocket Snowman would be an open from any position. And you'll opting to defend with the mystery hand, so we have Spain on Spain action. And you'll could be in trouble here if it's a 7 high flop with this 8-7 now that we see his cards. Instead, he may be able to steal this one away depending on how this one plays out. He does have the open ender, the only one with the diamond. It's an ugly flop for Guillermo. It's one of those awkward spots that, yeah, I'm possibly still ahead. But am I just betting into my opponent's value? And bets a little bit bigger than what he did last time. He bets 55,000, but that was a button versus big blind versus a cutoff versus big blind situation. And Joel, Joel is going to opt to at least see a turn and take things from there. There's a few dozen Spanish poker players living here, and if Joel wasn't going anywhere in the flop, I don't expect him to go too far on the 6 of spades turn, because that means a 5 for the straight in that direction. But I don't think Guillermo is going to be able to keep his foot on the gas. He's possibly thinking, is Joel calling with a draw? Is he still playing a straight? Does he have a pair or better? And possibly trying to define the percentages of those ranges. But right now he's just thinking things through. And I won't be surprised to see a check back. And he does check it back. And the 4 of hearts on the river. In a way, that's a good card for Guillermo if he thought his opponent was on a draw. If Joel... Actually, Joel had a made straight. I apologize on the turn. So it was a good check back by Guillermo. I have this hand mixed up, guys. And we have Joel here. Now he's going to have to bet. He unfortunately wanted Guillermo to bet that turn. He is behind only Jack-8 and King-Jack. Neither of those hands would check a turn on a scary board like this with any sense of frequency. So he should feel very confident with this straight, especially with no spade or diamond coming. Even though it's a small bet, I think Guillermo is going to sniff this one out. Disciplined fold by Guillermo Gordo there.
Straight, yes.
11 players remaining out of this 358 entry field and the 1,100 euro no filter main event featuring 3 days of action. despite what you might read on the backboard there where it says 75,000 in payouts. If you look at what comes on the scroll, there is an extra 25,000 euros generously being added by OlyBet Poker to bring that grand prize for the winner tonight up to 100,000 euros. Guillermo continuing to be active, this time with King 5 suited from the hijack. And Mikhail has a decision to make here. It looks like he opts to call. And Daniel, who's doubled up twice within an orbit, thinking about what to do, but I think the squeeze is the play. Unless making the final table with some sense of certainty is not what you're wishing. He can opt to call. The only thing that he might not want to do is fold here. So it looks like he's opting for a non-jam 3-bet sizing, but let's see what that might be. Wow. This I didn't see coming. He's basically making a 3-bet sizing that's either pricing both players in or inducing Guillermo to 4-bet. Perhaps sensing Guillermo's opening wide, trying to get him to cap his range to some degree. But I'm trying to picture why you would min-click from the big blind here. And it did induce a 4-bet. So Guillermo here to play. This is with King 5 suited, folks. Playing it like it's ace-king or aces or queens or kings. And did Daniel here level himself out of a hand? As we all know, seeing the cards, a 3-bet shove would have worked. Is he going to 5-bet shove here? Does he put his opponent on a wide 4-bet range, which is very difficult to do without having prior knowledge of that. Wide 3-bet range and wide 4-bet range are two different beasts. And Daniel, you must have had a plan here, I think, when you decided to 3-bet to 3 big blinds. And if you were fishing for information, the information you're receiving is actually false information. So that's the problem that you got yourself into. That maybe this is all Hollywooding and we're going to see a 5-bet shove. And that's what he wanted all along, was to assure that he was getting his chips in with as much dead money or as possible. I am really not quite sure if he folds. It looks like he's folding, so very good awareness by Guillermo Gordo. Without really knowing what Daniel's plan was there, it's hard to really know. It's just not a move I would particularly make, so I don't want to sound like I am judging the play, but at the same time, the play itself led to the way the hand played out, where he had to fold the better hand. Perhaps hoping that when he does that, opponents think that he has aces all the time. Anyway, Daniel still in decent shape, even though he is the short stack at the table with 19 big blinds. So just losing 3 big blinds there. Not a hand he can't recover from. Michael Hapanini back in action with Jack 10 offsuit from the cutoff with a min open. And it's the first hand in a while we haven't seen Guillermo Gordo get involved with. And let's see if table captain Jaehan Kim gets in the mix. He does opt to call. His cards are in the box, and sometimes they just need to be spread around a little bit. Okay, our tech guys who've been absolutely amazing have informed me that Jay has the king of diamonds, 9 of hearts, but that they didn't show up this hand. So now we can play along with Jay having basically runner possibilities to the flush, but nothing really doing on this flop. And as far as Mikhail's concerned, when you're opening with Jack 10, having a Jack high flop is not the worst case scenario. But Jay calling here, floating, perhaps opening for, let's say, some Yahtzee card like the 10 of diamonds. 7 of diamonds is also good, but it is a diamond nonetheless, and the queen of diamonds gives him a double gutter, well, a single gutter. 10 would give him a straight, and now has a king diamond flush draw. And with Mikhail having the 10 diamond as well, if another diamond comes out, there could be some fireworks involved there. But meanwhile, it's Jay leading out. And Mikhail with now second pair, 9 to a straight. That 9, that would give Jay a better straight and a flush draw that he doesn't know whether is good or not. All of a sudden finds himself from a good situation to an awkward situation, but it's a 4 of spades on the river. Unless Jay is going to fire big, we will see Mikhail pick some chips back up with a likely check back. But Jay is going to try to take it away. I don't think this is going to be a big enough, though. 350, so a little bigger than I thought, almost half the pot. Let's see how Jay... And it is a call by Mikhail. Wasn't big enough, and fairly standard call there. And nice little pot there. Well, not even little anymore to Mikhail, who is now the table captain for the first time at the feature table today. So Jaehan Kim came in with more than 4 million chips. There were 3 or 4 players with between 1 million and 1.5 million, but nobody else in between. And now, all of a sudden, Jay still has a lot of chips, so we can see Guillermo. It's actually Guillermo Gordo who, by default, became the table captain, and Mikhail Hapanini with 2.4, Jaehan Kim with 2.3, and Christianis actually very close by a 2.1, and Yoel and Daniel with the shorter stacks, but still some playability. As of now, we don't have visibility in terms of how this looks in terms of the chip counts at the outer table. But we may have a new chip leader that isn't named Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes. Andrea giving me permission to judge the play. You know, Andrea, even though I've had a fairly fortunate time on the poker tables over my life, I'm not on the tables now. To be grinding for 3 days deserves a bit of respect as far as I'm concerned. And being that I'm not a GTO bot, I have the basic understanding and do discuss some spots with people that have a wide range of understanding about not just GTO, but the more important thing, how to apply it, not in a vacuum. It's not really right for me to say just because, I've played this hand a bunch of times in a certain way that would be the best way to approach it. It's just how I would approach it. I would need to have Michael Mizrachi back in the booth with us in order to have that level of confidence when you have a 2000 WSOP main event champion and he's saying, I play it this way, and that way is wrong, then that carries a lot more authority. And Mr. Gordo here, once again, being active, but this time with a pretty hand in the small blind that may not be believable by Christianis, but even though they're suited, I don't expect a 3-bet. And whether he calls or folds depends on how confident he is. Playing in the blinds against a very smart and aggressive player like Guillermo Gordo. He's one of the players I'm referring to that I feel that he's thinking on much different levels than I am. And although I don't mind if we were this deep in a tournament to be concerned about, but this is a flop that he should very be often betting, either just to take down all his equity now or to get some value from an 8 or a 7 or a draw like a 5-6. You're not putting your opponent on too many 9s, being you have a pair of 9s, but in this case we see there's a 9 there too. Let's see how cheap it was, because there was a bet. If it was cheap enough, there's some backdoors. Maybe Cristiano sticks around, hoping for a check on the turn if he doesn't connect. And it's always tricky with a player like Guillermo to range what he's betting with and in this spot. And playing it safe, I like this by Cristianos. Not a player that I've have really any background information on, unfortunately, but is from Latvia. But not a player that I've seen battling deep here at Olympic Park Casino in the past. So here's a look at the chip counts once again. It's still Guillermo Gordo up top. The top of those counts are the same, and Yul and Daniel down low. And they still have a little bit of time before the blinds go up, so Daniel's 19 big blinds. He can stay around for a little while. We saw him dwindle down to 5 before doubling up 2 hands in a row. And it's quite the international affair now that Guillermo Gordo, it says Gordo, but it's Gordo, is donning the Estonian flag, donning the local colors, being that there were no local players that made it to the final 2 tables. Perhaps he decided to opt there, but like y'all, one of the 40 or 50 Spanish players that are now calling Estonia home, online grinders, also come out to play whenever there's a big festival here at Olympic Park Casino as well. So gotten to know several of them over the years, both on the tables and their styles of play, and as people as well. It's a nice little community they have, diaspora, whatever you want to term it. A lot of them moved right before the pandemic happened and then found it was okay to stay here rather than Spain, and some of them wound up moving back. Some more came in since then. But and we've seen several of the Spanish players actually over the years, even during this past online WSOP, perform quite well on OlyBet Poker as well. And so it's hard to always tell with some of the online grinders until they really are coming out to play often. And Guillermo with a min click, back trying to behave as the table captain. Certainly the most active player at the table at the moment. And Cristianos, this is a good 3-bet spot against the position, against the opponent, and we would have liked this to be suited, but it's fine. It's a 3-bet. And in this case, being what we're seeing everybody have, I don't really see Guillermo really pushing the edges and wanting to play this hand out of position, and should quickly fold. And nice little pickup there by Cristianos, picking back up the chips he lost actually to Fuentes a moment before. So still 11 players remaining. So chances are we will have that break in 11 minutes before a final table is reached. Of course, we could have a double bust out somewhere where bust out on each table. But keep in mind, we're also fairly deep at the moment. It's a 40 big blind average going on. And we have Mr. Kim here with a not the best ace, but it is short-handed play. Keep in mind, that would have been the low jack open. We probably would have seen Guillermo think about opening there, for example, although he seems to love his suited cards. And Mikhail, similar spot. Cristiana should be opening wide from the cutoff. It's not as wide as what we've seen with Guillermo. You've got a pair of nines. You can be 3-betting here. Maybe he's going to call, but a 3-bet is something I would probably be doing, but a call by Mikhail must be more optimal considering he's another player that's been in these spots quite a lot. And a decent flop for the nines. But Christianis, being he wasn't 3-bet, still has those kings in his range he may want to rep, but slowing it down, recognizing the call as a sign of strength rather than a sign of speculativeness, perhaps. Or just not wanting to continue and being called out of position and then not being sure what to do in later streets. But it's a check back from the nines. Letting actually Christianis get there. I mean, it may still go check-check. It is a club, but once again, after Mikhail checks the flop, he is checking back a lot of time with a king. So maybe Mikhail is thinking about what he would do in this spot if he was checked to, but I think now he's thinking about, was I a little bit too late here? It would have been nice to get chips in on the flop, as now all of a sudden looking a little scarier on the turn, and we see he has a reason to be scared. But once again, let's see if he's going to try to rep that he's slow playing the king or a flush, or just going to call for value, thinking his nines are very often still good here. Looks like it's going to be a call. No, it is a raise, actually. Raise to 175, putting the pressure actually on Christianis. Essentially turning his nines into a bluff at this stage. Understanding, I believe anyway, this isn't the polarizing range at all. It's a merged ranged type of bet here over the open by Christianis on that Jack of Clubs turn. So what we now know Christianis as young B, he has to think, and he is going to call, at least for now, but has to be very concerned, despite we see how far ahead he actually is. Can Happenini steal this away on the 2 of clubs river? This would be the card to do it, really, any club. And Christianis with a quick check, Happenini checking back. And we shall never know what would happen if Mikhail bet there. But young B picking up a nice little pot there. And it looks like Mikhail just going to walk off the stage to brush that off. I recommend that to anyone that's feeling like, you know, I maybe just missed a spot in a hand or just an unlucky run out. To just, you know, get up for a few minutes. If you miss a hand, that's better than anything else. It's better than tilting off your stack. And it looks like we're down to 10 players because there's some table balancing going on with Jae Han Kim moving around. And it's actually Thomas Graham out in 11th place from New Zealand. And if you want to know why I'm saying it like that, is that Thomas Graham actually used to be the chief operating officer here at OlyBet group, and now is proving that he actually knows how to play poker. So all this time of me calling him, you'll just be a fish on the tables, but no, you took 11th place, 6,350 euros, so well done there, Tom. Tenth place will receive the same prize, so we're not, even though we're on the final table bubble, we're actually not, well, there is a money bubble as well, because 9th will get 7,450. So it is a money bubble and a final table bubble, but we have a raise here by Young B, and you'll hear with the pocket nines this time. And it's a different situation because it's an under the gun open, but you'll, looks like those were 3-bet chips and not just call chips. But nope, it was a call, and Daniel, let's see what you do here, Daniel. The fold is the conservative option here on the final table bubble. And Guillermo will at least continue, if not 3-bet. It would have been a little bit ambitious to 3-bet there, but a call seems pretty standard there by Guillermo Gordo. And the nines are still ahead on the 6-4-6 flop. Some backdoors here for Christianis, and Guillermo's 2 overcards are still alive to Yol's nines. Let's see if Christianis is the one to continue. He has those big pocket pairs in his under the gun range. But he should be a little bit concerned about Yol's call as well. Looks like 125,000, indeed it is. And Guillermo really should have no reason to want to float here, especially with a player behind him, but it's actually Yul actually to act, so apologies. And Yul does have some things to think about. Do I want to raise or call? And Guillermo with the quick fold. And let's see if Christianis now tries to say, you know, I was betting that flop with ace-king or with aces and saying that ace doesn't scare me one bit. It's a much different spot than if a 7 of clubs, or even a 5 of clubs or 10 of clubs comes on that turn. Is checking, and expect a lot of checkbacks here from y'all. Was reaching for chips, but now thinking differently. And it does check again, and Christianis grabbing a tiny piece here on the river with the 8. He might actually think that is good enough to bet for value, being it was a check back with that ace of spades on the turn. And it'll be interesting to see if it is a check, whether Yul tries to squeak out some thin value here against an 8 or a 4, but very often this would go check, check, or check, bet, call. We know if he shoves, that would work, but it's silly to do that as well. That would be nearly a double pot size bet. So instead, trying to rep, either this may actually be for value. It probably is. We just see that the value isn't there with Yul sitting with a pip higher. Or maybe it is exactly what it could be, which is repping the ace and trying to get out hands such as 9s and 7s. Well, 7s you'd want to call. maybe just this exact hand would be the only one you're not getting value that you might get to fold with a bet like this, but I think Yoel will be thinking this through. The problem with the check back on the turn, that doesn't mean he doesn't have an ace, because he could be doing like an ace-king bet from under the gun on the flop, and then when the ace actually hits on the turn, just checking it back to have some level of pot control, and also, yeah, maybe my opponent has a 6. But then when your opponent also checks back, it pushes the control actually back in Christianas's hands to have control on the hand. Looks like he's running through some combinations of hands of what his opponent can have based on what he was whispering to himself. He's going to check his cards again. It looked like he was about to throw them in, but it was, I think, just to think about something else for a second. Maybe ask that lovely wooden horse you have by your chips. It is one player to a hand, but I'm not sure about a player and a horse chip protector, but does fold the best hand, and Christiana's stealing one away, up to 2.8 million in chips. May have thought after getting the fold, oh, why didn't I get a call there? But it's probably the opposite when he sees his opponent thinking that long. He must have something, and I'm happy to have gotten the fold. So 1 or 2 hands left before we go on break. I'll probably be back with Wise Guy after the break. If not, I hope you've been enjoying the solo comps for a little while. For me, it allows me to focus a bit more on the action, although it's nice to have a co-pilot around to talk a little bit in between hands about some of the other stuff that's happening. But if anybody in the chat has any questions for me, I am paying attention to the OlyBet Poker YouTube chat. And if, as a reminder, my name is Jason Glatzer, run poker.pro. If you haven't heard of us, please check us out. We're powering the articles over at OlyBet events throughout this festival, like we do for every major festival here at Olympic Park Casino. Our friends over at Poker News are taking care of the live reporting duties, giving us a break this time. Usually at the OlyBet events, we're here doing that as well. And as I was here, I was happy to hop in the booth. Always happy to have a day of watching poker, bringing the action to the masses, and hopefully holding a torch to the candle of the amazing George Sanford, who has been holding down the fort with Andreas for many festivals now. Holding over to Daniel, who is getting a little bit shorter. This is an open spot for him. Too many chips to shove. He agrees with that assessment. It's a min click. Guillermo Gordo already folds. And let's see, Young B, we don't know what he has yet, but he is thinking about it. A7 suited, so another suited ace here. Perhaps against a bigger stack player, he would have 3-bet, but I think the fold is correct here. Just because it's small blind, big blind, you can get away with a little bit more. Daniel does have the potential to fold to a 3-bet. And I'm sure Daniel's happy just to pick up 100K in chips. And we will be going on a 20-minute break, folks. There are still 10 players left. There'll be a short break after that once one player is eliminated to set up the final table. But this is Jason Glatzer, and we will be back with you shortly.
I'm here with the one and only Duncan Blake, the singing poker player.
All you ever did was wreck me.
You probably recognise him from all the WSOPs, everyone asking to sing. And yes, he's already done his first song. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to Estonia.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Love somebody else with the guest the gab. You're spreading around, and so am I.
So, how are you running in the tournament?
That's pretty good. I was sitting with both Mizrachis on my left and on my left. We got a whole bunch of poker going on, and it's feeling tasty. I'm feeling hungry. The cards are coming. When I sing, the cards get better. It's amazing. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me find what cards are like on Jupiter and Mars. We're gonna do it. It's about the energy. It's about meeting new people. It's about having fun and taking their money and having them feel good about that.
Whatever you want to say about Scotty today, he is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man. The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, baby.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this man right here, I have to give him credit. You know, this young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and deal with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here. I love this. All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
You think Kevin could have an overcard?
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here.
You call going to be all over, baby. I call. I play the board.
Kevin calls.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped 2 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needling him for not having a full stack.
This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has, and now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what,
Phil, I think I'll bust you right now.
Bust you. Did the rebuy?
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
Don't you flop twice?
I have a 5.
Listen, I'll teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day and you have more money to work with.
after the first day. Rob coming back to the room, and he sees all 7 envelopes open after the first day.
No, the first time where I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. Would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
It's over, we're in. It's over, right? It's over. We won, let's go.
Wait a minute. It's not over, Grinder. Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's a night. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't see 2 pairs.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla. Run like Sootla. This guy really does.
Is he gonna close this one on one hand?
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so...
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him, so a jack, 7 or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small. Enjoy your victory. I hope it tastes so sweet.
Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series in Tallinn. Joined now by Alia, the winner of our €350 Progressive Bounty Tournament. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's the feeling? You took down, there was a huge field and many bounties.
Yeah, it's my second prize in Bounty, my favorite game. I enjoy this moment.
You deserve it. I want to say congratulations to you too.
I'm happy to be a winner right now for this amazing tournament.
Bow, 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 yeah, no filter.
Oh, wow. The world champion is out.
I busted my own father out on the feature table for the first time. I've always wanted to do that.
Wow.
Being eliminated by his own son.
Wow. So Paul Mizrachi making a name for himself here in Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino.
What a feeling. I mean, not just because he's your dad. How good a feeling is that?
It's really good. I always wanted to do that. Whenever I tell people, oh yeah, I can beat him in poker, he's like, yeah, right. Now I have video evidence of it at a high-stakes tournament.
At the No Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
The father! Long live Mizrachi! Goodbye.
There has to be a biblical.
I had to say the no goodbye. I had to needle him just a little bit just to get on top of him like that.
All you got to do now, he's back in. All you got to do now is beat him.
Now I got to do it again, and then we'll really be on top.
Biggest poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60 plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
50,000. Dealers, please start dealing.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and we are here at the 1100 No Filter main event, which boasts a €100,000 top prize. We are down to just 10 players. It is the final table bubble, and as we can see on this table, we have Cristianis and Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes neck and neck with 2.5 million, but it's Kale Lee with around 3 million in the lead. At the outer table, he is one of two suites left, along with Daniel Dastici that we see here on the feature table. In addition to Guillermo Gordo, there's another Spaniard on the feature table, Noel Torres Jimenez. We have one player from Latvia who you see right here, and Cristianis Stankovics. We have Ye Han Kim, who began today as the overall chip leader from North Korea, donning a Norwegian flag. And the other four players remaining are all from Finland, and Mikael Hapanini, who we see on the feature table alongside Otto Kiskinen, Kai Leito, and Ville Tapio Mesarante. But meanwhile, back to the action. Blinds have gone up to 25,000, 50,000, and we see an open here by Cristianis to 100,000 from the button, and Yol with the ace-jack off a dealer button. Is he going to 3-bet shove here? I mean, it's also the 50,000 he has in front, so it's would be a 19 big blind 3-bet. Is he going to call? Is he going to 3-bet later? The one thing we're not likely to see him do is full, but maybe he will because of the final table bubble. So I shouldn't say that he's not going to fold, but it's too strong to fold. He does just jam it in Cristianis' eye, and really no reason for Cristianis to call off 40% of his stack with just ace-5 offsuit in this particular spot in a non-bounty tournament. Perhaps if it was a bit less, it would be an easy call. But it is calling for another 17 big blinds, which is quite significant. Does lay it down, so a nice little pickup on the final table bubble here by Yol Torres Jimenez. Guillermo Gordo, who we saw quite active during the last blind level, will be in the big blind next hand after folding from UTG. Meanwhile, Mikael Hapanini happy to raise the button here for a min raise with King Jack offsuit, and it looks like Will has all his chips in the box, and that is affecting that we can't see what he has, and the dealer is correctly instructing him to please move all his chips out of the box, although for now they're just moved somewhere else in the box. Now we can see that he has a very strong hand in fish hooks. It doesn't matter where those chips are, it can read the cards. We're going to see likely another 3-bet, first two hands, and we're going to see it, and it's a 3-bet shove once again, this time for 22 bigs on the final table bubble. Daniel with not enough with the King 8, and the King Jack is in a similar spot, and if not worse, do you want to call more than half your stack with King Jack, even if you think you're ahead on the final table bubble? Of course, if you think your opponent has a King 10 or a King 9, and those are the only two hands he has, you're happy to pick up some chips and come in with a bigger stack at the final table, but being that that is nearly impossible to do, the fold seems like the likely scenario. So Guillermo Gordo back on top at the feature table, but it's Kale Lee unless something has happened to his stack that was leading overall at the break.
So just keep some space to put the cover.
Okay, and now it looks like we're doing something with the chips here. He might be staying in the box. But as long as the cards can be read, it doesn't matter where the chips are as far as we're concerned. And it's Christianis now with a ace-10 from a hijack / under the gun. And five-handed play under the gun is the hijack, and quick fold by Mikhail. You'll also not with a 3-bet jam this time. It isn't 3 times is a charm, and Guillermo Gordo will likely defend here from the big blind, but and does indeed defend. Not the worst flop when you're defending with Queen 8, although there's no spades for Guillermo or either player for that matter, but it's Christianis still ahead with that ace. Guillermo has a live queen for a pair, a live 10 for a straight, and a live 5 for a straight. The 8 would give Christianis a straight, so it does not help Guillermo. What that 10 certainly does, it completes the straight, and might be able to squeak a little bit of value actually out of this with Christianis turning that top pair on a scary board. Does bet 125. And let's see if Christianis, if he's going to continue along. He knows he could be drawing dead. He also knows that his opponent is more than capable of betting on a lot of turns, including this one that if he doesn't have an 8, maybe he's still betting. And the 7 of diamonds on the river, I don't expect that to slow Guillermo down too much. I would expect to see a bet of around 300 from him, but let's see what he comes up with. Taking his time. It is a paired board now, so there are other considerations. It's not just the 8-jack beating him, but some full house possibilities. But I think he was just thinking about how big to make it, maybe replaying the pot size in his head. And bets it a little bit bigger to 365, but still not that big. Borderline decision here for Christianis. He's only beating a bluff. Unless he thinks a Jack 10 or some other 10x, like a counterfeited 10-6, counterfeited 10-9. Well, 10-9 is still good, actually. There's also the spades draw that was out there that might have bet the turn after it was checked over on the flop. So it looks like a clear fold to us because we could see the cards in real time. It is a decision. He might be trying to talk himself into a call here. Or it could be the other way around. it looks like he is at least counting out the chips. Has not committed yet. And does find the call. He will get the bad news. And says, nice hand over to Guillermo. And Guillermo patting his table chip lead. And since we don't know what Kali's been up to, perhaps it's even the overall chip lead.
Okay, this is the main event. We have 10 players remaining. This is a all-in call for the final 9 players. All in, Ville Mesiranta from Finland, and he has been called by Kalle Ly from Sweden. Let's see the hands, please. Showdown. This is pre-flop, all in. Ville shows down King Deuce of suited, King of Spades, 2 of clubs, and Kalle Ly with Jack 10 of diamonds. All in is King Deuce. Let's see the flop, please. And the flop is 5 of hearts, 3 of spades, 9 of hearts. King is good so far. Let's see the turn. Our all-in player is good so far. It's a king on the turn, so that's a pair of kings for Ville. And the last river, please. And the river is a 9. So Ville Mesiranta doubling up. We're still on 10 players in the main.
So that was Teresa Nuzianen, the long-term tournament director here for OlyBet Poker, also the tournament director for the No Filter Poker Series here at the Olympic Park Casino and the Hilton Tallinn Park. And that was a double up, but not a bust out. So Ville Tapio Mesirante, who some in the chat are calling the king with the Messi in his last name, instead of going out in 10th place for 6,350, doubled up and survived. And perhaps it's Guillermo Gordo now in the chip lead. We don't know, but Kalle took a little bit of a hit. But oh my, look at this. We have Daniel all in. We have a 12 big blind shove, a really pretty shove here with King Queen suited, and it's a bit unfortunate for him that he's going to likely be looked up by Christianis. And he's just been delivered the secret bad news before the cards were flipped, and we know Christianis is telling the truth, and Daniel could be on the rail, one short of the final table, unless he gets some luck on his side. Of course, there could be an all-in call at the same time on the side table. But let's see, we're waiting for the action to at least come to a conclusion, whether it's an all-in or call or the hand to be fully played out. On the table you just saw announced by Teresa. And Young B, as we've been reminded once again in the chat, Christianis' nickname here. In an amazing spot
and
to have
we
a
have
decent stack
another all-in and call. This is on the feature table. We have Daniel from Sweden, all in, and he has been called by Christianis from Latvia. This is pre-flop all in. Let's turn around the hands. Let's see what we have. And our all-in player has King, Queen of Spades, and he has been called by Ace King. All in, Daniel with King, Queen of Spades. Let's see the flop, please. And the flop is 8 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 7 of clubs. Ace King is good at this point. Let's see the turn, please. The turn is a 6 of hearts.
Maybe a
Ace
chop.
King is still good. And the river, please. is a jack of clubs. We are losing one player, and we have our final 9. Final table time, please.
Well, Teresa made my job easy commentating that hand for us live at the table, but you saw it right there, right then. We are down to a final
Main
table
event now on
after
final 9
Young B
players.
eliminated
We will
Daniel
do
Destechi in
a
10th
short
place
break, but before
for
we go on a break,
6,350
we
euros.
will do the chip counts. We will move the players and get the final 9 seat draw done, and moving the players and the chips, and then we are on a 10-minute break.
Well, thank you for that additional information, Teresa, but the 10-minute break turned out to be around 20 to 25 minutes, so we're going to be back then, but what we can give is a small spoiler. I know I told chat through Andreas's YouTube not to give away spoilers, but this one I'm going to give. It's Kale Lee, despite not holding on his Jack 10 or getting there in his Jack 10, is still in the chip lead with 3.44 million in chips, and Guillermo Gordo right behind with 3.05 million. Players have locked up 7,450 euros, but there's 100,000 up top. Come on back in 20 minutes. I believe that Wise Guy's going to be rejoining me in the booth, and we'll have some fun and excitement. See you soon.
With the one and only Duncan Blake, the singing poker player.
All you ever did was wreck me.
You probably recognise him from all the WSOPs, everyone asking to sing, and yes, he's already done his first song. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to Estonia.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Love somebody else with the guest the gab. You're spreading around, and so am I.
So, how are you running in the tournament?
That's pretty good. I was sitting with both Mizrachis on my left and on my left. We got a whole bunch of poker going on, and it's feeling tasty. I'm feeling hungry. The cards are coming. When I sing, the cards get better. It's amazing. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me find what cards are like on Jupiter and Mars. We're gonna do it. It's about the energy. It's about meeting new people. It's about having fun and taking their money and having them feel good about that.
Whatever you want to say about Scotty today, he is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man. The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, baby.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this man right here, I have to give him credit. You know, this young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and do it with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here.
I love this.
All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
You think Kevin could have an overcard?
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here.
You call gonna be all over, baby. I call. I play the board.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9. Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped the 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needs him from having a full stack.
This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has, and now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what, Phil, I think I'll bust you right now. Bust you. Did the rebuy.
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
Don't you flop twice?
I have a 5.
Listen, I'll teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day and they have more money to work with.
After the first day, Rob coming back to the room and he sees all 7 envelopes open after the first day.
No, the first time where I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. I still would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
No, it's over, we're in. It's over, right? It's over. We won, let's go.
Wait a minute, it's not over, Grinder.
Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's a 9. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't see 2 pairs.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla. Run like Sootla. This guy really does.
He's gonna close this one on one hand.
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so...
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him, so jack, 7 or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small. Enjoy your victory. I hope it tastes so sweet.
Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series in Tallinn. Joined now by Alia, the winner of our €350 Progressive Bounty Tournament. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's the feeling you took down? There was a huge field and many bounties.
Yeah, it's my second prize in Bounty, my favorite game. I enjoy this moment.
You deserve it. I want to say congratulations to you too.
I'm happy to be a winner right now for this amazing tournament.
Bow, 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 yeah, no filter.
Oh,
wow.
The world champion is out.
I busted my own father out on the feature table for the first time. I've always wanted to do that.
Wow.
Being
by his son.
eliminated by his own son.
Wow. So Paul Mizrachi making a name for himself here in Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino.
What a feeling! I mean, not just because he's your dad. How good a feeling is that?
It's really good. I always wanted to do that. Whenever I tell people, oh yeah, I could beat him in poker, he's like, yeah, right. Now I have video evidence of it at a high-stakes tournament.
Park at the No Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
The father! Long live Mizrachi! Goodbye.
There has to be a biblical.
I had to say the nah goodbye. I had to needle him just a little bit just to get on top of him like that.
All you got to do now, he's back in. All you got to do now is beat him.
Now I got to do it again, and then we'll really be on top.
Biggest poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60 plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Talent, and I'm here with the one and only Duncan Blake, the singing poker player.
All you ever did was wreck me.
You probably recognise him from all the WSOPs, everyone asking to sing, and yes, he's already done his first song. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to Estonia.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Love somebody else with the guest, the gab. You're spreading around, and so am I.
So, how are you running in the tournament?
That's pretty good. I was sitting with both Mizrachis on my left and on my left. We got a whole bunch of poker going on, and it's feeling tasty. I'm feeling hungry. The cards are coming. When I sing, the cards get better. It's amazing. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me find what cards are like on Jupiter and Mars. We're gonna do it. It's about the energy. It's about meeting new people. It's about having fun and taking their money and having them feel good about that.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small. Enjoy your victory. I hope it tastes so sweet.
Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series in Tallinn. Joined now by Alia, the winner of our €350 Progressive Bounty Tournament. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's the feeling? You took down, there was a huge field and many bounties.
Yeah, it's my second prize in Bounty, my favorite game. I enjoy this moment.
You deserve it. I want to say congratulations to you too.
I'm happy to be winner right now for this amazing tournament.
Bow, 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 yeah, no filter.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. The world champion is out.
I busted my own father out on the feature table for the first time. I've always wanted to do that.
Wow.
Being eliminated by his own son.
Wow. So Paul Mizrachi making a name for himself here in Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino.
What a feeling! I mean, not just because he's your dad. How good a feeling is that?
It's really good. I always wanted to do that. Whenever I tell people, oh yeah, I could beat him in poker, he's like, yeah, right. Now I have video evidence of it at a high-stakes tournament.
Park at the No Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
The father, long live Mizrachi! Goodbye.
There has to be a biblical.
I had to say the nah goodbye. I had to needle him just a little bit just to get on top of him like that.
All you got to do now, he's back in. All you got to do now is beat him.
Now I got to do it again, and then we'll really be on top.
Grinding.
Welcome to Tallinn. Here we go. We are back at the No Filter Poker Series with none other than legend himself, the Grinder. How are you, mate?
Always good, always good. Been nothing but amazing here. I'm glad I came. Probably one of the best series I ever played, No Filter. Because my son's here, he said he's never felt more comfortable or having a great time playing poker. He said the last few times he was nervous when he played, but when he's here, because everybody's just amazing and just fun to play with.
It's a good filter tournament. It says No Filter, and it certainly is. And it's Duncan bringing this No Filter as well.
I'm a maniac. I fell under your spell.
Serenading me to call.
The singing cowboy.
Yeah, he's been amazing. Very thankful to meet him and hanging out with him. He's been a pleasure for sure.
So you've played just about everything this week. I'm going to talk to you about some other stuff regarding poker. But at the moment, I've got to ask you one question. Has Paul stopped bragging yet that he knocked you out on the live stream?
Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
He don't stop. I'm glad he did it, but I was like, Paul, You got a better poker etiquette, I think, a little bit. But he started making fun of me, saying "Shana na na." That's all good. His dad, he feels good, and
he feels great.
I hope he feels he's better than me. That will make him be very successful.
There has to be a biblical story about son killing father.
Hey, goodbye.
So you've been traveling a lot across Europe. You've been doing a lot of traveling recently. But tell me, you did the Gumball Rally.
I did.
How much fun was that?
I mean, it was nothing but amazing, but it's, it's like crazy speed, this, that. I mean, driving the Lamborghini, but Lambos are not that comfortable, but I wouldn't suggest taking a Lambo for like 15 hours for driving for the day, especially for the passenger seat. My next Gumball run, I'm going to get like a nice Mercedes or something like that, something comfortable. If you're driving 3,000 miles, yeah. They started in Istanbul, but I met them in Bucharest, and I stopped in Florence. I was like, all right, I had kind of enough. Because it was a long drive. You know what? I'm just gonna meet him in Ibiza, so I took a plane there.
Oh, really? So you cheated?
So let them do the rest of the drive. I'm gonna fly there. I'm gonna take the flight.
You'd had enough of the passenger seat?
No, it's not that. It's Lamborghinis are great, but it's good for a couple hours, not 15-hour driving. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pleased you had fun. You've done lots of places this time as well. It's your first time to Estonia. Have you actually managed to see any of Estonia? Any Tallinn this week?
The casino's been amazing. That's what I
the casino's been amazing, yeah. It's a lovely setup here, isn't it? The OlyBet have done it really well.
Amazing venue for sure, and they did a wonderful job. You see, turnout, amazing.
And I guess it didn't take much for Mounir to get you here.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mounir. He's been an amazing host, and I was thankful for meeting him too.
Well, is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything else you want to say? Because we're not talking about anything else apart from this.
I just want to say I love you guys. And I'm about to kill this cash game.
Good luck in the cash game, mate. Thank you very much for talking to us. Thanks, Guy. What a legend. Always will be. Thank you very much.
The biggest poker festival in Northern Europe. Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments. 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series in Tallinn. It's the main event, the final day. It's time for the final table to start soon as well. Joined now by Kai Lehto, Finland. You're on the final table. You have about 1 million in chips. How's the day been so far, and what's the feeling coming into the final table?
I feel great. I started with million, and now I have million, so it's okay.
Yeah. You've been up and down anything, or?
Yeah, I came up to 2 million and back to 1 million.
Okay.
Back to basics.
Yeah. Trying to get all the millions then.
Yeah.
And it's a special price structure as well. It's 100,000 up top. Yeah. Do you take that into consideration, of course, ICM wise, when you play the hands as well?
Oh yeah, have to play to win.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And that will be nice to win.
Yeah.
Today is my birthday actually.
Is it? Wow.
So
okay.
I hope to be gift.
I hope we can make the room sing for you as well, maybe then. Or after you win, then at least.
At least 10. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So previous winner of Kings of Tallinn as well. You have a good record here in Estonia. Is it your favorite place to play for those reasons?
One of those places. But every time there is everything good, stuff is good, things going well.
Yeah. So you're coming back for Kings of Tallinn as well for next edition?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
But now it's time for No Filter Poker Series here in Tallinn. It's the final table. To Kai and all the other players, good luck, and hope to see you maybe at the winner interview later. Then I will not sing for you, but I will make someone do it.
Okay, yeah. Let's hope that. Yeah. Thank you.
Happy birthday from
Thank
Tallinn.
You. Thank you.
Players in the room, it's time to meet the final table, the final 9 in the No Filter Poker Series main event with 100,000 euros up top. These are our final 9. In seat number 1, living in Estonia, from Spain, Guillermo Gordo. And seat number 2, his countryman from Spain, Joel Torres. Next up, and chip leading the table, coming into the final table with 3.4 million in chips, Kalle Ly, Sweden. Next up, from Latvia, with 2.5 million in chips, Kristianis Stankiewicz. Seat number 5, from Finland, it's Ville Tapio Mesiranta, with about 1 million in chips coming into the final table. Next up, after him, today's birthday boy from Finland with 1 million in chips. This is Kai Lehto. To you. Vague songs, I must say. All right, next up, seat number 7, also from Finland, Otto Kiskinen, bringing 1.3 million in chips to the final table. Following him, the overnight chip leader coming into today, now sitting with 2.2 million in chips, from Norway, Kim Han. And to round the final table off, another Finn. We know him well here in Tallinn, playing a lot, winning a lot. This is with 1.9 million in chips, Mikael Haapaniemi. That, ladies and gentlemen, is our final 9 in the No Filter Poker Series main event. We are soon ready to start. Have fun by the tables, enjoy your day, and go for the win.
Go for the win. Yes, there we had it. A presentation of the final table of No Filter Poker Series.
Okay, we're going to make a draw for the button.
And we're drawing for the button. But I'm joined also by Mounir of No Filter Poker Series. Welcome to the table, I was about to say, but you're playing as well.
Yes, I am.
How's the feeling the final day of this fantastic series?
No, it feels great. It's everybody seems to be enjoying themselves. And yeah, well, I think the people who have traveled for a long way have been very generous with their time, talking to, I would say, everyone.
And the button on the main event final table has been drawn on Mikael Haapaniemi's seat 9. So Mikael Haapaniemi starting on the button.
Here we had Teresa as well, drawing for the button.
We're going to continue on level 27. This is the main event, final 9. 358 entries, and we are down to our final 9 players. Blinds, 25,000, 50,000, 50,000. And we're going to deal out.
Yes, here we have them, Mounir, the final table. I know you recognize the chip leader from Sweden, Kalle Ly.
Yes, I do indeed.
And the fantastic payouts as well, with the 100,000 euros up top.
Yeah, it's. But I think this is going to be a close one. I mean, obviously, Kalle is a very good poker player, but so is many others at the table. If I had to pick a winner, I would say I pass on that.
Okay.
Guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, one Swede. What was that? It was 2 Spanish guys, right?
Yeah, correct.
And there was Norwegian. We have Kai Finnish.
Yeah, we have 4 Finns total.
4
right?
Finns total.
3
so,
or 4, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's fun to see that it's an international table.
Absolutely.
And Estonian as well, of course.
Yeah, it's actually Guillermo. He's Spanish but living in Estonia, so he's
also
both.
so
these
he's
are
under
both,
Estonian flag. Okay,
exactly. But coming from Spain, both of these guys. So Joel Torres now in the big blind, folded over to him. You can see that Kai Lehto has opened with the ace-queen suited, and he should, of course,
this is going to be standard defense.
Yeah. And you recognize every one of these players from your table as well during the series?
I mean, I played most of the events, but has been hasn't been very easy to play like in a more normal tournament.
No.
So I haven't been actually at the table that much.
Exactly. A lot of other things happen.
A lot of other things
a lot of other people to take care of,
Yes.
hospitality-wise.
Yes.
Yes, but as you mentioned, well, we see the flop 10 high here between Joel and Kai. It's been a great series, and we had some prominent guests here, Scotty Nguyen and Michael Mizrachi, in case you have by any chance missed that they've been here for the full series. And yeah, it's been everything just fantastic.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, it's just amazing that they take the time and travel to other side of the world. I mean, Michael flying in from Florida. He was in Spain for a few days, but and Scotty coming in from Vietnam. It's just amazing, and just taking their time, talking to everybody, being so humble and nice and caring for everyone. It's been an absolute privilege to have them here.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, a lot of players, of course, here look up to these guys and have been watching Scotty Nguyen on the TV broadcasted poker 15-20 years ago, and yeah, it's just, of course, the biggest legend of 2025 for sure, Michael Mizrachi, with the run he had in Vegas as well. And yeah, just to have them here in Tallinn is amazing, of course. Yeah,
and it's also been very, very nice to meet Michael's son again. Paul. I met him. I was with him a few days in Vegas this summer, and it's been. He's not similar to Michael in character, but in values and in the way he is, he's the same.
Yeah, it's also been really a humble person and
yes.
overall nice guy, and just turned 21, so it's not his first time in the casino, but it's at least the first time he plays a lot like he did here, many tournaments, and even got to eliminate his own father from the Legends tournament.
That was amazing. When I heard that he sang "Hey Hey Hey Goodbye," I was like, "What is he doing?" And then I turned back and I saw it was against his own father, and I said, "That's okay."
That's okay. Otherwise, it might have been a little bit.
Yeah, but otherwise it would be very bad. But it was, and then obviously Duncan sang along with it.
Yeah,
it was.
Here you have the updated chip count at the final table right now, but we have to talk a little bit about the series before you go back to the table and play the 555, Mounir. You also, of course, mentioned Duncan Blake from the US coming over here, the singing cowboy that you met during the WSOP in Vegas, and he's just been hilarious and such a character and nice person also to have around.
Yeah, he's absolutely a joy to be hosting. And he has different persons and different personalities depending on. I don't know if it's the day, the moon, or the hats. Or the hats. Yeah, but I mean, why does it change the hats? Maybe it's because how the moon is. Or the stars, how they are aligned.
Aligning, yes.
Yeah. So no, he's amazing. What he did also, that he has this production theater or musical in the US, and just rescheduling just to be able to come.
Yeah.
But you will see more of Duncan in the No Filter events, for sure.
Yeah, so there are more events coming for sure.
There are more events coming for sure.
Yeah. When can the viewers expect some more news about the next one? If they're watching this and thinking this is the series I want to go to next time it happens.
I don't want to predict time, because that would put maybe some discussion into time constraints. But I would say within 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Probably less.
Sounds good. And here we see both players flopping an ace now. If we should turn our attention a little bit at least to the final table, it's Kristianis Stankiewicz of Latvia playing with Mikael Haapaniemi of Finland, and they're pretty similar in stacks, as you can see. Both flopping an ace, but no flush draw for either player.
Yeah, this one is a tough board to navigate for for the big blind.
Yeah, defending with ace.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you'll be guessing all the way.
And Haapaniemi, of course, being an aggressive player, is going to target any kings or any weaker aces on this board, but maybe also a little bit scared about the jack. But so many times when the big blind also calls you on the flop, it's some kind of flush and straight draw combined, and absolutely see him coming with a maybe 250 bet here or something like that. Seems a bit less, 175 I think he choose.
But now with him, it's a call. So anything else would be surprising.
Yeah. And both these players were on the feature table when we played down from 16 to 9 today, and they've been playing a lot with each other already today, so also some history involved. I think they played on the tables yesterday, so we do see Christianis coming along for the river, and as we can see, he's a bit of a trouble, and the 3 falls on the river.
Now it seems, oh yeah, exactly, just check fast.
Yeah, split. So, yeah, he'll be happy with that paired board, Christianis, to earn him the split at least. Okay, Mounir, but I'm going to send you back to the tables. I know you're in the 555, as we said, but then we can expect some more news from the No Filter organization within a month or two.
Because we are already set for one. One event is already, the offer is already on the table.
Yeah.
But given that this week has been as it has, it's we haven't signed anything, so we're gonna talk with the new options that have been contacting us. So it's.
But is the plan to keep the Legends tournament happening
that's
repeatedly?
Actually that's yes, it is. But I was thinking that would be different Legends on each stop.
Yeah.
But then yesterday I think it was. Why would we change if Scotty and Michael and Juha, Ranno wants to be, obviously Ranno is as a prospect, is not known in all the parts of the world. But let's say Scotty, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, if we have a tournament in Europe, south of Europe, everybody wants Scotty to come there as well.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and so it could be like a tour of saluting them.
Yeah.
So and then you can just change a few of them because of their local presence.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So yeah,
or maybe add more, because now the stars should be lined up for this one, right?
We
to see what's happening here, and
we have actually one of the absolute giants stars who already said that he is coming.
All right.
And this week, and it's not Tony G, because he's in Australia due to the horse racing championship.
Yeah.
His horse qualified.
One of the biggest races.
Yes, exactly. And it's the 4th of November, and he said, is it okay if I don't fly back and forth? And I mean, how can you say, no, you should come? It's obvious that he should stay.
You get a hall pass this time, and next time we hope to see him. Right?
Yeah, I hope to see him every week. He's an amazing person.
Yeah.
So it looks very good.
Yeah.
So I hope to give some new information that will make other people happy in a short period of time.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mounir, for coming to the booth, and maybe we'll see you again later tonight before this is over, at least doing the winner presentation. So no guess then about who's taking it down from your side. You pass on that one.
No, I don't want to guess, because I don't have any. Even though I know Kalle, I'm not rooting for him more than another, because it's good for the game whoever wins. I mean, okay, I can say the Finnish person won the Legend. So then I would say I would like a non-Finnish player to win.
Yeah, it's fair, right? You could say that.
Yeah, because
without being singling anyone out.
Because there are 4 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I can say it. Because the last main event winner was Swedish.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have international winners.
Absolutely, yeah. And Guillermo of Spain/Estonia is betting this one. See if he takes it down. But that's it for Mounir. Yes, thank you. Stepping out for Mille coming in, and best of luck to Mounir in the tournament, of course. Might win his own progressive bounty, maybe. I saw him knock out 2 players actually just before the break. And now Mille back in the booth.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm very good, actually. I'm very excited for this final table.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And for those listening, when you were here the other day, you said on the stream that you weren't coming to be here. Oh, you weren't supposed to be here today. What happened?
Actually, I had a flight actually today earlier, but I really felt like I wanted to be here for this last day of this amazing experience and this amazing tour, No Filter Poker. So I changed my flight and did some a little puzzle with the for the kids and with the grandma and everything. So.
All right, so you owe some favors now to grandma.
Yeah, presents for the kids
exactly.
and favors. Yeah.
It's not only costing you an extra flight ticket, it's going to be more than that.
A lot more, I think.
Yeah. All right, now then we see the active Jahan, or Kim, I think he goes by as well, racing it to 100k, and now that's a min race. He was actually doing a lot of 100k races already on the 1025 level we had earlier, so then he had a really big stack coming into today with 4.2 million something, and lost half of his stack today, but still on the final table, and probably defending now. No, did not. The birthday boy of today, Kai Lehto, lays it down, maybe giving the under the gun race, or almost the gun +1 race, some credit.
It's been playing really crazy, I've heard. I followed the live updates from yesterday, and he was playing a lot of hands. Our Norwegian.
Yeah, Kim, yes.
Yeah.
Seat number 8. Yeah, he played a lot of hands, and I think he eliminated like 3 players the last half an hour yesterday, and just built an enormous stack. And of course, you don't get to.
Yeah, he came in with an enormous stack today.
Yeah, he had 4.1 or 4.2 million, and the second place has 1.7, I think, when they started the day. So he was a huge overnight chip leader, Kim.
Yeah, it feels like he's a player that swings a lot on every time he plays, because I don't think you can hold. Oh, here we have Guillermo Gordo open up with King Jack and his fellow. They're both from Spain, right?
Yes, they are.
But Guillermo lives here.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Torres picks up a monster, obviously. Queens with 11 big blinds. Oh no, 22 big blinds. So let's see how much.
50, I think, was the choice. A rather small 3-bet.
Yeah.
But still, of course, he only had 895 behind now, so trying to induce a 4-bet from someone, but I don't think it's coming, and once it gets back to Guillermo, he folds quickly.
Quick fold, and he shows the queens for... They probably know each other or something, or
yeah, I think
at least
they're
familiar.
Pretty good friends, these two from Spain.
Okay.
Not sure if Torres also lives here, maybe, but I know there are a lot of Spanish players moving here to be able to play online on GG, on OlyBet, and then they of course also come out to these live events. So we have a lot of Spanish people on the final tables on the last editions of Kings of Tallinn and the World Series, that circuit events that ran this summer in Estonia as well. So of course, if they are online crushers, they're probably doing fairly well when you go to the live field.
Yeah, obviously, and that's great. You know, the you really can switch location to follow your dreams and everything. That's I think it's beautiful, and all the nationalities that gather around these sort of events. It's really nice to see.
Now, Ville Tapio, seat number 5. Raising it to min race to 500, and he's rather short stacks also, as you can see, 770 behind.
Yeah, I think he's just want to pick up the blinds here, because he's on the shortest. So but Otto is really thinking about it. He's got a really nice hand, but that you would like to see a flop with, but it's not. Yeah, you raised.
Interesting to see now Kim in the big blind. So he found something.
Oh,
an
he's
ace,
found an
but-
ace, and I think that's the kind of player who loves to play ace.
Yeah. One of those, you see, it really hurts to fold an
Yeah.
ace. But 3-betted to 350k.
Yeah,
and
this is
build it
really
up,
bad
you're
for-
just- yeah.
That's a nice pickup for Otto, picking it down with Jack high with no flop.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, there is a bit special, of course, with this price structure that you can see in the background. With since there was a guarantee in this event for first place that it would be 100,000 euros for the winner minimum. It's been added on top, 25k to the winner to make it to 100, and of course makes it a bit special when you're talking about the ICM and everything taken into consideration for the players. So yeah,
Really, of course, and we're gonna see when we're like 5 or 4 players left. Well, then it's the ICM is gonna be really strange.
Yeah.
Because you have a huge gap.
Ooh.
Oh, Kalle picks
Oh,
up
only
ace
calling.
queen here and just called.
Yeah.
The raise.
Might be fireworks if we have a queen high flop.
Yes, for sure.
See, one ace is blocked from Haapaniemi, but maybe, or most likely, he will be also defending 50k more to see the flop with ace 5.
Yeah, this is an easy defend. Obviously, you have to think about the ranges he's up against. If it were with suited, I think he would 3-bet here. Try to pick it down.
Yeah, but we have the call, so
3 ways of flop.
and ace king 8, 2 hearts. Piece for Kalle and Joel, and of course also Michael with an ace, but tough board for him maybe if they get betting here, but interesting.
Yeah,
Having
it's
a piece of
interesting what
that.
Torres will do here, because he was the one with aggression. He reps this board most. So this is a very favorable board for him. He has all the aces, all the ace kings, all the kings. Small bet.
And now, interesting to see Kalle
Kalle
comes with
raises
the raise.
straight away. That's a really interesting play because
And Haapaniemi is now thinking, hey, I got an ace.
yeah, exactly. What
Maybe
you
not
got?
that good anymore then. Lets it go, and now Torres. Wondering what Kalle is sitting with here. Of course, possible 8s in his hands, but also just calling behind. Shouldn't be too strong on a ace. Not the strong that he now actually has, but
No,
shouldn't
of
be an
course.
ace king, for example, of course, that just calls behind, but Joel Torres gives it up.
Yeah, interesting play there from Kalle because
Yeah, he discards his hand a little bit, discloses his hand a little bit pre-flop by just calling, and then immediately chooses to.
yeah, he really flopped a monster flop. I think he easily can just make an easy call there on the flop and see what develops on turn, because he can get some more money in on the later streets.
Yeah, most likely, but still, or at least now, increasing the chip lead, 3.7 million for Kalle Lee. Holding this time. And Kai Lehto probably not doing anything with the 5-deuce suited.
No, I think it's a bit too weak, especially when you have Han on the button.
Yeah, Kim Han racing to 125. Another race, week 1 for Haapaniemi. This time in the small blind.
This is a really bad spot for him.
After the last 3 hands, you will have a break, 20 minutes. During the break, we will do chip raise by
Guillermo has
100
an easy
variations.
defend there.
This is the last 20 minutes for
suited
entries
queen
and
deuce.
re-entries.
3 diamonds. There you can see the ace of diamonds for Kim. So despite he also had has an 8. So
yeah, he smashes this board
really
pretty
nice,
good.
yeah. Not anything though for Gordo, so not likely
it's gonna
to
be a snap fold.
Yeah, it's folded before the chips were already over the line. Size. I get nothing paid here. Come on.
He really wanted to see a 4 diamonds.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to hear all in. And we would have a snap call over there.
Yes, definitely. No, so all 9 final table players still in, and nice to see so many different countries, of course. We have Spain, Italy, Latvia, Finland, Norway, and some more Finland. Of course, a lot of Finns here playing, really close by. If you live in Helsinki, it's just a 2-hour ferry ride over to Tallinn.
Yeah, that's amazing.
As far as I know, it's not so much live poker offered in Helsinki. They do have the casino, but they don't offer tournaments every day, and it's rather smaller buy-ins, except the series that they have. So I don't think there's too much live scene for the Finns. They like to come here to Estonia and play on the different bigger series that, of course, are being held here with the Kings of Tallinn and WSOP circuit events, and now No Filter.
Yeah, that's awesome. Here we have 2 big hands. We have Kai with Ace King offsuit opening up, and Otto calling, and Kimi Han calling also. So we had Ace King, pocket 8s, and pocket deuces. Guillermo Gordo, he has Jack 10 here on the small blind. Oh, and Torres obviously is going to call this hand. So we're going to see we're going to have 4-way to a flop here.
Could be interesting. We haven't had many sets flop at all during all these days of streaming, actually. It's been way below par and way below average on people hitting their sets. So now we have 2 options here with 8s and deuces. We'll see if any one of those comes. But Torres taking some time. Is he thinking about squeeze play here? Then he would be in trouble.
I think he's thinking about squeeze play here. Obviously, he's not going to fold. The price is way too good.
Never folding.
So he's hoping he's hoping that the only one that has could have a really strong hand is Kai here.
Yeah.
So he's hoping Kai is hoping light just to steal the blinds, and shoved. He shoved right into Kai. Kai holding a poker face because he knows he's gonna call.
Yeah, he knows for sure he's not folding, but just wanna maybe get someone else tag along as well.
Yeah, of course. This is a big spot.
Kim is still in the hand, and of course Otto is not calling with the 8s once Kai shoves as well. But for Kim, I wouldn't guarantee anything.
You never know.
Maybe the ducks are his favorite.
You never know.
And the birthday boy, Kai Lehto, will probably be risking his seat. Here we go. All in and quick fold from Otto. No, it wasn't his favorite hands.
Well, the thing is, if he would call, he would be a slightly favored.
Yeah.
You know, it's just...
Exactly. So, for the tournament live, they're almost even in chips as well. So we just have to calculate afterwards whoever wins, if there's one player out or not, because 1.1 million is shown on the graphics for both players, and it's then Joel Torres of Spain that is trailing, but still live cards, of course. It's
obviously this is a huge important spot for these 2 players in this tournament final table.
Ooh,
all spades.
Wow. Taking all the spades outs for Torres, and he needs a queen or 10 that's not a spade. And the river is a 5 of diamonds, so no help for Torres. And Joel Torres might be our 9th place finisher. We just have to double check the chips, but unless he will be left with at least just 1 or 2 big blinds.
And
if
Kim
he's
is
still alive.
looking at the board, but he was like, "What, ace high won? I would have won."
Yeah, true. He would have tripled or eliminated 2
Yeah.
players and more than double up. Some confusion now about how much.
Yeah, I think they're gonna double check this, so there will be no mistakes here.
Absolutely.
You have 1 positive. No. 5, 7, 9. Oh, 5. Oh, okay. Sorry. I think there's 4.
Seems like he has a few ships left,
Yeah,
right?
it seems like Torres,
35K.
Yeah,
Okay.
0.7 big blinds here, and he was the big blind, so he's the small blind now.
Almost out of all in then.
Yeah, of course he
will
have
not be
to.
folded.
He has to play this because he's allowed to win the full ante in this pot.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't have 50k for the ante, so if he wins his amount of 35k plus a full ante is 50k. So there's no fold here, obviously.
And Guillermo Gordo second place. Kai now up to third with that double up split with Christianis.
Yeah, that was a
nice
really
spot.
huge spot for this final table. It changed a lot. Like you see, Torres is left with less than 1 blind.
And so far,
Yeah, that's
nothing.
a wow! He picks up aces.
Wow, interesting to see because Torres, of course.
Kalle has ace queen suited.
Oh,
wow, this could be a
this-
huge clash because Kalle maybe thinks he can.
Yeah. He grabbing some racing chips here for sure. Wow.
So he's wanna squeeze out.
Look at Gordo now. He's like trying to
he's
look
super happy inside now.
Yeah. How much did he make it now? 475.
Oh, it's a big race.
Wow.
This is a huge spot.
This could be trouble for the Swede.
The thing is, Guillermo Gordo, he obviously knows that Kalle has a really good hand here because Torres is all in here.
Yeah,
so
he's not doing this with air, of course.
Yeah, of course. So he knows he's up against a monster here. So let's see how he's gonna proceed. If it's gonna be a big. He clicked it back, yeah? Yeah, we clicked it back 1 minute. Really good bet. I really like this bet. He's inviting Kalle to the flop here. And Kalle is on a really tough spot here because...
And now Kalle, of course, knows that Guillermo has a monster too. Because he wouldn't
obviously,
be making
obviously.
this when one player is all in with just nothing either. So this is just absolutely horrendous spot for Kalle Lee here. The chip leader coming into the final table and 3.1 million in front of him, and Gordo has almost the same.
Okay, this is a really interesting spot because this could change the whole dynamics of this final table, because if Kalle loses a huge pot here, and then we have Guillermo Gordo, is going to be a massive chip leader.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you know, also Kalle having the suited ace queen.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, he wants to see the flop here. He wants to, because he know he might be behind now with ace queen. But yeah, he does lay it down. So a strong fold, and he will get the good news actually that he didn't lose
obviously.
more.
But I think Kalle, he made the size a little too big. So.
Yeah. And no help for the King 8 of Joel Torres, as he seems
No,
to
he's-
be
he's
our
really behind
ninth
now.
place finisher. Yeah, the
Yeah.
outs are down to 0, and that's just the end of it. And we can see that it wouldn't been a good flop for Kalle Ly either. No diamonds at all on that board. So out in 9th place is Joel Torres of Spain, taking down 7,450 euros for his efforts. And the chips from the side pot, of course, goes to Gordo as well. He got some 475k off Kalle Ly and storms into the chip lead now with that one, just in front of Kalle.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, and that was a really nice hand to pick up aces. I thought it was gonna be like, oh shit, I pick up aces, I'm just up against 75k.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna get.
Yeah, and then Kalle raised to 475, which was a pretty big raise.
Yeah.
So that was a really good hand for Guillermo there. And let's see, Kalle is now on the small blind with the pocket threes. Obviously, he's gonna. Well, obviously, I think he should raise here.
Yeah, seems to be making it 105.
Yeah, you're correct. And this is an easy defend. Obviously, he's had to think about the ranges, but he's never folding here.
No, suited 9-8, nice hand, of course. And they are heads up to the flop then, Kalle and Christianis. I see an 8, yes, and
Yeah.
diamond as well.
This is a board that board Texas that favors both players like almost equally. They both have the same 2 pairs. They both have the same stats, except that Kalle obviously has more king than Christianis. He's making a small c-bet here, well, half pot. It's pretty standard on king high flops to c-bet. This queen changes the board, obviously a lot of straights comes in. So we see if he's gonna go. No, Kalle goes check here. Kalle can check with a lot of hands here, but obviously he's not checking so much with monsters and flush draws. Oh, this is really interesting card because Kalle has a lot of ace rag here in his range here, so he
but
can.
still a small straight, of course, for Christianis as well. So
Yeah, of course, but the small straight is not so much if you're up
No.
against an ace, because Kalle has a lot of ace rags in his and he's representing an ace. That's like. So even though Christianis has a straight here, his hands is only a bluff catcher because Kalle is not value betting here with less than a straight with ace high. So it's a tough spot for Christianis. He has to think the line of what Kalle made for this hand, and we'll see if he can pick up this bluff. I think it wouldn't. I think he could fold here. Like it's no problem at all. Like Kalle obviously has a lot of ace here. Stabbing the flop and goes check on turn, and on the river he bings. Yeah, but he's really thinking about it.
Yeah, feels like he wants to hero call this one.
Yeah, he thinks about it, and the thing is, he should only be afraid of an ace here because Kalle never has flush here. If he had flush draw on turn, he has flush draw with something else good, so he would probably put some pressure. Yeah, I think it's a good fold anyway, so shouldn't be unhappy with that fold.
No, should not. And Mila, since we saw each other the other day, have you been playing any more cash games?
Yeah, I've been playing. It's been up and down, but not too bad. Winning a little. I had a few spots that didn't go my way, so could have won more, but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, it is what it is. So what were the games you were playing? What tables did you find eventually?
Yeah, I find a wine tree. We opened a 5-5-10, but it was only open for like 45 minutes or so. Then it closed again, so I was back on 1-3.
But it wasn't closed due to you emptying everyone else then?
No, unfortunately not. We opened shorthand with like six players, and then one busted, and then two friends. They wanted to go to dinner, and
okay,
you know it is.
Yeah. There's so much happening as well during this No Filter series. It's not only the tournaments and the cash games. There are other events going on as well. There's some parties and there are some other hospitality things going on. So it's a lot of things attracting people.
Yes, for sure. And here in Tallinn, there are really quite a few really nice restaurants around there.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
have you found any favorite?
No, I haven't had the time, but I've been to one Asian. They make the noodles by hand, like crafting in there in front of your eyes, and that's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the place, the name of the place, but then I was making a walk through the old town. It's very beautiful, the old town of Tallinn here.
So we have also the chat of YouTube open. You have the payouts pinned in the chat as well, if you're curious, and you can see that there's 100,000 up top in this one. And we have a question about what does no filter mean, and I think it refers to the founder that we had in the booth earlier, Mounir, is considered to have absolutely no filter. If you saw him on the deep run he had in the WSOP main event this summer, I think he made it to top 50, 60 something.
Yeah.
So he played for...
And he got a lot of TV coverage.
Yeah, he was using the F word on stream and doing some other gestures and really putting a name out for himself to be a guy just without no filter at all. So when he had the idea to come up with his own tour after this, it was an easy name to pick, I think. Or people suggested it to him that said, like, what am I going to name it? Well, you have no filter, Mounir, so why not call it No Filter?
It really suits his personality.
Yeah.
For sure. So, and he's on a mission to make poker fun again, not only being so serious all the time. So that's one of the main reasons he started this series.
Yeah, and so far I think he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, and it's a lot of partying going on beside the tables and around the tables and on the tables.
Exactly, it's everywhere.
Yeah. So here we have 4-way to a flop with Jack 6-5. So
we have the Jack for Christianis up in front, and we
yeah,
have a 5 for Kai. But it's actually the man on the button betting here now. I speak Christianis, yeah, sorry, with the Jack betting.
Yeah. Kai has a 5 here. He's contemplating if he want to continue on this hand, because Christianis obviously he can stab here, but we did any 2 here because everybody checked him to the dealer. So Kai, have a raise? No, a call. Kim called with ace 9 high.
Yeah.
No backdoors, no nothing, but
just interested in the turn. Sometimes you just want to see the turn, right?
Exactly.
Don't blame him.
Oh, he still has 3 outs for 2 and ace.
Yeah, definitely. And most likely Christianis will put in another bet here because...
Yeah, and obviously he's gonna take it a little slow because Kim here has a lot of sixes in his range.
Yeah.
When he's check calling that. Let's see if Kim... yeah, I thought he had a plan. I thought of it.
This is the plan, 275.
Yeah, I think the bet is a bit too small.
Yeah.
Like he can't fold this Christianis.
No, I don't see him do that either. So expecting some more chips to go over Christianis' way.
Yeah.
Shortly.
Even though 4-3 also came in. The straight 4-3 hit on the river, but it's just like, then congratulations if you have it. No, he called him and he's happy to see just ace high. That's a nice pot for Christianis. Building up his stack here. Yeah, he went up to third place here with 46 big blinds, 2.8 million. So we have Ville Tapio short stack with 610,000. And the next pay jump is 8,750 euros for 8th place. And of course the 100,000 euro for the first place, who has been, they added, I think was 25k. So the originally first place was 75k if you go by players and for this tournament 358 entries.
Yeah.
So I think the first place were calculated to 75k. Then No Filter Poker Series, they added 25k for the winner as promised for the guarantee. So that's really nice.
Yeah, OlyBet and No Filter adding another 25, so it's not taken from the other parts of the prize pool to create that 100. It was added by OlyBet, so it's really filling up the guarantee that was made by No Filter and OlyBet before this, that it would be 100k for the winner no matter what. And you had some people saying like it's going to be one prize only, but for that it had to be less than 100 players, and now we had 358, so it's wasn't happening either. But yeah, it's nice to see such a big first prize, of course, in an 1,100 euro tournament of this dignity. And yeah, just still anyone's game at this table. They have some shorter stacks, but anything can happen. A double up and you're well back in the game. There's no one there's really short stack yet, since the blinds are only 30 and 60,000. So even the short stacks has near to 20 big blinds in front of them or more.
Yeah, anything can happen here. Just like you said, one double up and you're back in the game. So obviously the shortest stack is obviously has the most amount of pressure here to make something happen. So here we have Michael. Oh no, I didn't catch the action there. But Kalle has King Queen of suit and he's coming in for a raise to 120. Kai picks up ace on the button, but it's no good. So, and Kim has a king jack. He's never folding this. This is, I can promise you. So yeah, he for sure want to see a flop with this hand. So it's going to be interesting if you have a king high flop.
Yeah, might be fireworks, but an ace high.
Yeah, so both of them don't like that ace. So this is favorable flop for the big blind.
Progressive
Actually,
bounty players,
it's not for
please,
Kai.
okay,
The
1
big blind
minute
has
from your break.
range advantage on that flop actually, but because we have ace 3-4, so the big blind defends all ace rags there, and the color doesn't open the ace 5
Progressive
in
bounty
the gun.
dealers, if you have
Or
2 more
ace
players
6
at the
or
table, prepare your
ace
deck,
3.
please.
So I have a check. Maybe this is going to be a chop. No, king queen is still the best hand. We'll see if Kim. Oh, check the Kai, yeah. No, yeah, check the color, yeah. Yeah, I think he should check back here. It's pretty hard to get like a 4 to fold when you have been checking.
Especially against a player like him, I think. So, yeah.
And
check and look displeased, but he will be happy to see that the king
very
high
happy
with
to see that
the queen is enough.
You can see the smile on his face. He wasn't.
He was expecting a 3 or a 4 or something really bad to beat him, but no, did not happen.
Small blind 1,000, big blind 2,000, big ante 2,000, 1,000, 2,000, 2,000.
We hear some announcement from the outer tournaments as well in the room. There are a 5-5-5 ongoing, and we have also the ladies event. We can take a look at the ladies 150 euro buy-in. It has 30 runners right now. Late reg is still open, and we can see, Mille, that your wife Noelia is unfortunately just busted.
She's out.
Yeah, she just busted in 24th place, but she has then the chance to buy in. I think it's there another 30 minutes of late reg or re-entry open, so we might see her coming back, I think. And,
yeah, it's a possibility. I don't think maybe she jumped in the 5-5.
Oh yeah, maybe
550.
Let's go over to that one and check how many runners we have in the 5-5-5. Started a few hours ago. It has 40 runners. So it's actually just 14 of them left. So getting closer to the money. And Mounir is still in. And your wife has unfortunately played and busted that one as well. So bad news coming to you live here in the commentary booth. There might not be a victory party in your room tonight.
Well, it's all good anyways.
Yeah.
So. Well, here we have Michael Johannes picking up kings. Guillermo raised under the gun with king queen. Kim called with 7-6 from small blind, and big blind picked up kings. Michael Johannes from Finland is gonna come with a raise here, obviously.
Yeah.
Is it 450?
410, I think,
410,
right?
yeah.
So good sizing against the 120 open, of course, and not likely that Guillermo is going to be putting any more money in this pot with just the king queen off.
No, this is obviously a very strong race, obviously because he's closing at the action with big blind here, so he has a fairly easy defend with a lot of hands. So if he's going to come with a raise here, he has to be polarized. So it's like total. Hands like ace-5 or suited that have some blocker for the bluffs, or just monsters.
Yeah.
But Guillermo did a pretty easy fold there. He still has a very big stack of 3.3 million, 56 big blinds. Ville Tapio 13 blinds, so he's not super short, but he's still the shortest one on the table.
Yes, needs to find something going, because soon the blinds are coming around his way, and then you have to invest 2 of those big blinds in blind and ante, but 8-6 off is not the hand you want to go crazy with 13 bigs in your stack, so you'll have to wait. As Kim now, 7-3 suited on the button. Fantastic hand, of course, to make it 215.
Yeah,
was it 220 even? I think it's only 3 blue, but yeah.
Alright, picks that up with 7 high. That's a great result.
Yeah. And while we wait for the next hand, looking a little bit more at the 5-5-5 progressive bounty, it's still have profiles like Juha Helppi, we have Scotty Nguyen, and then Ranno Sootla, Estonia, and Mounir Tajiou, the founder of No Filter, is in, and also Christer Larsson, who was in the booth earlier here today. They're all still in with 14 left, and I would assume there is some 6 or 7 paid. Or 5 actually only, but yeah, it's a progressive bounty as well, so there are a lot of money in the bounties, of course. So yeah, looking forward to that final table as well later on, but that one we'll have to sweat ourselves. It will not be live streamed, but we will follow these guys until we have a winner.
Yeah, we're gonna get a winner today, and it's gonna be super exciting. We still have 8 players here on the final table of the main event of No Filter Poker here in Tallinn, OlyBet.
Yeah.
Kim raised again. King Jack offsuit from the cutoff.
Yeah, and Guillermo Gordo.
Guillermo calls here. Kalle folded really quickly. I think it was 10-3 or something.
Yeah, 10-3 off for Kalle, so he's out. But let's see what the flop brings us. Not much for Guillermo.
No, and this flop smashes Kim's range pre-flop raise here, so it's gonna be that's an easy C bet with King, Ace King deuce flop. Like he smashes his proceed range, smashes that flop. So it's nice C bet. Nice to pick that one up. So he picked up two hands in a row, I think here, Kim. So he's very active, and Guillermo, they're like sitting fairly difficult, especially Guillermo is sitting sitting first, and straight after is Kalle with the big stack, and after him is another big stack.
Lector folding. Birthday boy. And see, look at this.
Pocket
Kim.
tens, yeah. So maybe they're not believing him now winning races, and
he makes it big as well. Look at this. Is that 350? Yes, 350, and it looks like this guy is interested.
Oh
wow.
My God! Giannis picked up queens right on time. This is going in. I can't see. I can't see.
There's no folding from any of these
No,
guys.
I can't see Kim getting away from tens. This is like a monster. And queens, he's just like, let's do this.
And it's almost like you can see a little smile from Christianis
Yeah.
already now. It's already put those chips in his stack.
Yeah, and especially having queens, it's obviously you're never sure. You can be up against kings or aces, but especially with a player like Kim, who is like super active, and the snap call.
Wow, he made it 800
And a
Christianis and a
snap
call.
call.
So almost half the stack of Kim Han is in the
Yeah,
middle.
we'll see if he can be saved if he comes only broadways.
He
Kim.
needs aces or kings or both on this flop.
Oh, I don't know if it's gonna get away from this.
No, I don't think so. There's not
A
many
snap
jacks.
all in. He's thinking about it, but I don't know if he's gonna get away. Because now he's winning against ace queen, like all those kinds of hands.
Yeah.
That would shove here, obviously, with especially with one club or two clubs.
Yeah, it's not favoring the hand that he doesn't have the 10 of clubs. He would like to have that at least at a little backdoor, but I don't know if he's thinking about that right now. He's probably I think actually he's putting Christianis on a better hand, but still calling. That is why my prediction of this one. He thinks that it's like queens or kings or aces, but still he's not going to be able to find a fold, I think.
He's really struggling here, and like he called, like you said, he can't get away from that, and
this is the bad news. And one of the biggest, if not the biggest pot in the tournament, 4.1 million in the middle. And Christian is looking to take over the chip lead in this tournament now if the queens will hold. No added outs for this guy. on the turn and only down to 2 outs. It's not to be.
Yeah.
Nice hand,
We
Kim
have to
says.
thank.
And yeah, we thank him for playing this main event at No Filter, Kim Jahan, and he's out in 8th place, which means picking up some 8,750. There we have it confirmed as well on our screens. So 8th place, Kim Jahan of Norway.
And this is really nice for Ville Tapio that made a pay jump just by standing on the side here.
Yeah, the next payout now is 10,250. So minimum 2.5 thousand more locked up for Ville Tapio. And Otto, 22 big blinds. Mikael Hapaniemi, 33 bigs. Kai Lehto, 39. Guillermo Gordo has 52 bigs. Kaleli, 60 bigs. And then our new chip leader, Christianis up top, with I think it was some 80 big blinds in his stack right now. So good shape.
Yeah, really, and really nice pot for him. And obviously he has the both big stacks in front of him, so on his right. So he's really happy about the situation he's in here now. This is a beautiful spot to be in. Cristiano picks up queens back to back.
To back.
This is...
He kept them.
Yeah. This is amazing.
Might
and
be the
Kalle...
same queens as well, because he did not have the queen club of
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you're right.
So
maybe it's exactly.
Maybe he had the hard one. I don't quite recall, but it might be exactly the same hand actually. No, he had actually the queen of hearts in the last hand that Kalle now has, but.
Yeah, because Kalle limped with from the button here. I don't think I think he should always come in with a raise. You shouldn't come in with a limp from the button.
I'm surprised to see that on a spot like this, but not connecting with the board. The queen 10. So this time it will not be a full double up for Christianis. He will probably have to settle for a smaller pot, but he tries to.
I think so. He tried to induce. Well, obviously, Kalle has a lot of hitting this board like 7-8 suit and hand like that, 8-9 that would limp from the bottom. I don't think Kalle would limp any ace high or Broadway cards or anything like that. So Kalle, I think that is like the best high hand is gonna limp Queen 10. I think is opening with King high for a raise. Christianis is said enough checking here, so he bets fairly big sizing on the turn. I like this size because you're targeting like a 4 or like a straight draw. Kalle thinking here. Oh. So queens back to back for Christiani.
Yeah, not getting as much this time, but still building that chip lead, of course.
Yeah, he's in a beautiful spot here and really making himself a favorite to win here. I think this is really nice place to be. Obviously, when he has the smaller stacks to his left and the bigger stacks to his right, so he can really control his situation on this table.
Absolutely, and now the Finns are in the big blind, Ville and Kai, and this Finn, Otto, is under the gun, but will not be playing the Doyle Brunson.
No, that's way too weak.
Mikael Hapaniemi here. Guillermo, Spain. Kaleli, Sweden.
Yeah, King 5 here. I think this is has to be a race when you hold in the chip lead, put maximum pressure. But Christian said that's enough of me playing hands.
Yeah, exactly. Got to keep some kind of straight face here, not play everything. Not getting the queens. And now,
this could be interesting.
Yes, because this is normally blind versus blind, a call for Kai Lehto, but it is still 640, but he does come for the call.
The suited.
Yeah. And bad news for Ville Tapio then.
Yeah, it is a 60-40 spot. It's really important for Ville Tapio here. This is for his tournament life.
Yeah. Kai shipping. No, it's him. That's all in. It's not me. That's true. It's only. Oh, wow.
Flopped a straight against two pair.
Yeah. Wow. Need a jack or a 9 now to survive, but it's not to be. The straight is enough. The wrong pairing. And Ville Tapio Mesiranta is our 7th place finisher in the No Filter Poker Series main event, scoring 10,250 euros, so almost 10 times the buy-in then for his efforts.
Yeah, he should be really happy. He got a couple of pay jumps here, even though he was a really small stack. So you can't be sad about that.
So the first fin of the 4 to exit then is Ville Tapio. 3 fins left, as you can see there in the bottom of the chip count. And these are the remaining payouts. Huge jump between second and first, and still no talk about deals as far as I know. They are allowed to discuss and make deals, but they have to leave, I think it should be at least 10% of all the money then that they are dealing with to the winner. So if they would talk about a deal right now, we have some 200,000 something total money left to play for, and that would mean at least some 20,000 for extra for the winner. But no deal talk yet. And 7s now for Guillermo, opening to min raise 120.
Yeah, and Kai picking up a really nice hand from the small blind there. I think he should come in here with a raise, but obviously it's hard because you have his friend over there on the big blind with fairly short stacked, so he doesn't want to make a huge mistake. So he comes with a call, and Otto had Jack deuce offsuit, was not really pleased about to see that hand. But we're off to the flop, heads up, Guillermo against Kai.
And another
straight! 2 straights in a row.
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
This is running hot, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Guillermo Gordo has the under pair with this gut shot downwards, so it's not much for him with this board. So
wow,
maybe tough for Kai to get anything more out of Guillermo.
I think you should check one more time here, because I think Guillermo is gonna stab here. Yeah, good check. I like this check. Guillermo can stab here. Because he's playing blind. He doesn't know anything about Kai's range here.
No dream card for Kai.
That's a really bad card.
So maybe now he'll just go the check call route if Guillermo tries something, because now there of course flushes completing straight that he can represent. Many kings in his opening range.
Yeah, obviously Guillermo doesn't have a lot of good hands here. He would probably bet earlier on the streets if he had like ace king or something, but
225 and a quick call from Kai, and his straight is good enough. Flopped 1 again, 2 hands in a row.
Yeah,
we had queens back to back for Christianis, and now we had straight back to back flopped by Kai Lehto.
Yeah, that's really crazy. Talk about right timing to get those flops.
Here we have it then. Some chips moving from Gordo to Kai Lehto, but still way up in front. Christianis, Latvia, 85 bigs, 5.1 million on blind level of 30, 60K.
Huge chip lead here, and as we can see now, we have Otto here on 20 big blind, who has the smallest stack, but 20 big blinds is not a really small stack, so anything can happen here. He has pretty good playability with his 20 big blind stack, so he doesn't need to feel like he has to do something very quickly here. Cristiano is picking up king 9 suited. This is obviously a raise from cutoff.
He heard you. I think that was 120 min raise.
Yeah. He's holding the big chip lead. So he can put a lot of pressure against his opponents. 6-2 suited. He's gonna defend there. Yeah, he's defending here. I would also defend with this hand, even though it's flop is Jack 7-7 with 2 clubs. Christianes could easily make a c-bet here on the paired board. Go very small. It's very hard to continue here for anyone for the big blind. So he's made it B33. Yeah, I like that bet. You can get even smaller. You can go even smaller for that. But that works fine. Picking that up. Stacking his chip leader. Stack. Building up more and more. So we have 6 players left here on No Filter Poker Series final table main event. We have 100,000 euros for on top. So next pay jump will be 12,450, I think.
Yeah, should be.
And the blinds are 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 ante. They're fairly quiet here now. They were talking a lot more earlier. But
yeah, it's getting to them maybe, but it's been rather quiet all day actually at these feature tables that we had earlier as well, but they got talking a little bit when we had a full final table, but now it seems maybe it's fatigue or maybe it's just money and pressure getting to them a bit more.
Yeah, I think it's pressure, and obviously these guys are competitive guys. They all want to win, you know.
Yeah,
not only for the money, but for like.
Ooh, Otto now on the short stack finding a hand finally.
Yeah, finally find something. But this is his stack is not shoving available, so he should open with a raise here.
Yeah, and he's in position on the button as well, so maybe expecting to go a little bit bigger than the min raise, but we don't want to see a shove. He may make it 150.
Yeah, he's taking his time. Does he know it's in on him?
I think he does,
yeah.
But it's taking too long now.
Yeah, I think you should be careful with taking too long, because then...
All right, he comes with the shove.
Oh, he comes with shove anyways. I thought he would come with a raise, because if you come with a raise here, you invite some aggressive players from the blinds to make a move. Like they're thinking he's just trying to steal my blinds, and I got a good blocker here, maybe like ace-4 or something. They shove right into his ace-queen.
Yeah.
So I think his strategy would better suit him with 20 big blind to come with a raise there from the bottom. But maybe he has some more history or whatever with some of the guys. So
yeah. And Mille, I know you're a cash game player mostly, but did you play this main event as well?
Yeah, I played at main event.
Yeah,
yeah, I got crushed with a few spots. Well, I flopped top 2 pretty early, and I lost a big pot against. He turned a bigger 2 pair, so then I made ace king with I think it was like 14 big blinds shove. Got called.
Oh, no. Sorry to interrupt you, but we have some action.
Aces. This is the
possible.
second time Guillermo Gordo picks up aces here in a quite short of time. Here.
Yeah, and versus another great hand, 6-handed of course. Ace-jack suited was the opening from Mikael Hapaniemi on the button, and Guillermo is in the small blind now, makes it 400 I think. And Kalle this time has an
Oh,
easy
he
decision,
had an
but he
ace,
has an
but-
ace. All the aces are out.
Yeah, of course. And this is what I said earlier, because now obviously Guillermo has aces here, but Johannes comes in with a race here from the button, who can have a very wide range for stealing the blinds. So it's very interesting what he was gonna do. All in, yeah. I thought he was making a stand
that's
there.
the quickest call,
Yeah.
unfortunately, he's ever received.
He's not happy to see those aces, obviously,
No.
but you can't blame him. And
No, I mean, we're six-handed. Ace-Jack suited is such a strong hand, and it's just unlucky. And the hearts might save him, though. That's what
Yeah.
he needs, most likely. Oh, the
Ooh,
jack.
a jack, well.
Okay, so the hearts are not coming. He needed another jack, though, to take the lead in the hand. Not coming on the turn.
So the river,
Down to
the
two
only
outs.
thing that can save him. Oh! Oh, I really thought it was the jack.
It was not, unfortunately, and Mikael Haapaniemi of Finland is the next player out. Sixth place for 12,000 euros plus, and even 12,450 was the payout for Mikael Haapaniemi, and this is our final 5 players then in the main event. We have Christianis up top, 88 big blinds, 5.3 million. Guillermo Gordo second, 4.5. Kylie Lehto, 3.5. Kalle Ly just behind him, 3.3. And then the short stack, Otto, on 1.3 million. And Otto I actually had on my table in the main event. So I'm playing some hands with him.
player
Solid
information
player, but now he
tonight
needs some,
at 9
some
o'clock.
help.
Yeah, obviously he's
9
still the
o'clock
short stack,
onwards.
and he got a free pay jump here because he only had 22 bigs, and I think he jammed the ace jack with almost 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
So he got a good pay jump here, but now he's really behind if you look at the other stacks, but the other stacks are really big one. Oh, Guillermo put aces again!
No, come on,
back
what's
to back
this?
aces!
Third time in 1 hour or something, and back to back this time aces.
Wow,
He just
on the
eliminated-
button. Yeah, obviously he's coming in for a race here, but this is
You can almost see how
unbelievable. And Kalle
pleased he
picks
is.
up King 8 suited. He's fairly interested in this pot, obviously. They're both big stacks here.
Yeah.
Are we seeing this right? Aces back to back for Guillermo here.
And luckily for Kalle, he's
Yeah.
out. What about the chip leader? 5 high.
5-3.
might not.
I don't think. Maybe he's defending here, but it's a fairly light defend because it's not suited. So.
No, he lays it down, and I guess he showed them, right? No, he did not.
Don't say again.
Oh, he showed him, yeah.
Wow. So we have
Wow.
back-to-back queens and back-to-back aces on the table the last hour. And now Mr. Jason Glatzer is back by the booth. Are you keen to get in here for the action, Jason? Yeah, you better get in now or never. So Mille and me, we're going to leave it over to Jason, and maybe also Glenn Brown is joining later on, but we'll see. I think hopefully Mille will be back before this is over. But it's
I hope so, man.
Yeah. Thank you for joining Mille at least, and then we'll just do a little short switcheroo, and we'll be back with Com shortly, but you can still watch the
Thank you.
screens.
All right. Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer. Hope you enjoyed my little bit of a break with Andreas and with Mille. I was listening along a little bit. It looks like I missed a lot of action, down to just 5 hopefuls. But if Guillermo just keeps waking up with aces every other hand, then, this could be over fast. And I'm soon to be joined by a colleague of mine, friend of mine, co-pilot of mine, I think, as I say. We've traveled probably many days on the road. I may have seen this man more days than I've seen some of my family members. But please welcome Mr. Glenn Brown. Welcome, Glenn.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies and everybody else out there watching. And Jason, thank you. How are we?
Yeah.
5 left.
Yeah, we missed a lot. All
We
for McTasty and something like that going. But
We needed it.
We were following the action, and it's been quite fun. It was nice also to leave Andreas and Millie together for the Swedish connection, being Mounir Tajiou, who founded the No Filter, brought countless players from Sweden. So it's no surprise one of the formidable players in Kali Lee is here on the final table sporting a 40-plus big blind stack. Kali is a veteran here at Olympic Park Casino. Has been here for about 5 or 6 festivals over the years.
I had a chat with him earlier on, actually. He's really enjoyed the series. Really enjoyed it.
And we have Christianis here with the ace-5. The B. I may have to scroll up in the chat to remember what kind of B, but we know he is a B. I don't see why Otto would call here. You don't mind playing a wide range against the button, but that's the bottom of the deck. The 9 deuce, it can easily go away. So we're being asked what happens with deal making. Well, the standard here when it's like an official OlyBet event, that I can speak for. I don't know if there's special rules applied or the fact that the No Filter Poker Series is here. But typically in OlyBet fashion, if you want to make a deal, let's say there's 3 left, you take a look at all the money that's left and you take 10% off that sum right off the top because that's what's left to play for.
Right, okay.
And then typically, after that, it's usually, a form of what the players agree to, but ICM is the default. If your head's up and it's 4 in the morning and the chip stacks are close and you just want to say, let's chop it, sometimes, if it's a small event, that can happen as well. But that's more, to accommodate the players. And that's more rare than anything else.
Because where it's late.
It's Young B that our Latvian friend Christianis, his nickname is. It's one of the few players. We were both just in Riga. I didn't remember seeing them. I asked you about him at lunch, and you mentioned that you did have a chat with him.
I did have a chat with him. He didn't manage to play the OlyBet in Riga, but he did manage to qualify not through the satellites, but he actually did the added ticket game.
Oh, cool.
So he's actually free rolling to this position. And he's hoping to make it down to Vilnius for the next one. And he's not sure about the Kings of Tallinn yet due to work. But yeah, he's a real nice guy. Really happy to be here. He's just, really excited.
He's had a fan club, at least when I was here for the first stint. That's how I learned his nickname is Young B.
Okay, Young B.
So that must be like an online screen name.
Could be. He was saying he was playing online, normally plays online. Doesn't play a great deal
come across, but it doesn't mean I remember every single screen name I come across either. Guillermo Gorda, though, he's a name I've come across many times in the last bits in live poker. I spoke about his calculated aggression during the first bit, and I expect he's going to try to find his spots to continue. He's one of the guys that I would not be happy to play a 6-handed match with.
Oh, really?
I would be okay on a final table with ICM, but not like if it's 6 max all the way. He would... it's hard to face that level of aggression and go to such a high variance game against a player like that, unless you're willing to reload.
I was watching some of the stream earlier. He was quite...
He's good.
Yeah, he seems pretty good. It's Kai's birthday today as well.
Kaiweto?
Yeah, it's his birthday today. I had a chat with him earlier as well.
I did not know that.
Kings of Tallinn champion.
Yeah, Summer Showdown in 2023, so it wasn't the main one, but it happened to be the biggest one of the year. It was the first time the Tallinn Summer Showdown main event was ever bigger than the regular main event, and it was the start of the progression of what we've seen done by the team here. Really, since the pandemic, it's been... a lot of casinos have not really recovered. Well, here they recovered and set themselves up with strength over strength.
They have. So some of the events here are brilliant. I mean, I've been this year, lucky enough to come here quite a few. It's my 3rd time this year to Tallinn for events. And, super. They have really gone from strength to strength. Even every event I come to, it's just grown.
And some of that is, no small thanks to everybody that's working or helped plan, but... I want to look up top right now. We're going to, give a special thanks over to Sanusian for creating that environment over the years. And we should thank Mounir as well for bringing some, fresh fun over here in Tallinn with the no filter.
Yeah, saying that.
I don't think anything is going to happen this hand. It was just a defend by Christianis. Guillermo is just going to bet position, range, and Christianis, he has a chip leading stack. If he was shorter, he would probably fold, but he's going to fold anyway. Just some backdoors, no reason to really be playing around, except for the fact that if you care about that at the table, he's coughed up. If there was a bonus at the time, he's coughed up the chip lead by a single big blind to Guillermo. It's kind of irrelevant because if the both players collide, whatever's left is just going to be a big blind or zero.
He was second in chips, wasn't he, coming into the FT?
Yeah.
From I remember talking to him, he said he was second in chips.
Yeah, it was Kali Lee in the lead.
I spoke to Kali as well. Just literally before the guys went into the final 10 when they went on break. I had a chat with a couple of the guys.
And Otto's been quiet since at least we've been in the booth. He wasn't on the feature table before the final table. And even though I know who he is, I do not know what his style is.
Okay.
And it's hard to gauge five-handed on a final table to know what his normal style is and how he might be adjusting. And Kai we've seen in big spots before, as you alluded to, especially back in 2023. One of the many friendly players from the neighboring country of Finland.
Yeah.
And an easy defend. He could have opted the 3-bet if he felt like it, but it's not really that big of a 3-bet candidate against the only player that has chips and is absolutely fearless when he wants to be. But what a flop here for Guillermo. I mean, you would normally think, okay, he's just going to bet his range again, but, he hits trips, so he's not only betting his range, he's betting for value. He would love to see a raise here, but a call would not make him too sad either. He's just fading the diamonds, but Kai with his king high and just a backdoor 10 high, fine diamond flush draw, saving us $3 million for another time. But Guillermo, it seems, whether he has aces or he has queen 7 suited,
he's going for it.
He might be the one destined. Sometimes, when the best player, I'm not saying he's the best, but the player that typically can show the most aggression at the table is also getting a nice hand distribution. That's usually not a good sign for the rest of the table.
No, and he's playing it regardless of what he's got at this moment in time. He's playing very well, actually. I wonder if he spotted something in the other players.
I think he's waiting for other players to prove him wrong. We didn't see enough of the action on the final table leading up. And near the end of the bubble, he was showing some signs of, okay, I'm ready to roll over the table type of activity.
Okay.
I'm not saying we've seen that behavior here. This is all small ball at the moment. And we have Otto. Let's see if he opts to defend off this awkward 15 big blind stack. Around 1.2 million, including the big blind in front of him.
Yeah, he's going to defend, I think.
He might be doing something, so I say maybe he's doing something else, but looks like he's going to grab his chips back and call, it looks like, after all.
Oh.
Yeah, just a call, which makes a little more sense. King high still ahead, but the queen 6 hitting an open ender. I'm not surprised about the check back. You don't want to be bet off this much equity, and now it's Yahtzee. Only 6-8 is beating Christianis, and Otto may think, the flop was checked. The 6 doesn't help him. I think I'm ahead with my bottom pair and bet a little bit for value and a little bit for denying his opponent's equity. But this looks like a big bet, potentially, so it might be something else. If all those chips are coming out...
He did that pre as well when you bet it.
Then he's only repping a 6, really, and doesn't care about the fact that he hit the 3. This isn't that big, though. This is a little more than half the pot. I think 260, but let's see. Yes, it is 260. And Christianis, how is he going to play it? Is he just going to call here, or with all those diamonds and potential redraws, is he going to raise? Playing the hand in position certainly helps. And it's the queen, not that it's needed. For Christianis connecting with it, and it's a jam. Unfortunate timing here for Otto.
Snapped.
And a snap call. Wow, 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 wow.
Oops. Wrong time to do that.
Yeah, turning the hand into a bluff, but I guess he was thinking I'm going to have to get it in anyway, so I might as well be the aggressor. Maybe I can fold out a 4, 5, or 7, which is certainly possible, but he wasn't going to fold out that 6. That much is for sure. And we are down to just 4 players, Glenn. Each player has locked up 20,350 euros, and Otto, as you can see now on the screen, 15,350 euros for 4th place, so quite a nice run for him.
Yeah, very nice run. It's good.
Otto Kiskinen. And I apologize for my poor Finnish pronunciation of everybody's names, but unfortunately there's only one Finnish player left, and that's Kai Leto, who is the short stack, but as you can see, nobody is short at all.
No.
Christianis with the lead, Guillermo Gordo sometimes behaving as if he has the lead, and Kale Lee doing his own thing, starting the table with the chip lead, and now sitting strong with 39 big blinds himself.
Yeah, there's not much in this. This has got a long way to go, I think, unless you get caught like you just did there. But it's
more handed. You get a lot more hands in. There's a lot more setup. So whether it goes for another 6 hours or another hour, both are in that range at this level. They are super deep, though. So we might see some good pre-flop and post-flop poker.
Charlie's been very quiet while we've been sitting here as well. He's not making some action.
I think Kale is just, from what I've seen, he's playing his cards in his position, which is not a bad strategy where he was sitting at that time at the final table. You want the short stacks to go away and for you to ladder up, and if you see a spot, you go for it. But it's not like we've seen him pass up on a spot either.
Yep.
And Christianis now opening up the arsenal. It's 4-handed, so cutoff and under the gun are the same. But good to see the suited gappers open by him. He can really, if he wants, and Guillermo kind of takes a little bit of a step on the side, he could be the one to put the pressure on the 2 small stacks just as easily. It's much easier for Guillermo to do if he just starts 3-betting, Young B.
Young B, you like that name now, don't you? You like the Young B.
I like the nicknames.
Nicknames are good.
I've given a few out over the years, too, on the streams.
I dread to think.
So it wasn't... he wasn't under the gun last time. But anyway, 6s is an open. I see what they've done. They skipped the button and the position, so we have a cutoff and hijack. Under the gun, cutoff, small blind, big blind. So under the gun is cutoff. Cutoff is button.
Yep, they've moved it over.
So we have a call by Guillermo, a shove by Kale with ace-5 offsuit, perhaps sensing something here. And this should actually work. If it was 7s, it's more of a thought, and 8s might actually have been a call, but Christianis has too much to lose and not that much to gain with the call here. Yes, he would be clear chip leader, if the 6 is held, but it's just not the right timing, and great timing by Kale.
Perfect. I just said how quiet he's been at the table as well.
Yeah, and then here comes a near 40 big blind shove out of nowhere with a squeeze with just ace-5 offsuit.
Wowza.
Very often, you know, when you're watching streams, you could pick up some tells about players that I would never pick up while playing. Maybe there was some tell that we didn't see here. Led him to believe, you know, my opponent's likely light, and he's more concerned about the opener in Young B than the small blind calling of Gordo. Because Gordo's kind of capped himself out a bit with that call. He's not doing that with like aces, kings, ace, king, queens, jacks, tens, nines, you know, so all those cards are out, so it's a more likely fold anyway to such a big shove. But a 3-bet to a normal sizing, you know, would have worked, but it's just because we know the cards, and he's definitely folding out more hands with the shove, but it just seemed a bit on the large side.
Ooh.
But meanwhile, we have Christianis with a decision now, and these are the spots that I want to see, the 2 big stacks and 2 small stacks going after each other. It's a lot of fun sometimes to see the 3-betting and 4-betting that can go on, each playing a game of chicken at times, and we see some strong hands by both players. We don't know if Christianis had some 3-bets before we got here, but it's the first one since we took over with 5 players left. And I don't remember really a 3-bet before we reached the final table. So if the 3-bet range is strong, Guillermo's still in the position. There's probably no reason to be blowing up your stack here with a big 4-bet.
No.
And he could call because he's in position, but it also puts him in an awkward in position because of the fact that his king is going to be outkicked way too often against that 3-bet range if it does hit, you know, so you may be setting yourself up for disaster, and the 10 is kind of a lesser of concern, but obviously the big pocket pairs are in that range too.
Good move. Not a lot of talking going on either. The guys are taking it super serious.
Well, it is day 6 of something called the No Filter Poker Series. So let's take all those words and put them together. And these guys, you know, they might have been playing hard. Like Kai was playing, for example, on the Cash Game stream. He played, you know, even after bagging yesterday, I think he was playing. You know, he's just here to play. There's a, you know, a nice festival, you know, atmosphere to everything. So there's a lot of late nights, whether you're playing or not. If you're into that, you know, there's a lot of people going back to do their own thing too. But it's been that kind of festival for a lot of the grinders, and we can see it on some of their faces as well.
100%. There's a few strained faces in the mornings. That's for sure, as they start to come into play.
But not for the singing cowboy. I can hear him in the background, and I heard your interview with him earlier.
Yeah, really good actually. Get to know him. That will come out shortly on OlyBet's channel. Really interesting chat. Really was.
So I'm guessing Kai is going to defend here, just taking his time doing it. And fortunately for him, he's in a coin flip situation. So now we have the opposite scenario with the 2 small stacks and a semi-small pot, but still built up a little bit with a raise. And it's a Jack 9-3, hitting nobody. 4 is still ahead. Really, there weren't going to be too many flops that would hit Kali anyway. I suppose this one isn't the worst one in the world. And in this case, it will work. And of course, Kale would prefer not to have a call, even if he knows he's ahead. He's going to deny Kai the equity at just being out of position, or even in position with 4s. You're happy to get that pot whenever it comes, unless you had a set.
He's happy to get that out there and then just take it down. He's not going to start messing around with that at all. He doesn't want to see a snap raise or call. That's for sure. Not
Well,
in that
raise
position.
makes it easy. Raise, you
Raise
just get out of
folds,
the way.
yeah,
Unless your opponent is raising you every time you c-bet, then you can play some leveling games, I suppose. But in this instance, it would be probably a clear
Yeah.
fold. Wasn't Kali the shortest stack to start today? Was he the shortest of short? Juhan was the
Yeah.
second shortest, and Kali was the shortest
He
stack.
was.
And then by the time the final table came around, he definitely was not the shortest stack. He was the biggest stack.
Well, I'll give you another interesting fact. So, Kajanis, from our friend from Lithuania, was going into day 2 was the smallest stack in the room. He had half a starting stack.
Who's this?
Kajanis.
Oh,
Yeah.
not from Lithuania, from
From
Latvia.
Latvia, sorry. Yeah, not Lithuania, sorry, Latvia. Yeah, he was half a starting stack going into day 2.
And he didn't. I guess he didn't re-enter because he was free rolling.
Yeah, he was telling me about it.
I mean,
and
that was
like, wow.
still like not a Cinderella story, to be fair. Like he, but I think he had a short stack on the. He had under 5 big blinds on the feature table, if I remember correctly, as well.
Oh, okay.
Just on day 3. But yeah, I mean, half a starting stack is still 13 big blinds to start at day 2. We've all been there.
Oh, we certainly have.
It's funny when you're on final tables and all the big stacks are out at the stage. It happens quite often. It's very often much easier to stick to a game plan, in this 10 to 30 big blind range, and it can be a lot less stressful than it sounds.
Right.
Because you never really want to blow up a big stack.
Yeah, trust.
If it's a bounty, you still don't want to blow it up because you're covering other players, but the risk taking should be a lot higher due to the value of the bounty related to the chimps at play, or vice versa. Like an ICM-ish kind of look at bounties, not ICM, but the value of the chip towards the bounty. And early goings has a chip value that you can use to determine folds and calls on equity basis. But never mind, we have Kale, we have Christian's opening and Kai 3-betting a little bit on the light side with ace-4. Perhaps he said next time I'm getting an ace, I'm going to 3-bet one of those 2 big stack players who seem to be opening every hand. And Christianis is not really getting the proper odds to set mine. And he will be out of position. I will be surprised if he does anything here unless he can sense weakness, such as my opponent maybe is doing this with an ace-4, ace-5, and then he'll just shove it knowing he has... It would just be way too risky with deuces to do anything but fold, though.
I was intrigued how much the short stacks we've got.
Well, nobody's super short, and then we have a break in 14 minutes. Blinds will be 50, 100. Nobody will even be in jeopardy then. Kali, I think, has sub 2 million, but not by much. Everybody else is in happy days or better.
Yep.
Kai will likely make this 160. We've got the positions corrected now, which is great. So good job once again by the crew here. I have to say the 4th day of popping in the comms booth, right? It's the 4th day.
Yep, it is 4th day, yeah.
It's been a pleasure working with these guys. They're super professional. The TV setup is in a new place. We're in a new place. Everything's super smooth.
Yeah, it was his.
Props to Edgar's and the entire team, Hendrik, whoever else is helping behind the scenes. We might not even know about actually, because there's a locked room somewhere with the security of Fort Knox, so that the game integrity can remain top notch.
Well, it has to be, doesn't it? It's, and they do very well here, as you say. Very, very well.
So Young B has his fans back in the chat, perhaps seeing that he's going to take down a mini pot if he just puts a chip in. Maybe he's more than one, but looks like 120 or 200. I didn't see which color. 150, so I don't know what I was seeing color-wise, and that doesn't add up to anything. But nonetheless, this is a disgusting board for Kai. He has a 9, but even that is kind of gross. If you may say, I'm in position. If it checks, I'll wrestle this one away. But it's super thin drawing on the river to that 3 of hearts. Thing is, it may slow Christianus down, but he may still wind up calling a value, a bet by Kai. There's no reason for Christianus to bet here, because what's he getting off? Maybe some, 7Xs, maybe a better ace, maybe a pocket pair such as 5s or 6s. But in general, he has a showdown hand at this stage. He may not even want to call this showdown hand, but the only other reason I could see a bet if he's betting small, just so he's dictating the size. But it looks like something in the middle. So young B, maybe I can catch him to understand this a little better, because he was thinking about it a while. So he definitely has a good reason for this. And gets the full. Perhaps he just wanted to make sure he was betting enough that if he's raised over, that he has it.
He's got enough to win it, yeah.
Because if you're betting too small, then you can be raised over as a bluff a little bit easier based off Kai's stack depth. Or it's a merge range on that bet, so I'm really kind of curious. But well done there. He took down the pot, wasn't pushed off the pot. That's the important thing.
He's picking up some pots.
Perhaps one of the Latvians in the chat. Glenn and I were recently in Riga. I really enjoyed your country. I live in Lithuania, so I'm in Latvia quite often. Can explain a little bit better about that, because I would say there was definitely some unique thought process.
Definitely was. King Jack here as well. Yeah, Latvia was brilliant. Must admit, thoroughly enjoyed it. Second time there this year. So Riga was a superb tournament again.
So did he raise or call? Just calling. And Kai doesn't really have a raising hand, but may just want to take down the blinds. But this is the more obvious of 2 players plays. There is another short stack in play. Any spades. Oh, a little baby one there for Kai, but it's top pair for Christianus, and Kai is not going to value that 4 of spades super high.
No, just not going to think about it.
But I think young B needs to bet here on this very draw-heavy board. The 8-9s are draw, even like a 6-8, 6-9. Really any kind of these connectors, gappers, especially with a spade. Doesn't seem like Kai really wants to fold.
No, it's not tasting better.
He's not playing his cards here. He's playing something else. He's playing the player in position. Now he might be playing his cards, but once again, that's not the best of draws. You're basically just 3, like a red 3. You might feel okay, but an 8-9's a made hand already. Spades are all made up if you got 2 of them. But Christianus may now have cause for concern, or at least want to exercise a little pot control and check. He's not likely to go anywhere if Kai bets. Or at least I'd be very surprised if top pair is in the muck.
I'm not sure he's going to check back here. I think there's going to be a bet.
No, I don't think you just call with 5-4 without really thinking, when am I going to sense a sign to try to steal this one? Around half the pot, no, a little less, 40%, 160,000. This is interesting. I wonder once again, what is he thinking about? Is he thinking about whether to raise, call? He's not thinking about the fold. But he didn't think very long either. That might have just been a timing thing, and he knew what he was going to do.
Oh,
That is an interesting river, actually. I thought maybe Christianis would think about turning his hand into a bluff, and
Check, check.
yeah, no reason for Kai to bet.
Oh.
And Kai getting there in the river, and Christianis, young B, is maybe going to be scratching his head. Was he really just call me with that 4 of spades on the flop? But it also makes Kai and players similar to him tricky, because if they're calling you that wide, it's then really hard to range them the rest of the way on the turn and river, depending on what else is coming out and what other knowledge you have.
Super wide, yeah. You got there in the end. That's the way to do it.
It was a min bet, and being in position, I think it had to do with that he can potentially, if he's sensing weakness later, do what he did. Well, he didn't actually do it. He didn't bet the turn, but and then check the river. But that's just because the turn provided a draw and the river completed a draw that's never going to get any value. And can often be behind hands that are going to check back.
Right, okay.
Like a 6 of spades is still checking back, an 8 of spades, etc. An 8 of spades maybe for value, but a 6 is checking. So Kai with a mystery hand here. Did he complete already, or did he raise? It looks like either way we have more chips coming out. It was a limp fold by Kai.
Still a mystery hand.
And Guillermo, who had all gears on with the foot to the metal of the pedal, this time around was at least in orbit and change before we've seen him really play anything pre-flop. So taking down a little mini pot.
He's been quiet for a while. He started off when we sat down, me and you, sort of boom, 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 and then calmed down a bit, let the other stacks fight it out a little bit.
And then I was watching a little bit before popping in, and he had like aces and either back-to-back hands or within an orbit.
Oh, wow, okay.
So he also had some nice card distribution mixed in there. Kai is here to play, opening up the button with 10-8. Gets both players to fold, so nice easy 200K to the stack.
So Gomez originally Spanish, sorry. Lives here in Estonia?
He's.
Right?
I don't believe he's Estonian, but I could stand corrected. It's like one of those things, like I play with a Lithuanian flag as much as I can. I've lived there for 17, 18 years. You want to feel like that's the country, that's my home. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. And I prefer to play under that. It's just a governmental thing, if they don't want to give me a passport, they do, I don't know. So I have no issue with them playing under, Estonian flag, whether it's intentional or not. The other thing is that the way the registration system works is the first time you come to play, or if you're registering at the desk and, they're entering you, he may have given his a student residency card, which was probably an acceptable form of ID to enter the tournament.
Okay. Yep.
If he gave his passport or his membership card to get in, it's two different systems actually.
Makes sense. Does make a lot of sense actually.
Ooh, Kale with a weird fold there. I'm surprised by that. I mean, it's better to overfold than to overcall, I suppose. It's not but why don't you want to play your 6-5 suited in an open pot in the small blind or the button, or even under the gun? I might be opening there, but...
That's a strange fold, actually. He folded 7-8 suited earlier on as well.
Well, then I shouldn't be surprised. That's
I was just thinking.
Better hand than this. If you're doing it with 7-8, you're doing it with 6-5.
That makes sense, I suppose. I think we saw it earlier on as well, watching or something.
It might be he just doesn't want to play speculative hands out of position against, he's built up his stack now back to 40 big blinds. We see Kai has done the same, so the stacks are beginning to middle up slightly. and maybe he feels he makes big mistakes post-flop in those spots, and if you feel you have a spot where you have a weakness, you can make, let's say, some mitigations towards that.
Could well be.
We have Christopher Carlin in the chat too. Welcome, Christopher. And Chris and Drea having some conversation about queens. We're calling Drea the Norwegian queen, but I don't think you should pigeonhole Drea like that. She's kind of just a queen, right? That doesn't have to be. We just talked about country boundaries.
Drea Carlson.
Let's be together as the world and just call Drea the Queen Carlson.
You're sounding like the singing cowboy. You've been around.
Should I start singing?
Yeah, start singing on the stream.
But it seems rather unfair to me, so you should apologize, Christopher.
How are we doing, Chris?
Christopher would have liked to have been here with us. We're growing as a company and had some overlap at the start of the event. And to be fair, the Poker News team, props to them. They've been doing a fantastic job with their reports this week.
Yep.
The people here on the floor haven't missed a beat, in terms of what we're providing. We're still providing, the daily updates in terms of everything that's happening. These guys are focused on the league, the legends of the game, and day 2 and day 3 of the main event.
It's a good team here.
But we'll get Christopher back here, hopefully, for the Kings of Tallinn.
February.
Andrea as well.
I'm looking forward to the Kings of Tallinn already. We're still months away yet with a few more events.
I think this will be my 10th straight February Kings of Tallinn. I wasn't at the one that Ranno won in the very beginning.
You are a true veteran.
Possibly outside of Teresa on the international side. Juhani would be ahead of me as well.
Yeah.
I'm certainly in the top 10 of people that have been to international festivals here in the last decade, though. That's an easy statement to feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
I've been to all the major Riga ones in the last 10 years and all the Vilnius ones. Not all the Vilnius ones, but all the international Vilnius ones. But that one's a little easier, being I can just about walk there.
What's I do for you?
Sometimes walk home, at least. They're going to try to squeeze one more hand in here, actually. So 5 seconds and going. This is good. I like that.
More the merrier.
Max play. Kai looked like he was ready to rock and roll, but happy to get back in his seat as well. Being that it's just 4 left, if a player says, hey, can I have a real 20-minute break, they'll add a minute or 2 back for them, I'm pretty sure. But that's a reason the breaks are long, so that you have a 15 minutes at least. There goes Kai. Christianis with the open. Guillermo has break equity to consider, so I joke about that, but it's a real thing. I see players sometimes stalling on the break, and I'm just like, you're kind of making me sacrifice the break, but I really want to take your chips.
He actually wants
I have
his
to
break.
play this, because if I fold, I don't get to win the hand. Alrighty, folks, so even though you see a 20-minute break on the clock, we're going to speed things up a little bit, and we will be back with you in 15 minutes on a slightly shorter delay. It'll be 4 players left, and we're here at the No Filter main event here at Olympic Park Casino. It's Glenn Brown and Jason Glatzer. See you soon.
Thank you very much. Ciao. With the one and only Duncan Blake, the singing poker player.
All you ever did was wreck me.
You probably recognise him from all the WSOPs, everyone asking to sing. And yes, he's already done his first song. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to Estonia.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Love somebody else with the guest to gab. You're spreading around, and so am I.
So, how are you running in a tournament?
That's pretty good. I was sitting with both Mizrachis on my left and on my left. We got a whole bunch of poker going on, and it's feeling tasty. I'm feeling hungry. The cards are coming. When I sing, the cards get better. It's amazing. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me find what cards are like on Jupiter and Mars. We're gonna do it. It's about the energy. It's about meeting new people. It's about having fun and taking their money and having them feel good about that.
Whatever you want to say about Scotty today, he is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man. The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, baby.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this man right here, I have to give him credit. You know, this young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and deal with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here. I love this. All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
You think Kevin could have an overcard?
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here.
You call going to be all over, baby. I call. I play the board.
Kevin calls. Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped his 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needling him for not having a full stack. This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has, and now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what, Phil. I think I'll bust you right now. Bust you. Did the rebuy?
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
Don't you flop once?
I have a 5.
Listen, let's teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day and they have more money to work with.
After the first day, Rob coming back to the roof, and he sees all 7 envelopes open after their first day.
No, the first time I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. I still would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
It's over, we're in. It's over, right? It's over. We won, let's go.
Wait a minute. It's not over, Grinder. Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's a night. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't see 2 pairs.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla.
All in the first hand.
Run like Sootla. This guy really does.
He's gonna close this one on one hand.
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so...
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him, so jack, 7 or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small. Enjoy your victory. I hope it tastes so sweet.
Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series in Tallinn. Joined now by Alia, the winner of our €350 Progressive Bounty Tournament. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's the feeling? You took down, there was a huge field and many bounties.
Yeah, it's my second prize in Bounty, my favorite game. I enjoy this moment.
You deserve it. I want to say congratulations to you too.
I'm happy to be winner right now for this amazing tournament.
Bow, 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 yeah, no filter.
Oh, wow. The world champion is out.
I busted my own father out on the feature table for the first time. I've always wanted to do that.
Wow.
Being eliminated by his own son.
Wow. So Paul Mizrachi making a name for himself here in Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino.
What a feeling. I mean, not just because he's your dad. How good a feeling is that?
It's really good. I always wanted to do that. Whenever I tell people, oh yeah, I can beat him in poker, he's like, yeah, right. Now I have video evidence of it at a high-stakes tournament.
At the No Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
The father! Long live Mizrachi!
There has to be a biblical.
I had to say the nah goodbye. I had to needle him just a little bit just to get on top of him like that.
All you got to do now, he's back in. All you got to do now is beat him.
Now I got to do it again, and then we'll really be on top.
Grinding. Welcome to Tallinn. Here we go. We are back at the No Filter Poker Series and with none other than legend himself, the Grinder. How are you, Mike?
Always good, always good. Been nothing but amazing here. I'm glad I came. Probably one of the best series I ever played, No Filter. Because my son's here, he said he's never felt more comfortable or having a great time playing poker. He said the last few times he was nervous when he played, but when he's here, because everybody's just amazing and just fun to play with.
It's a good filter tournament. It says no filter, and it certainly is. And it's Duncan bringing this no filter as well.
I'm a maniac. I fell under your spell.
Serenading me to call.
The singing cowboy.
Yeah, he's been amazing. Very thankful to meet him and hanging out with him. It's been a pleasure for sure.
So you've played just about everything this week. I'm going to talk to you about some other stuff regarding poker. But at the moment, I've got to ask you one question. Has Paul stopped bragging yet that he knocked you out on the live stream?
Father
Slayer!
Father
Slayer!
You don't stop. I'm glad he did it, but I was like, Paul, you got a better poker etiquette, I think, a little bit. But he started making fun of me, saying, Sha-na-na-na. That's all good. His dad, he feels good, and
he feels great.
I hope he feels he's better than me. That will make him be very successful.
There has to be a biblical story about son killing father.
Hey, goodbye.
So you've been traveling a lot across Europe. You've been doing a lot of traveling recently. But tell me, you did the Gumball Rally.
I did.
How much fun was that?
I mean, it was nothing but amazing, but it's like crazy speed, this, that. I mean, driving the Lamborghini, but Lambos are not that comfortable, but I wouldn't suggest taking a Lambo for like 15 hours for driving for the day, especially for the passenger seat. My next Gumball run, I'm going to get like a nice Mercedes or something like that. It's something comfortable. If you're driving 3,000 miles, yeah. They started in Istanbul, but I met them in Bucharest, and I stopped in Florence. I was like, all right, I had kind of enough. Because it was a long drive. You know what? I'm just gonna meet him in Ibiza. So I took a plane there.
Oh, really? So you cheated?
So let them do the rest of the drive. I'm gonna fly there. I'm gonna take the flight.
You'd had enough of the passenger seat?
No, it's not that. It's Lamborghinis are great, but it's good for a couple hours, not 15-hour driving. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pleased you had fun. You've done lots of places this time as well. It's your first time to Estonia. Have you actually managed to see any of Estonia? Any Tallinn this week?
The casino's been amazing. That's what I
the casino's been amazing, yeah. It's a lovely setup here, isn't it? The OlyBet have done it really well.
Amazing venue for sure, and they did a wonderful job to see. Turn out amazing.
And I guess it didn't take much for Mounir to get you here.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mounir. He's been an amazing host, and I was thankful for meeting him too.
Well, is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything else you want to say? Because we're not talking about anything else apart from this.
I just want to say I love you guys. And I'm about to kill this cash game.
Good luck in the cash game, mate. Thank you very much for talking to us. Thanks, Guy. What a legend. Always will be. Thank you very much.
The biggest poker festival in Northern Europe. Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments. 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
All right. Welcome back. It's Jason and Glenn once again. We are down to just 4 players here at the No Filter 1,100 euro main event. They've already locked up 20,350 euros, but the winner is slated to receive a cool 100K, which includes 25,000 euros added by OlyBet Poker. So
well done, OlyBet. Well done, OlyBet. Well done. That's smashing.
We could be in for some poker, though, because even the short stack has more than 30 big blinds. We could see an excited Kali Lee. He's the short stack, in fact, with 31 big blinds from under the gun. And I was keeping up with the chat during the break. Andreas took my chat computer, so now it's chat phone. So I'm showing up as Jackson Poker, if you're wondering who that crazy guy is. That's
you.
That's how my YouTube was logged in, but yeah. I have a lot of screen names, but one of the ones that was most popular, that Jackson is most well known as the Wacky Jackson screen name that I use on. That was the first one. Well, on many brands over 20 years. That's from 2001. So 24 years.
Long time. It's going to be fun. They've all spread out. They've got themselves a little bit of room.
Yeah, I like that they move things a little bit. It makes things a little more comfortable. Although it is a friendly table, it isn't the most super chatty table, but you can understand why. It's 2350, as I said, that they locked up. It's 100K up top. If there's ever a time to focus, now is the time.
100% eyes on the prize.
And Kai, the first player under 30 big blinds in a long time. In danger zone with just 29.
Danger zone.
No, he has plenty, folks. Don't worry about that. It's lovely to see when you can see some 3-bets, 4-bets, some nice post-flop action at this stage with 4 players left. It's a testament to the great structure by Teresa Nuzian and Olivier as well.
It's a good structure. Yeah, it is a good structure. It lasts this long with this many blinds. It's fantastic to see the guys this deep, actually. Final four.
Now we can see how tight Kali is. Yeah, I'm happy that he's opening here. I was a little bit wondering still about this 6-5 suited and 8-7 suited.
Yep.
It just maybe doesn't want to play these kind of hands out of position. He would have been in position for one of those, though. And Guillermo Gardo calling. He's not afraid with any 2 suited cards. We've seen that all day long from 16 players left. But does not connect with the King 9-4 2-diamond flop. Kale being opening from under the gun has a lot of those cards in his range, especially the 9, the King, less so the 4. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah. I do like his play sometimes. I was watching him earlier on the week.
Yeah, Kale's a good player. He's had some results over the years here.
I've played with him a few times over the last few festivals, smaller events.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has different strategies against different players and things like that. So it's hard to look at one spot in a vacuum and say, well, that's how he plays. That's not necessarily how he plays. It doesn't necessarily say what we think it might say. Speaking of suited connectors, we have Young B here with the 10-9 suited of diamonds. And he likes what he sees. A min-raise and Kai. We could be seeing a 3-bet incoming. 7s 4-handed from an under the gun is really the cutoff, and a button raise we may see happening here. Guillermo folding his King 7 after Kai taking the safer route with a call. And that invites Kale to come along for the ride. King 4-3 flop, not the flop any player at the table is really happy to see, but it's Kai ahead with the 7s. Let's see though if Young B over here from Latvia, if he is going to try to rep that King. He indeed is. It's a bet of 250, exactly 1/3 of the pot. And Kai, if it was just him and Kale, if it was just him and Young B, he'd probably be calling there just to see what happens on the turn. But you have a player behind you. So Young B getting the best hand to fold. Is he going to get the dominating hand to fold now?
Depends. He gets out of the way there.
So good play there by Young B. Open, not afraid when a flop doesn't hit him, but hits his range, continues it for 1/3 the pot. I'm sure he's happy with that end result there. He would have likely have had to slow it down and given up more or less on the hand with any sort of reaction there other than a fold. And we have the amazing Lenka, The paparazzi.
Amazing pictures all week. Guys, check out our pictures on the OlyBet sites, because some of our pictures have been phenomenal this week.
They'll also be uploaded to Flickr later on too, right, Alenka? Yeah, they'll be up on the Flickr, and then you can see all the photos from the previous festivals, so it's not just the social media. We're not live reporting at Poker Pro this time, but we are picking out some choice selections depending on which players are winning what for the articles on Poker Pro too. And Mike has brought those articles to life. I even told her, look how you brought this article to life today.
Oh, really? Some great pictures. I'm actually going to we're going to upload the pictures as well afterwards. I spoke to her. We're going to upload them along to our socials as well for them, so the players can get wide view angle of them.
Yeah, it'd be fun to get some kind of like
put a gallery.
What do they call it? Slow-mo video, not slow-mo, but fast play video.
Oh, for the whole collection,
imagine,
we can do that.
That might be.
That'd be quite cool. Except there's a lot of pictures to do that with. 144 yesterday, apparently she took.
Yeah, so it's
uploaded.
It's not for the stories.
It won't be for a story, that's for sure.
But I would certainly watch that in a few months' time, for example.
Yeah.
Every photo would bring back a memory, or just be, who is that again? But either one or the other.
I don't have to have.
This is a tricky turn. Let's get back to the action. It was a little bit slow up until this point with the check on a scary board. It's still scary, and somehow this goes check despite both players connecting with that jack, and that 6 is an action killer because 8 or 3 is no bueno. But we'll see if either player can bet the other off. The thing is, the pot's not bloated enough, and there's no point in really firing away. I mean, we see neither player's really going to do that either because they both have showdown value. So the really most likely scenario is check, but perhaps if Christianis checks, Kai will maybe try to squeak out some thin value from his jack. But we shall never know because Christianis doing something completely different. It's more of a block bet sizing. This is what I'm willing to do. And he's going to be surprised to some degree. Well, no, because he was just called. He's not going to be surprised at all if the cards weren't tabled. But might be surprised if the cards were tabled that there was no action on the turn.
Interesting.
How much are the white chips? Is a question that we have right now in the chat. I feel like I'm colorblind today.
So that's 7.2. Let's see if we can work it out. Chris Johnson's got 7.2.
But they got rid of the blue chips, so it must be 2,500, 250. We can do a count next time. Let's see, we see 9 white chips plus another 2 million there. So they must be 250.
They've got to be.
The math, that's the only way the math works.
Green and white.
But they must have done that color up on the break because it was pink,
and
green,
blues.
and blue.
Yeah, the blues have also been gone.
So good question there, and we think we have your answer. But being that Glenn and I are not usually good enough players to see these set white chips, I think you can excuse us in this particular case that we're counting and guessing.
Yeah, we don't normally get to these stages, do we? Well, I don't anyway. Not on this amount of chips anyway. All in with
and I have an image to maintain as a fish, Glenn, right? So we'll just say that I've never seen these chips before.
Yeah. I can just say the tournaments that I play obviously aren't big enough to have this amount of chips. I'll put it that way. I haven't played all week, which is unusual. I normally play at one of these festivals this week. I know you haven't played as well this week. Sometimes
yeah, I knew I wasn't going to play this week, though. Once you get into the comms booth, and it was the same when I was live reporting. You know, I'm known as a live reporter for many years. You know, you just don't play. You're there to, you know, you're part of everything in your own way, but you're not there to play.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean once in a while you're thinking it would be nice to play, but usually you just, you know, you get that in your head, you know, after so many times. So this was one of those trips where I was more hands-on than just, media planning, which is what I've been doing, and when I come to the events, I have to do some stuff here and there, but more or less I have a lot of free time to
get some other stuff done.
Yeah, to get some other stuff done, play some poker.
I think I also said I might not play this week as well when I said I was flying out. It's time-wise. But it's been quite busy. We've been busy on the old media side this week. It's been pretty hectic.
Tower 1981 confirms they are 250K, so I'm glad that we still know how to do some basic counting, Glenn.
Okay.
It's not Tower spelt the same way.
Oh, okay.
It's not Tower like Phil.
I thought Phil Held had jumped in the stream from the UK.
It wouldn't surprise me if we properly shared on social media and he saw it. He likes both of us. He would come maybe to say hi. Tell us we don't do as good a job as he does and making people laugh because he's a freaking riot, Phil, but
knows what he's doing. He's fun.
If you want a guy to liven up a room, the Tower certainly is one of the most capable people of doing that. And I've done, I did 7 straight days of comms averaging more than 12 hours a day with him. This was pre-pandemic times.
Oh my goodness. It's a lot of days in the comms box with Tower. I'll tell you now. Phil's a lovely guy.
We had a 6-hour heads up as well just to end all that. But that was an epic one. I don't want to say more about that event because we have right now some action pending with Guillermo Gordo, who is never afraid of suited cards, as we know. Not on stack depths where he can afford to be speculative, and Kale, it's okay to make the fold there. If he wanted to call, that would have been okay too. But he's basically cutting a lot of hands out that he just doesn't like playing, and even though he was getting a good price with the 7-4, he would have given up an extra 100K on this 3 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, Jack of clubs flop. So Kai here now with the top pair, King Kicker. Guillermo, it really should be a check bet fold, on Kai's stack depth. Reason for Guillermo to be shopping for, some hope later, whether it's a 9 to give him a straight. He might not even know that's good because Kai should be betting his King Queens as well. But even with more chips, it normally would go a check bet fold. Backdoor flush draw, maybe some small consideration. But the board is too wet for Kai to not be betting. And even though he would have liked to have had a bigger pot, it wasn't going to happen on this, and just good to deny your opponent equity. You check and the 9 comes, you just put yourself in that spot, deny the equity and move on. But that was a value bet. He wants a 10 to call.
Of course it is. All day long. So we got the ladies are playing. Still, they've started the ladies today.
That is right.
Got a few people turned up, a few familiar faces have turned up to play the ladies today.
We have Tower Disco 1.11, I guess that's January 11th, at Blackpool for the KV Cup. I shouldn't be saying that, but I know that involves some charity, so I don't mind actually saying that one, but we'll leave it at that.
Yep.
But welcome to the stream. Just like we wouldn't go into Tower Stream talking about the fact that we have the Kings of Vilnius coming up on November 15th and November 23rd. And, something maybe, a little bit of fun in the Kings of Tallinn. Yeah. Why I say a little bit, you don't want to miss that one in the beginning of February.
6th to the 15th.
That, those things I wouldn't say in another stream, for example. But this is for charity, so...
yeah, that's a good cup.
It's okay.
That's a good cup. Well supported, that one.
And we're actually big supporters of poker in the UK, both of us. You more than me because you live there, but our company is quite active in the UK at the moment.
We cover a lot of companies that we cover, which has been great.
So anyway, we have young B here with a flush draw, and we'll see how he behaves facing a bet here from Kale. And from Kale, he would be value betting here too if he had a 10. I mean, it should likely be a call based on Kale's size. If he wanted to raise, he's kind of going to potentially put himself in a case where he's denying equity if Kale has a 10 or better. And the 2 of Hearts isn't the card Christianis was looking for, but once again, it does give him more possibilities on a river, such as another. Well, he's ahead with the deuce actually now, so I think it's the same spot where you just check it back. You can bet small because you can call raise if it's small, but if you're betting big and Kale shoves over, it's just a gross spot. It looks like it's a small bet though. Yeah, going for some. It's either it's probably a combination of, let's say, value, and if I'm raised, I have plenty of outs / equity denial. The fact that right now I just have bottom pair. It's a fun sizing. It's not too big, not too small.
No, it works.
You can call a raise. Kale shouldn't be shoving into this pot. It's not enough in it for him to risk 2.7 mil. I mean, I think Kale is going to fold. He's just thinking it out. But I'm just thinking of Kale, let's say, had king 10 instead, how this can look so much different.
Oh, goodness me, yes.
Because Kale's checking a lot of turns despite, having that top pair. Also, pot control. He also doesn't want to be the next person out. So depending on how he's playing, it would have been interesting to watch how these two approach that. Okay, let's reshuffle. Same positions. Now king 10 versus 9-2 diamonds, and deal the same flop and turn, please.
Let's have some fun. See what happens.
So Tower, the next big event in Tallinn, I don't know if that was before or after Glenn gave the dates, but it's February 6th to 15th over here at Olympic Park Casino, Hilton Tallinn Park. There's already a lot of information up on OlyBet events. Just check out the landing page, click the read more when you get down to the Kings of Tallinn page. There'll be more and more and more information over the coming weeks. The one thing I should tell you is that you will be able to get a hotel last minute, but if you want to stay at the Hilton, and still get a decent price, I would, check out the deals they have there. Glenn and I this time opted not to stay at the Hilton, and we're staying at the nearby Hampton Inn, which is a nice venue as well.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah.
It's like a couple of minute walk, 5-minute walk max.
But there's a lot of affordable hotels, but if you're waiting till last second and then something else is happening at the same time, you're going to find yourself and just get that sorted as soon as possible.
Especially if you're planning on coming as well. It's going to be a big festival, that as well, I think. We're expecting big numbers. Every year it's just growing.
I have a title to defend there too, so I have a horse title to defend in Vilnius.
Isn't it the pot?
Pot limit stud, high-low round of each against all those bracelet winners and ballers, and me winning that GPI award and just entering the same time after already celebrating a bit and announcing I'm the fish in the room, and then Frankie comes in and I say, well, at least I'm not the fish anymore, and I win it.
Yeah,
Easy game.
Interesting that was. I remember interviewing you the next day. We had a chat on camera about that. The same day you won the GPI. Brilliant.
Hopefully they have that, that's on a tournament that is run regularly, so I hope that they put that one back on the schedule. The horse was a little less surprising to see come back at the Kings of Vilnius, where it's pretty Hold'em and Omaha heavy, but this is interesting. There was a bet and a call with neither player really connecting the board with King 6 and Queen 8. So another check by Kai is Kale going to try to steal this one away. Kale had a gut shot to the straight and a king high, which he's actually ahead with. And the 3 of spades on the river. Kai may not realize he's ahead and actually not bet for value here, but bet anyway.
Try and get the pot off.
Yeah. Because against the buttons open, the king 6 doesn't necessarily have a thrilling amount of showdown value. It has some on this kind of board. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this. And I'm not sure if Kale is just timing for later, but this should be a really quick fold for him. Maybe if there was no ICM implication and he sensed weakness, the other play is to just shove over the top. But he'll still be in good shape at 2.2 with the other short stack having 3. No reason to make this your spot, Kale. It would work, you know, if you sense something, it would actually work in this spot, but in general terms, I wouldn't like to see that.
Think about what he fancied.
I really should have looked at ICM numbers during the break. I don't have my computer with me, but I can do some bits over the phone because the dynamic is actually a lot different with this 100K top prize where, you know, it hasn't become a chippy V fest because, you know, the 20 to 45 between 4th and 2nd is still significant, but it doesn't play out like normal ICM that, you know, over the years, even if you're not studying, becomes more and more ingrained about how the ranges work.
Yeah.
But this isn't quite like satellite, and it's not quite like normal ICM implications. So I'm pretty sure the players all studied that normally would take ICM into account before the start of the day in case I get into these spots. You know, what adjustment do I need to make that I wouldn't normally make with a 100K top prize and 45K to second place?
Yeah, it's a big jump, isn't it? It's definitely a premium to win this event. That's for sure.
We have an Estonian player here in Dmitry Damaskin announcing that also, yes, that Kings is in February. But maybe we can get Dmitry over to Vilnius as well, because I have to say Kings of Vilnius last year was a lot of fun, not just because I can roll out of bed and get there pretty quickly, you know. Maybe that has a little bit to do with it. Or more importantly, after a night out, instead of rolling into a hotel room, I can roll into the bed with my wife. You know, that's a little bit nicer at times.
Yeah, that's not far away. Not far away. 14th to the 23rd it is in November. Kings of Vilnius. I'm probably not pronouncing it right. I'll probably get done on the stream for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that a lot.
And walking in front of us is actually one of the people that have been behind with full support of King's brands over the year, and Olivier. He's always making sure the events here in Tallinn are running smooth, and he's also here for the No Filter Tour, which is in coordination with Mounir's No Filter group and hosted at the venue here at Olympic Park Casino in the Hilton.
He's also a talented bass player.
That is right. We did hear him play over at the OlyBet Bar and Grill during the player/staff party at the end of the WSOP circuit over the summer.
He is, yeah. Talented bass
And
player.
that's not the first or last time I expect to hear him play on the stage, along with Yarko on the drums, Teresa's boyfriend.
Yes.
But maybe we'll see some drum playing tonight. I don't know. I didn't ask if the staff band is going to be gracing us with their presence tonight at 9 o'clock, where there is a players' party open to all on the casino floor.
I haven't actually heard what's happening tonight. I just know there's a players' party.
It's on the schedule.
I know it's on the schedule.
Read the schedule.
But I haven't seen whether there's a band or anything. I haven't heard. I know there's a party.
Yeah, that I don't know.
But I didn't know. I knew there was a party tonight, but I didn't know what was going to happen.
Young B with the 9s. And Kali Lee here. He doesn't defend very wide, but Jack 8 should be a defend. It doesn't mean you need to go nuts on an 8-high board. But Christianis's range is all over the place from under the gun, which is also the cutoff. And let's see, I mean, it's not the worst flop for Christianis. 1 overcard. He's only concerned that Kali flop a 10, and I would have bet to try to get value off a 5 or a 2 or deny equity, but You can feel a little bit safer doing that. He turned the set here, Mr. Brown.
He has. It's also given him a straight draw.
Yeah, an open ender
Yeah,
for Kalle.
yeah, an
So
open-ender,
this
yeah.
could be a big problem for
Yeah.
Kalle. Because with this, you know, you have to be concerned even of the 7/8s, and you know, it's like you should be raising here. Especially with Kalle, who's unlikely going to rip the river. I mean, if he thinks Kalle just has a 10, he may just want to call. But then I don't see Kalle just ripping it out either way. I don't mind just because of position, but let's see what happens.
Ooh,
Plank
okay,
river. The 7/8 though would have gone in there. Kalle has 7/8s, he would have been betting there, but that shouldn't be a major sin for Christianos. He should feel pretty secure. Even if Kalle jams, you know, he can pretend to think about it, but toss the chip in pretty quickly. If Kalle bets small, he can come over the top. Otherwise, I think Christianos really should just put, you know, the max bet in and hope his opponent has like a 10-5 or just, you know, he wouldn't have a 10-5, but a 10-ace or 10-queen or something like that. That he's making a call that he's not thrilled with, but understands it's ahead of a range that includes a lot of bluffs. The one thing I do not want to see is a check back. If he wants to bet less than an all-in, I can get that because you're more likely to get a call. But I get greedy here.
You're going for the jugular.
Yes. But Kalle's going to fold even if it was 200,000. Just because we see what he has.
Yeah,
this was a what if.
He was calling that spot. He's playing this final table very well. Oh, yeah, friend from Latvia.
I don't know Christianos from before. This is my first... he looks familiar, so I shouldn't say I don't know him, but I don't believe I've met him before.
I hadn't met him before.
All three
until
other
today.
players I've met on different levels.
Yep.
Guillermo, not so much, but I've watched him play quite a bit, and we've played together once or twice. Kai, maybe a little bit less than Kalle, but, you know, over the years, between playing and working and just being around all the time.
Yeah. You get to know the players separately on a social level as well.
You may not even get to know them here. You may see them somebody else. And, oh, yeah, you're the guy from Tallinn. And then they strike up a conversation with me or something like that. It may take me a second if we've never talked before to place where I met them, but I'm usually fairly okay at that, too. I think we've lost the attention spans of Christopher Carlin and Drea Carlson. They've been awfully quiet, but maybe they left during the break as well.
It could be. Could be. Chris is busy, as always.
There will be some fresh content coming out by Chris this week. I believe there was something today that I haven't read yet.
Okay. I haven't seen
Luca
it.
has
I haven't
published.
seen it yet.
I was happy. Ooh, wait a minute here. Hold your horses. We have Guillermo opening for a min raise, and we have Kalle Lee making a move. We said he was avoiding these suited situations, and he's finding himself a spot and really putting some pressure on Guillermo. I mean, I think Guillermo has to find... It's really borderline. I shouldn't say he has to find the call. Sevens, I say, is that's the hand. You know, like eights, I think he's easily talking himself into. As I said, I think on the fact that it was just 13 big blinds and blinds going up soon, it's a call. But it's Kalle Lee actually not in the worst of situations once he gets the call. He is flipping at the moment. You would like to see some relief out of the gate, though that is not the relief. Backdoor flush draw is all he's got. Fortunately, at least the Jack and 8 are still alive as well. Queen of Hearts leaves it to just that. Just 6 outs, or we've lost Kalle Lee. And it's a 5 of hearts on the river, so we've lost our friend Kali Lee. You could see the frustration, but he's still being a gentleman. Out in 4th place for 20,350 euros.
Great run.
Down to the podium of 3 players, each locking up already 29,750 euros. And if the next pay jump sounds big, it is. It's going up to 45,900, but that's, nothing to talk about compared to the pay jump after that to 100,000.
Second to first.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. It's like...
And
huge.
I'm not sure if they were told there's no deals. We can find out about that, but you could see, Kai in the background just sipping on his water, chilling back. He's ready to play, giving a fist bump over to Kale. And Christianis with that nice chip lead, but Guillermo Gordo with also a nice stack. And Kai's been in these spots before. I'm not going to count Kai out at all. I'm not saying Kai would be necessarily even money on the boards, but he would be, let's say, factored in from the fact that, he doesn't have a super short stack, first of all, and second, he's very adept at playing three-handed. Not much you can do when you get 10-4 offsuit, though, and we have Guillermo defending with the 8-7 off Young B's open, so it's a 2 bigger stacks colliding on the first hand, the three-handed play. And it looks like Scotty Nguyen is coming onto the TV table. Seat open for Scotty.
Yeah,
how much does he have to pay to
Scotty
sit down?
Scotty's wishing everyone the best.
Scotty doesn't know he can't play right now, but maybe there's some Scotty exceptions. But I know Scotty's heading off soon, so very nice of him to come up on the table to say goodbye, all jokes aside. But meanwhile, hello, Guillermo. He's hoping that somehow more money can get into this pot. That would require this to go to the river, most likely, and a 9 or a king to show. Pretty fair bet there. Let's see. I don't think there's... Well, what's he thinking? That I'm in position, and if it checks again... I still have a king or a 9 along with those implied possibilities. Full house. Now, if I'm actually Guillermo, I'm not ever checking here, first of all. I'm actually doing the opposite, and I'm just betting quite big. It's a final table with 3 left.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot less of this, stealing away. We haven't really seen Christianis do much of that at all. And it's not like Guillermo's watching the stream, but during breaks, he may be having chats with people. Hey, how are these guys playing? A lot of players do that. It's allowed to do during breaks, in fact. But he's doing the opposite. He's trying to squeak in some thin value. And I don't, that's the thing. I don't think Christianis is going to call this. So, he's also not going to call the bigger bet. But, that there's not a lot of high range of hands outside the flush that are calling anything at all. Maybe the 7, but the 7 might be calling a big bet as well. You may get a pocket pair to call, whether it's an over pair or under pair. You may even get a deuce or a 3 or an ace king to call because of bluff catching possibilities.
He's not thinking about making a move here, is he?
I don't think so. I think he's thinking about whether his king is ever good here. Yep, that's what he's thinking about. And this is where I stand corrected. I mean, this was very thin betting value. I think if he bets a chip more, if he bets 350, he's getting the fold. Yeah. So, I guess this is why you don't do what I do. Don't do this at home, kids. And bet big and hope you're delivering a cooler to somebody.
Well, that's why you have trophies at home, though, sir. Trophies.
But how many of them are in Hold'em?
That's true. That is true. Actually, that is true.
I have 5 this year.
Has your scoop trophy arrived yet?
No, but I'm counting that as one that I've won. That was in Hold'em.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I knew that was
2
Hold'em.
of them were in Hold'em, to be fair.
One in London?
One in London, yes.
Yes.
And one online. And then I count this GPI trophy as well, even though it's in the possession of Mr. Jonathan Rabb. And well-deserved possession of Mr. Jonathan Rabb, I need to add.
Yep, agreed.
Buenos noches, Bony Pants. Young B would change his life with 100K.
Oh, really? Good.
That's good to hear.
Changed a lot of people's lives on 100K, to be fair.
I would have at least another car. Otherwise, it's not really changing. I don't think it would change my life all that much, even though it's nice to have. Because it's not going into my bankroll, because that's not how I roll with if it would be that big of a win.
It's a big
and
win.
It's probably not going to a single purchase either, so it's just going to be making things comfortable. I'm not going to change my lifestyle over it.
Sure, I mean, it probably might change good challenge. He said he plays a lot online.
But at the same time, it would be very, very nice to have.
I certainly would.
It would go in the save for a rainy day fund, you know. Most of it anyway.
I have lots of rainy day funds that I need to dig in now and again. We have lots.
Do you have the funds, or you just have a lot of rainy days you need funded? Because that's the problem I have at the moment.
I live in London. Lots of rainy days.
So we have Young B here. You have a lot of people rooting for you, but you don't need to think about that now. You have the Ace Jack. Going for the infinite ROI, coming here for absolutely for free.
I know. Incredible, isn't it?
No, I agree. 100K is a game changer at a young age, for sure.
Massive.
I mean, to be fair, you know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's small money. I mean, it would make a difference, but it's not going to change the fact that I'm married with a kid living where I live and the school my kid's going to and what kind of car I drive and what kind of clothes I wear. It'll make me feel more comfortable in many other ways. But as a 20-something-year-old kid, I fully get that. Especially if you're an aspiring poker pro and a lot of this is going to bankroll. You know, I definitely prescribe that this 100K should never go into someone's full bankroll when they're first starting out. But there's so many people that have, let's say, that drive that, you know, that's what you're ready to do and you don't mind going all in and broke. You know, you could be a bit aggressive, but it's basically 100 buy-ins at that 1K level, and he got here for free.
Yeah, but he got a ticket. I'm not sure he got a package or it was a ticket. He definitely said it was to do the added value tickets he got it for, so amazing story.
Been wait a while. He's putting himself in a spot because I think there's going to be a 3-bet incoming, and it's almost a shove. There's about 1.9 million, I believe. It's basically saying the same thing. And nice 3 there by Kai, back up to 2.8 million. Trying to protect himself from that danger zone. And when you're out of position, the 3-bet shove is better, most likely marginally, than a normal 3-bet, but I'm not quite sure that statement is factual, but I don't mind it because it makes it a little bit more risk-free, and if you get your hand caught in the cookie jar, well, you were far in third place anyway at that stage. It's not that you... Kai is definitely built up without an all-in call, but it doesn't... It hurts him a little less to take that risk at this stage.
Kai knows what it takes to win.
The amount that a player like Kai with his chip stack, if you're doing ICM, has to gain by gaining chips comparatively to any other player at the table, the chips that he gains is far more, each chip he gains is far more valuable to his stack than to the other players. Now they're saying that young B, we're never going to see him again, that if he even wins 45K, he's just going to go to Philippines for 4 to 5 years. So,
is that what they're saying?
I mean, I kind of want to see him again. He's got a nice presence on the table.
Yeah, he has. But will he take his friends with him? That's the question.
Then he's going to 4 to 5 weeks then.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Depends on which friends. You know, we know a few different groups of friends that are all together in Latvia. Some are a little bit more studious, some are a little bit more wild and crazy. Some are used to be wild and crazy.
Yeah, we know a few out there, that's for sure.
Shout out to my brother Gatis. Also to Edgar's out there, Niels. And shout out to the whole team actually at Olympic Voodoo, and led by Katarina. She does a great job. Maria running a lot of the things behind the scenes as well from a marketing standpoint.
Yep.
Every time I have an enjoyable experience in Riga. Because there I'm usually coming to play, not to work at all.
True. As I say, I've only been there twice, and I've both times had a very good experience.
Young B likes but hates his situation at the same time. He'll like it better if he gets a fold here, believe it or not, just out of position. If he's 4-bet here, like really big. Oddly enough, because of the ICM implications of Kai, he would have a lot to think about. Ace-Queen is such a strong hand, three-handed. But it doesn't mean that you're playing the same way that you would play if, you know, it was winner take all.
Yeah. I can hear Hotel California in my ear. Duncan Blake singing it away. That was the first song he sang this week. Are you here for that?
Yeah,
were you here for that? Were you in the booth?
No, I remember hearing it, though. Maybe it was on video.
Yeah, it was the first song Mounir got him to sing this week.
I was there for that. It was during the Legends of the Game. I was in the booth.
Yes. And it's also the first song he sang at the WSOP for Mounir as well.
It sounds like other people are singing along now, too. It's about time, actually. He's been a one-man show all week. Although what I'm concerned about is his singing going through our stream may set off some DCMA accidentally.
Right.
Or DMCA.
Mounir's joining in. Having a reminisce.
So 3 players remaining for those of you just tuning in, and the €1,001 no filter main event. It was a 3-day affair featuring 5 opening flights. Players have locked up more than €29,000 already. There is an extra $25,000 added to the top prize generously by OlyBet Poker, leading to that $100,000 top prize up top.
Huge.
Super top heavy. With 2 players that have played in these spots similarly in the past, maybe for less or more money. And young B, the young gun over here, who won a free ticket through an event, an added ticket, and now is making the most of it.
He is.
Two big stacks, not wanting to put more money in, try to steal it away. The Jack 5 hitting that 5 though. It's Jack 3 and King 5. So Christianis now with a piece of the board. Guillermo with a bad end of that open ender. Isn't enough for Gordo to take a stab. There's just not enough in the pot, even though blinds just went up. This is fine. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's not that this pot is really going to develop on this street, and any equity denial is not really that big of a deal from, you know, the ranges that might be raising. We can see a 7 is good as well in this particular case, but that's not always the case. And to get a call might lead him now to be able to steal it away, regardless of what the river is. And it's a jack of diamonds, ace of diamonds.
Ace of diamonds, yeah.
That shouldn't really be in either player's immediate range in a limped pot. If Guillermo has more aces in his limps than Young B has in his option checkbacks. And perhaps if Guillermo can find another bet, he can win it, but and he's thinking the same thing, but I don't think this is going to be big enough. Just 175, I believe. You're not going to think that you're ahead all the time here, but I mean, 175 here when you're sitting on this amount of chips with all that in the pot, it should be a fairly simple call.
He cut off a king high a minute ago, so.
But then he got his hand caught in the cookie jar with that king 9 to a full house. But it was a bigger bet than this one, too. And Christianis back up to 8.5 million. I'm curious how he can spend 4 to 5 years in the Philippines on 45,000 euro. There's a lot I have to learn in life. I mean, I have a lot of overhead in my life in terms of family and whatnot. Not that I mind. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. But compared to, let's say, a 20-something that has no attachments, let's say.
Well, 4 or 5 years in the Philippines won't be cheap. Depends what he tends to do in the Philippines, to be honest.
Maybe to live in a tent.
Yeah, that'll work. On a beach.
With Wi-Fi.
Yeah, just get a hut. Sit there. Play poker all day. Looking at the sunsets and sunrises.
Meanwhile, let's see. Kai getting a rare walk. Did he show the 10-4? It looked like he wanted to and then decided not to. And Kai down to 20 big blinds, down to 2.6 million. We can see him hovering for a bit. We might see him get into action. Kai has different gears. Guillermo's shown he has different gears as well.
He has changed it up, actually, Guillermo. He's made some interesting moves.
From your position, it's a little difficult to show to me.
Likely open here. Jack 9 suited, a pretty button hand. Whether it was 3-handed or not, it should be a button open on these stack sizes. Kai folding a better suited queen, but Guillermo going to defend his king 4 suited. And if spades come,
it's going to be
we're
war.
seeing the biggest pot that we've seen this event.
Could you imagine? 3-spade flop.
But it's a king on the flop with no spade, so this may be over before it began. There is a gut shot for Young B. He has more kings than Guillermo should. It's just that Guillermo happens to have a suited king this time. Guillermo with the very strong 2-pair, though, has some options to him. But he's going to let his opponent see another card for free without increasing the price. And now, you know, all of a sudden Guillermo can't be feeling super, super good. Pretty much most kings are now better than him, and the 10 is crushing him. But at the same time, leading out like this will likely take down the pot here now. It is too small of a bet, though, so maybe we'll see something from Young B here. We haven't seen anybody try to make a move in a long time, and that might be what he's thinking about. That he's thinking about that I might be drawing dead, or even if I wasn't, it's likely he has a king or a 10. But it's interesting that right now the play allows both Young B and Guillermo to be a little bit more speculative at times, to play those implied odds a bit with all the chips that both players have behind, while Kai has to take the exact opposite approach outside of like a big blind situation where he can just defend. He's going to be featuring more of like a tight aggressive. But even being tight aggressive, you can still open a suited Jack-8 here. So maybe this was an ill-timed comment, because this is kind of like a hand that's an exception to that. But it's a lot more costly for him to make speculative calls and speculative continuation bets post-flop than it is for his two opponents. And Young B opting to defend with the 5-3 offsuit. And the ace-ace-10 flop. And if Kai shall bet, it would be very ambitious, being that Kai's been very quiet, for Young B to call or raise. Call would be, a reverse float situation to take it later, which would actually potentially work here because we see what Kai has.
Yeah, it's kept its swing as well.
But in this particular spot, it would be way too risky. What is your prediction? Who will be first, second, or third? I'm not sure I want to say that out loud, to be fair. I thought about my answer, though. I mean, I would think that all three of these guys, if Kai comes from behind, he's going to be a worthy champion. Guillermo, I've kind of propped up a little bit more than maybe I should have. In terms of my limited amount of his play. It's not like I have a 100,000 hand sample size on him. And then you have Young B, who we're learning a little bit from you guys on the stream, and he's becoming a favorite of ours here in the booth as well.
Only because we want to go to the Philippines with him.
Well, if he's renting a place that only costs $330 a month, it's not going to get me to the Philippines and say goodbye to my wife, son, and dog. Sorry, I'm starting a new life for 4 to 5 years, so I can stay in Young B's basement, and he's paying $330 a month, and he doesn't actually have a basement.
Which is true.
So Guillermo's raise, we can see, is now closer to the top end of his spectrum versus where we were at before. So let's see if this mixes Kai up, because Kai by now is aware that Guillermo is raising very wide on the button. It doesn't look like he is just calling. It's a raise of 750. This could spell trouble for Kai. Guillermo may actually lay down ace-9 suited. I think that's the least likely of 3 scenarios. He's kind of happy where he is right now with this 7 million stack.
It's a good position.
That's the other thing to consider. So we may see a fold. I don't blame him for thinking about this spot. It's pretty... There we go. That's the Guillermo that I've come to know and love over the
good move.
Few festivals I've been watching you.
That's a good move.
Not afraid to stick with your guns. about $300 to $450 a month to rent a good and high apartment building with AC. I mean, let's just say that I would think that the AC would need to be. If we're going through the hypothetical of me still staying married but taking like a break and going to the Philippines just to chill out with young B after he wins 45,000 plus. It better be in a villa. I mean, come on. Go for 2 years and do it right, guys.
We're on a beachfront villa. And high-speed internet.
And high-speed internet.
That's a must. Gotta have the high-speed internet. Guys.
I mean, you guys can go camping in Finland. You don't need to pretend that you're camping in Philippines. You know what though? Like there's so many lakes in Latvia that I would recommend. One summer we explored together. We didn't get to do it this summer. I did a road trip last summer with a few of the people up from Vilnius all the way up till Tallinn, and these cabin places at the lakes. They're perfectly. I love staying in them, but I just couldn't imagine living in that for 5 years. I can imagine being there for a few weeks even. But it's. Then you don't need high-speed internet.
We might have to do that. That's the road trip across from there all the way up sounds pretty cool. I was jealous and envious of when you told me about your road trip last time.
They found a sales point for me that they didn't even know existed. I said he owns a burger place in the Philippines.
Who does?
Apparently, maybe Young B.
Oh, we're off.
Now we're saying 2 places.
Now we're talking.
We got something for lunch and something for dinner.
That is it. Burgers. You mentioned burgers with Jason. He's on the plane. 100. I think we've lived on burgers this week.
And the burgers are made from cow meat, just to be very specific, in the Philippines, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, done.
Yeah, I mean.
Sold.
I can't promise I'm actually going to come for 2 to 3 years because that may have other implications in my life, both work-wise and family-wise, that may have been a little bit too impulsive to promise on a stream, but...
I'm sure it's not anything you promised on a stream in the past, I'm sure. I'm sure we've done a few of these in the past.
No, I keep my word on prop bets, so I've done a few crazy ones over the years. We have Guillermo Gordo here with another ace, and Christianas... not the worst hand in the world from the small blind, out of position against a player with chips. A player that he could perhaps wait to play heads up with and be a little bit tighter with at the time. I don't think he should be folding while saying that. I'm not sure if he's going to be 3-betting, which I'm not sure should happen here. But it is a 3-bet to 800. No, 575. It's a super light 3-bet. Now I understand this a little bit less. That might have been a misclick, actually. Oh, it is 800,000. That's much better. That makes a lot more sense. Because we saw a play before the final table began where there was like a min-click with 9s that made no sense from the big blind.
Oh, okay.
Like a 3-bet min-click against open and a caller. And I was never able to figure that out. I'll have to go back and play a few hands that really puzzled me and talk to a few of my strategy friends. And that's how I learn as well. So, it's... I'm not a terrible player. I'm just not the best in the world. So there's always somebody that you can talk to get better. And even if you're the best in the world, the best in the world talk to other players that they think that are better than them in certain ways. So if you leave the ego at the door, you can get a far way. However, I've seen people that just carry their egos to victory, just because, there is something to that too. So I do recommend the first path over the second path. Staying humble and staying competitive at the same time is a great way to be approaching things. But Kai here with pocket sevens, interesting.
Oh.
I mean, I wasn't necessarily... He's trying to induce something, I guess. It's just too awkward, I guess. He can't really raise, and he can't really shove. So he has to raise, but small, I think. But then is that giving off a tell? You know, there's so much things in there. It's a weird one.
It's a strange spot, that was.
I would have thought a little bit longer about what to do.
It's a funky here.
This is working out maybe for Kai if this is a raise. Because he has his opponent. Yeah, it was a limp, a raise.
Okay.
And Kai really just has one play here in my head. And that's what he does. All the chips in the middle. And Guillermo showing the heart of a lion, just the timing of a turtle.
What a line. We have to bag that one, by the way. I quite like that. That's you have to count that saying. That's quite good. Heart of a lion and a bag of a turtle. What a line. Talking about, you were saying people learning stuff all the time. I was chatting with, I had the honour to chat with the world champion this week, Mr. Mizrachi, and he was saying he's never read a book on poker. Which I was like, but he must be learning all the time the amount he's playing from other players and
there's also something.
stuff.
There's also something called game and table selection as well. So
Yeah.
Michael, you know, we know him now as an 8-time world champion, 2025 WSOP champion, 4 times player, PPC champion. But if I told all you that tournaments are kind of like a hobby,
I know.
I think that would surprise a lot of people. Like, he's not actually focusing on tournaments, but because of the amount of time he spends in these high-pressure spots in cash games, where you can table select, where you can be invited to the good games, you know, at higher stakes, you are living in, you know, in Miami, going to Venetian quite often. You know, you have all the best games, you know, at your disposal at any stakes because of who you are. Why do you want to study if your goal isn't to become, you know, if your focus is mostly on cash games? And
Yeah,
he's
that's
already
true.
proven that he's such like a natural, like a Phil Ivey.
Yep. He's very natural. It's
Or even Phil Hellmuth, you know, maybe I think he's studying a little bit in more recent years, but he was playing such a psychological game, you
Yeah.
know. There is some math to it, so I'm not saying it's just not GTO math all the time, but there is some math to what he's doing, obviously, as well. But it was basically just always understanding things very inherently, you know, and it bothers me when people say Phil is an awful player, and I'm like, well, you go ahead and win 16 bracelets.
yeah, exactly, yeah. It's not done
Yeah.
very easily, is it? Let's be honest. You need to have something where the guy is, you can't say he's just a bad player, that's wrong.
You go beat some of the best players
Yeah.
heads up in the most high-profile situation where everybody's going to say you're going to lose, and you know, you have a lot of negativity around you, and you try to stay positive. You know, you may not like his behavior at all times, but he's you know, he's just a competitive guy, and sometimes that comes out. So I will always give a guy like that the props he deserves. But with Michael, it's a unique one, just because he's really not focused on tournaments.
No, it was interesting. Some interesting chats this week with him.
So Kai with a flop that should make him smile if his opponent couldn't see his face. So that might be a giveaway, a tell. But Guillermo is the one to continue from the button. And let's see what Kai does. It's top 2. Playing it slow. Hoping that he will get another barrel from his opponent. Although I think if he checks here, he's going to actually raise it in. Let's see if Guillermo will try again. Now he really has nothing going. If he puts his opponent on a 10 or a 9 that he can't push off, he may just put everything on hold and reset another hand. Can't win every small pot, Guillermo.
He's trying.
Yeah, it's not going to work out if you try. Only because we're being results oriented, it would be a bad play.
Yeah, it's true.
But it's fine, actually. There's other drawy hands that are going to be calling the flop that are beating you, actually, that you want to get out on the turn. But I think Kai should be shipping it here. He is going to call, though. Well, he's thinking twice. He's going to call. If he was in position, I like that call a lot better than out of position. But I think he wants to leave all the bluffs still in his opponent's hand. That isn't a card, though, that he would like to see. And maybe Guillermo will try to rep that ace. It makes it harder for him to rep it, too. Even repping a 10 could be hard for Kai just because his aces and 10s might be better. But
check.
Guillermo sniffing this one out, understanding he's going to be picked off quite a lot here. Regardless of how weak his opponent is, he's also short on chips, and this pot makes a big difference, up to 3.2 million.
It's a big move.
So now apparently there was too much life-giving information, and apparently I might not be invited for burgers in the Philippines after all.
Nice to see everyone in the chat this afternoon. Or this evening.
Yeah, we've had some fun guests.
Yeah.
Even I was in the chat. I took over Andreas' computer and was in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Because there were some spoilers given right before the final table began. It didn't really affect anything, but I just wanted to be clear that let's keep things so that everybody can enjoy. If you happen to be here, great, come watch in person, but keep that stuff to yourself.
I agree with that. I think that's.
But it wasn't done intentionally, and then we were just joking. Okay, no more spoilers, But so it's fine. And then we had Drea with us for a little while. Did QCC join us? I don't think she was back today. Christopher even came in.
So Chris came in.
We've had Half Gamer with us most of the time. But meanwhile, this could be actually a big problem for Kai, not just a little one. I'm curious which gear Guillermo is going to choose here. He opts to call the min bet with his trips. Oh no.
Oh dear.
This could be showers for Kai. I mean, the only thing that could be saving him is the fact that he has still a bunch of big blinds in his hand. It's like close to 25 big blinds he has left. If it goes... if Guillermo is going to try to disguise how strong he is and checks it back, that will save Kai most likely. But it might not, because Kai may then bet the river.
Yeah.
So Guillermo is thinking through his options. If he's going to bet 250, seems reasonable. I would have betted a little bit more, but that seems very reasonable. You want to keep your opponents in the hand. Maybe even a crying king can call here. Some pocket pairs that are above 8s would have played this hand differently, so you can discount all that. And then, of course, you can be targeting this 8, especially after a call. So based on where we're at now, I'd be actually a little bit surprised if we do not see an outright shove here by Guillermo after Kai checks, just because it may not be a shove because it's 1.1 to 2.7. I thought Kai had less. But just because it now seems like, what is he calling the turn with? And, that smells like, the draws aren't going to call anyway. The ace might call, but it just now all of a sudden smells like this could be the 8. It could be also a jack where you're chopping it up, but otherwise, what is Kai calling the turn with? Hearts he's calling. So you also want to call there because the heart flush completed.
Yep.
So something around the pot size bet I would love. This is still big. And Kai quickly making the call. He's not going to like what he sees, but at least he still has some chips in his stack.
Could have quietly got that all in there. That could have been serious fireworks.
If you had a less cautious player than Kai in that same spot, the hand plays out differently on one of those streets, and it just took a little bit more getting in at some stage for that to be all in. I mean, half gamer, you're saying nobody's going to remember, but I'm going to remember that I was invited for hamburgers at 2 different places in the Philippines. And now there might not only am I not invited for hamburgers anymore, but there's no hamburger shops, and he's not going to go to the Philippines anymore.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm just adding to the story now.
Okay.
Glenn.
So where do we
have to keep going.
So where do we think he's going to go now?
He's probably still going to go to the Philippines, but he's going to go, even if he is out on third, I'm pretty sure. He'll just live there 2-3 years. Do you realize how much the hamburger budget would be costing if he invited me and you out there?
after
that won him another year.
After this week's Burger Fest, it's been one after the other this week between us.
I mean, the food truck here is great.
Yeah.
And then Tallinn just has great burgers in general. And we haven't always eaten at the great burger places, I have to say.
No.
There's also the quick meal burgers.
Yeah, we're good at them. Very good at them, especially late at night.
This could be a little fun leveling war. Let's see if Young B sticks along for another card. A 6 for some fun and games. Nope, it's a queen. Let's see what Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes does. He checks. And let's see if Christianis is not only young B, but stings like a bee. It looks like he'll be back in the chip lead. Back in the lead for the young B. Or was it Muhammad Ali? Floats like a butterfly, sings like a bee. It sounds like the main room is beginning to empty out because we're hearing some voices, including that of the founder of the No Filter Poker Series and Mounir in the background a little clearer. And that makes logical sense. Today is the final day of the event, and we're down to 3 here. There is a rail of people watching both here. The 555 NLH, which was a one-day affair, began at 1, so that's well past late reg and winding down. The idea was for all the games to be done around 9 local time. This final table may take longer, but both the ladies only affair, which was capped uniquely at 1 re-entry, I think partly with that in mind, and also the 555 were 2 new events today. There's a handful of cash games running on the casino floor, so if you're feeling like that, come on by. There's a players party also at 9. You might see me sneak into an Omaha cash game at that stage and avoid any partying. I mean, I'll party a little bit at the casino floor, but let's just say the after party of the party, I would be surprised if I'm there. I won't be too surprised, but a little bit.
I was just thinking, actually, a cash game could be interesting. I might have a look at the cash tables when we finish here tonight. Could be my game.
I missed my opportunity to get a dealer's choice game going. I would have liked to have played some mixed games this week.
Yeah, I think I should have probably. Maybe we'll see. See what happens. Busy few weeks ahead. So
that is true.
Need to rest.
But poker is therapy.
Apparently so.
As long as you're not playing till 9 in the morning and having a shot every 15 minutes, it's very therapeutic.
Yeah, and then I have a plane to catch tomorrow, so it's...
yeah, you're running around a lot.
It's crazy. All fun, though. All for the love of poker. That's what it's all about at the moment. So it's...
Hello.
There we go.
So we have an open, a min-raise by Christianis here. Young B, King 5, Kai with an Ace-4 suited, a very prime 3-bet jam candidate based off his stack size of around 16 bigs. And Cifuentes here must have woke up with something. Let's see what Guillermo Gordo, oh my. Just bad timing here for Kai. I mean, it's a pretty standard shove. And it wasn't even a shove. It was just close enough to a shove. So, you know, what this accomplishes is if Guillermo shoves and Christianis had something he can call with, actually Kai would maybe fold even with just 650 behind, even though it seems like intuitively from a chip EV kind of point of view, it would definitely not be a quick fold, but he could fold.
Here we go.
But here we go. We have Guillermo Gordo against Kai Leto. Kai Leto at risk. He's been hanging in with the short stack for a bit of time, never getting too short. In fact, the 16 big blinds is the shortest we've seen him. Still has some hope, some prayer, but it's going away a bit with no red cards, no diamonds on the 10 of spades, 6 of spades, queen of clubs flop, needs an ace or jack and king for a runner possibility on the river, but preferably an ace. Guillermo hoping for that not to happen. Drum roll, please. That's because there's still some betting going on.
Yeah, he's still got chips. He just checked behind,
So I was like putting everybody into suspense.
I know you were. He's got like 500-600 there, isn't he?
I thought Guillermo put him in from the big blind, but I guess it was a similar spot that he doesn't want to play his whole stack with nines, and there was still young B still in with his king 5 at that stage. So easy shove by either player, to be fair. Is Kai thinking of getting out of the way? I mean, Guillermo should be really shoving with anything. Like, he should be shoving his ace-king, his ace-jack. That play it this way. Ace-king maybe with a 4-bet, but an ace-jack. He's also playing his king-queen this way. I'm not so sure. Then you can just check and see if your opponent does. But wow. Wow.
I thought the same as you. I thought it was all in pre.
Then I don't understand why you don't min-raise. I guess by betting so big, he's putting his opponent at such a huge, hand range, like in terms of really just those top hands. But I was not expecting that, and Kai now will have to run up a 5 big blind stack. If anybody can do it, it's Kai. He has won the 2023 Kings of Tallinn Summer Showdown main event, which at the time was the biggest main event here in OlyBet Poker history.
Well, yeah, I know. I did hear about that, yeah. It's getting bigger and bigger. It's just, he spoke to him. Very nice guy, very calm. He was looking forward to today. Whatever happens, he will be back in February.
So Kai has to get in, feels either this hand or next. He's going to take it now while he has some extra chips in the pot, but it's nines again. He's going to go to sleep with some nightmares about nines unless he can start a Cinderella story here. But meanwhile, it's young B with the 2 pocket nines against the 10-5 of Kai Leto. Leto needs some diamonds, a 10, or a few other combinations. He could any straight in the book, actually, too, but it's over before it all began. There's some backdoor possibility for Kai, but now he needs a jack to stay alive, but it is showers for Kai Leto. Well played in third place for 29,750 euros. And it should be an interesting heads-up match here now between the duo. We see young B with the chip lead, but both players have locked up that 45,900 euro prize. Nice. So I guess it's goodbye to Philippines right now. Maybe we won't see a heads up. It'll just be him blinding off because he's already on the play. But apparently we're going on a 25-minute break while heads up action is here. I know Andreas is going to get back in the booth. I don't know if it's going to be with me or Glenn or both of us or none of us quite yet. But just in case, I want to share my pleasure to all of you that it's been an absolute honor to be here with you at the No Filter Poker Tour. Special thanks to Mounir, to Krista Larson, who is consulting, to Teresa and Olivier and the entire dealer and floor team, to everybody on the maintenance teams, the setup teams, the marketing teams. Poker Pro's done a great job to pat ourselves in the back. Poker News as well has done a fantastic job. And last but not least, the production crew here at the TV table. Round of applause for you in my head. Much love, and if I'm back, I may repeat myself, but you can't say a good thing too many times. So see you in about 20 minutes.
Ciao, ciao. here with the one and only Duncan Blake, the singing poker player.
All you ever did was wreck me.
You probably recognise him from all the WSOPs, everyone asking to sing. And yes, he's already done his first song. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to Estonia.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Love somebody else with the guest for gab. You're spreading it around, and so am I.
So, how are you running in the tournament?
That's pretty good. I was sitting with both Mizrachis on my left and on my left. We got a whole bunch of poker going on, and it's feeling tasty. I'm feeling hungry. The cards are coming. When I sing, the cards get better. It's amazing. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me find what cards are like on Jupiter and Mars. We're gonna do it. It's about the energy. It's about meeting new people. It's about having fun and taking their money and having them feel good about that.
Whatever you want to say about Scotty today, he is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man. The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, baby.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this man right here, I have to give him credit. You know, this young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and deal with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here.
I love this.
All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
You think Kevin could have an overcard?
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here.
You call going to be all over, baby. I call. I play the board.
Kevin calls.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped 2 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needling him for not having a full stack.
This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has, and now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what, Phil. I think I'll bust you right now. Bust you. Did the rebuy.
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
Julian.
Don't you flop twice?
I have a 5.
Listen, I'll teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day, and you have more money to work with.
After the first day, Rob coming back to the roof, and he sees all 7 envelopes open after their first day.
No, the first time where I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. I still would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
It's over, we're in. It's over, right? It's over. We won, let's go.
Wait a minute, it's not over, Grinder. Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's a night. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't see 2 pairs.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla. Run like Sootla. This guy really does.
He's gonna close this one on one hand.
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so...
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him, so jack, 7 or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small. Enjoy your victory. I hope it tastes so sweet.
Welcome back to No Filter Poker Series in Tallinn. Joined now by Alia, the winner of our €350 Progressive Bounty Tournament. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's the feeling you took down? There was a huge field and many bounties.
Yeah, it's my second prize in Bounty, my favorite game. I enjoy this moment.
You deserve it. I want to say congratulations to you too.
I'm happy to be a winner right now for this amazing tournament.
Bow, 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 yeah, no filter.
Oh, wow. The world champion is out.
I busted my own father out on the feature table for the first time. I've always wanted to do that.
Wow.
Being eliminated by his own son.
Wow. So Paul Mizrachi making a name for himself here in Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino.
What a feeling. I mean, not just because he's your dad. How good a feeling is that?
It's really good. I always wanted to do that. Whenever I tell people, oh yeah, I can beat him in poker, he's like, yeah, right. Now I have video evidence of it at a high-stakes tournament.
At the No Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
The father, lovely Mizrachi.
There has to be a biblical.
I had to say the nah goodbye. I had to needle him just a little bit just to get on top of him like that.
All you got to do now, he's back in. All you got to do now is beat him.
Now I got to do it again, and then we'll really be on top.
Grinding.
Welcome to Tallinn. Here we go. We are back at the No Filter Poker Series with none other than legend himself, the Grinder. How are you, Mike?
Always good, always good. Been nothing but amazing here. I'm glad I came. Probably one of the best series I ever played, No Filter. Because my son's here, he said he's never felt more comfortable or having a great time playing poker. He said the last few times he was nervous when he played, but when he's here, because everybody's just amazing and just fun to play with.
It's a good filter tournament. It says no filter, and it certainly is. And it's Duncan bringing this no filter as well.
I'm a maniac. I fell under your spell.
Serenading me to call.
The singing cowboy.
Yeah, he's been amazing. Very thankful to meet him and hanging out with him. It's been a pleasure for sure.
So you've played just about everything this week. I'm going to talk to you about some other stuff regarding poker. But at the moment, I've got to ask you one question. Has Paul stopped bragging yet that he knocked you out on the live stream?
Poker series. Father Slayer.
You don't stop. I'm glad he did it, but I was like, Paul, you got a better poker etiquette, I think, a little bit. But he started making fun of me, saying, Sha-na-na-na. That's all good. His dad, he feels good, and
he feels great.
I hope he feels he's better than me. That will make him be very successful.
There has to be a biblical story about son killing father.
Hey, goodbye.
So you've been traveling a lot across Europe. You've been doing a lot of traveling recently. But tell me, you did the Gumball Rally.
I did.
How much fun was that?
I mean, it was nothing but amazing, but it's like crazy speed, this, that. I mean, driving the Lamborghini, but Lambos are not that comfortable, but I wouldn't suggest taking a Lambo for like 15 hours for driving for the day, especially for the passenger seat. My next Gumball run, I'm going to get like a nice Mercedes or something like that. It's something comfortable. If you're driving 3,000 miles, yeah. They started in Istanbul, but I met them in Bucharest, and I stopped in Florence. I was like, all right, I had kind of enough. Because it was a long drive. You know what? I'm just gonna meet him in Ibiza. So I took a plane there.
Oh, really? So you cheated?
So let them do the rest of the drive. I'm gonna fly there. I'm gonna take the flight.
You'd had enough of the passenger seat?
No, it's not that. It's Lamborghinis are great, but it's good for a couple hours, not 15-hour driving. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pleased you had fun. You've done lots of places this time as well. It's your first time to Estonia. Have you actually managed to see any of Estonia? Any Tallinn this week?
The casino's been amazing. That's what I
the casino's been amazing, yeah. It's a lovely setup here, isn't it? The OlyBet have done it really well.
Amazing venue for sure, and they did a wonderful job to see. Turn out amazing.
And I guess it didn't take much for Mounir to get you here.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mounir. He's been an amazing host, and I was thankful for meeting him too.
Well, is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything else you want to say? Because we're not talking about anything else apart from this.
I just want to say I love you guys. And I'm about to kill this cash game.
Good luck in the cash game, mate. Thank you very much for talking to us. Thanks, Guy. What a legend. Always will be. Thank you very much.
The biggest poker festival in Northern Europe. Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments. 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn. Biggest poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60 plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Okay, it's time for the heads up in the No Filter Poker Series 1100 euro main event, Tallinn 2025. I'm joined on the stage by Scotty Nguyen, the founder Mounir, and our two heads up players that will be battling out for the title. We have Guillermo and Cristianis. They're all fighting for the nice trophy held by Mounir, and of course, No Filter. We don't do it the regular way. Mounir, when will be the trophy presentation and what are the rules for this?
Well, first of all, congratulations for coming this far. I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but there's nothing worse than coming second. This trophy will be awarded to the winner, and we have a rule when it comes to the trophy, is that it will be placed on the table, but you are not allowed to touch it. And the reason for that is that the only way you touch it is by coming to the players' party. And we'll be downstairs at OlyBet Casino. If you for some reason don't show up, I will break this. And you will never have it. Because a person who doesn't want to go to players' party because he needs to go home and study GTO, he's not worthy of this statue. So I'm pretty sure I will see you. I have no idea who it is because you are equally great. So what do you say, Scotty?
You know, all I say is, you know, you guys pass through the big field and get where you guys at right now. Head up. I want to congratulate you both. Let the best win, baby. All right?
All right, we are ready to start the heads up. Please, players, return to your seat. Cristianis and Guillermo are ready to fight it out. And this is the heads up of the main event, No Filter Poker, Tallinn 2025. The trophy's back.
All right, Jason, that was me, myself, and I doing a little presentation of the heads up.
That was 30 minutes ago, so if you're wondering how you got into the booth so fast from there, we're still in the past. I don't think we're on a 30-minute delay anymore. I think they've sped it up a little bit.
Might be so.
Because we've cut off a few minutes. Oh, we are still 30 minutes, so I apologize about that. You can see the gentlemanliness between the two players, the nice speech by Andreas, by Mounir, and by Scotty. And may the best player win. And for those of you that were here when we tuned out, there is some news to update you guys on. Guillermo and young B, Cristianis, have agreed to a deal. Guillermo will be guaranteed at least 66,790 euros, and we know we have all the Cristianis fans in the chat waiting for this number. 65,110 euros already locked up, still 14,000 to play for. And, of course, that means an extra year in Philippines at the burger stands there for young B. So There we go. We've already gone beyond that 45K he needed.
All right.
And now
Sounds
both
good.
players have officially passed my biggest score as well. So that's in case now we can say that I would be inferior for sure.
Yeah. So 14,000 extra to play for, and the beautiful trophy on the table right now. But as you heard Mounir say before they started the heads up, you're not allowed to take it home already when winning. You have to come to the player party tonight at the Olympic Casino downstairs here at Hilton. And if you're in the neighborhood, come join us because it's open for all. So from 9 o'clock is the plan. The question is whether these guys will be done by then. We'll see about that. We have some hour to go before we reach that time. So it might be a long heads up, Jason, because we are pretty much equal in stacks.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they've reduced the clock after the deal, which sometimes can take place. It's usually an agreement between the two players here if they want to do that. At other venues, it can be mandatory when you make a deal or when you hit a certain number of players left. So that certainly makes a little bit of difference. And the fact that we already have a lead change going on could mean that we're going to be a back and forth battle for a bit of time. I agree with you here, Andreas.
Yeah, because now we see the flush for Christianis checked behind. And shortly, even though the board pairs, he will try to get in the bet. But the question is whether Guillermo is going to try to.
I think Guillermo may try to steal this, actually. It was checked back on the turn. There's 1.5 million in the pot. I mean, the only way he can win it is by betting it. It may not even be a big bet. It's about half the pot, a little more, chip more, I think. A bet of 850.
Christian is not too scared of that pairing of the board, but still something to take into consideration, of course. He has the second nut flush.
I think he's thinking about whether to raise or not.
Exactly.
It's an easy call,
Definitely
though.
not folding. And the call is there. And he sees the bluff of Guillermo Gordo, the Spaniard living here in Tallinn.
So we have for the first time a chip lead exchange heads up, but we also have for the first time a player above 10 million in chips.
We do, yeah, exactly, because here, or just at 10 million according to these graphics.
And it may be like 9.9 that's around. Once you get to the 10, all of a sudden you lose the decimals in the chips, so it could be anywhere from 9.5 to 10.4 million, to be fair.
Could be, absolutely. But yeah, still very even between these, and we see third place finisher Kai Lehto, Finland, almost 30k for him, and Kalle Ly, Sweden, fourth for 20k plus. So big payouts already been made, and big payouts are coming. These are the official numbers, but as we touched on earlier, the deal has been made, so they have locked up, I think you said 65 and 66k respectively, right, Jason?
Yeah, along with some tipping money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was some change added to that.
Tip the staff, of course, doing a brilliant job. And on to the next one, and Christianis from Latvia. Is that a player you're familiar with in any way?
No, but I've become familiar with him on the chat. He has a nice support group here on YouTube. I also saw on his Facebook, there were people sharing during the break as well. He seems to have a lot of support. I know Guillermo has a tight-knit Spanish poker community here, but I don't see any of them physically here on the rail. And I was on the lookout to see if there was anybody on the Latvian rail, and everybody on the rail is Swedish for the most part at the moment. They're having a good time.
Yeah.
Enjoying the last minutes of the upstairs bar being open before the party starts downstairs in 1 hour's time.
Yes, and we have the final table of the ladies event ongoing at the same time. I think there are 6 or 7 ladies still in, and at least 3 Swedish women.
They were wearing all Swedish flags, and
Yeah,
then there was
had
poor Anne stuck in the middle, so I wanted to tell Anne it's okay.
That's a laugh I also recognize somewhere. Points in the chat if you recognize the laugh in the background. Maybe you didn't hear it, but as well as we did. And now with the full house, Christian is this time trying to bluff Guillermo off the hand, but not happening with the full house. And some chips back for Guillermo. Now they're really almost equal.
9.1 to 8.9, so approximately 18 million chips in play. I guess it's 17.9 if you look at the clock, but with chip races and things like that, it could be a little bit different than what the clock is showing. But 60 big blinds, 59 big blinds, that's the same thing. It's all over. Somebody doubled the next hand, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
So even though players are deep, it's one hand possible if it's a big setup type of spot, but otherwise expect to see this go on for a bit of time. Completing from the button, and both players with 10-3 here, so these are the kind of hands I like. Usually it's the player in position that can get advantage in the hand. But if Guillermo is already going to be starting with some cutesy stuff, if he sees, when he's limping, maybe I raise so I can reduce the amount that limps later on. Looks like he is reaching for some more chips here, Andreas, and this will work in this particular case.
It most likely will.
Even in position, there's no point in calling a big raise with 10-3. And 10-3 beats 10-3 before a flop.
Yeah. So, judging from the game so far during the day, Jason, who do you think will benefit most of the heads-up situation between these guys, or if you have any other read on them?
It's really hard to say because players can play a lot differently 3, 4, 5-handed than they can heads-up, and we haven't really. You've seen the first hands of heads-up. It's not that the action stopped after Kaileto hit the rail. From what we know a little bit about Young B, this isn't a common occurrence. We can finally see some sense of, not anxiety, but not nervousness about the money, but about that trophy in the middle, where I have to say Guillermo, Gordo, Fuentes, I'd be shocked if we see anything but relaxed style behavior. So. That being said, I don't think that Young B is going to play scared at all at any given stage, so I don't want to really make a prediction at this stage, and it's too early to tell who I would think is the stronger heads-up player, and being that they're even at chips, that would be the deciding factor.
Yeah, and judging from the handle mob stats that we have, it's the stats of Gordo. He has 5 times been heads up in bigger tournaments, won 2 of them, lost 3 heads-ups then. He won the €250 Olympic Summer Festival in Riga some 5-6 years ago. And then the biggest win he has is the from Colbert Open here in Tallinn. Actually this year when he won the main event for €48,000. And then he comes second in a deep stack in Las Vegas. He has second in the UK IPT in Blackpool. And second also in a high roller in the France Poker Series in Aix-en-Provence.
And some of that may be indicative of how he played before getting heads up, so you can't even gauge that to see how he is a heads up player. If you're coming in as a short stack, no matter how good you are, you need a little bit of either card distribution, luck, or some weaknesses in your opponent that are larger than normal to be considered an even money type of situation, and vice versa. That I don't expect, someone coming in with a 9-1 chip lead should be 50-50 in winning an event.
Judging from experience, though, Gordo has total cashes of $740,000 and Christianis $5,300.
We have a special guest in the chat, I have to say, and I wish he was here. Then I would be down getting ready for the party, for example, and listening to you guys. I'm enjoying being in the commentating, but it's none other than the OlyBet commentator, George Sanford. And I was talking to you about how we missed him over here throughout the week.
Definitely.
I think I mentioned once when I was doing a half hour of the cash game streams as well that George would be loving all this as well. So much love to you from everybody in Tallinn, George, and look forward to the next time. I know there were a few people asking about you as well.
Absolutely. Hope to see him soon. And,
amazing commentator, knows his stuff. With me, you know, it's sort of, I'm not necessarily giving good advice all the time. It's not that I'm even giving advice. I'm just announcing the action. From Mr. Sanford, you're getting professional breakdowns of everything.
You are, absolutely. You always learn when you're with George. And yeah, we miss you, George, but hope to see you soon again. And now this action on the heads up, slowing down a bit. Double paired board now. Nice, of course, with the ace for Christianis, but maybe Gordo is trying to do something here now after the check from Christianis. .2 in the middle.
I don't see this being an easy heads up actually for either player. There's really only one thing to do here, which he is about to do. And we see a call facing the stab there by Guillermo. A 9-jack or queen would have pushed him ahead, whether he knows it or not. But very often this will go check, and it quickly does. And Christianis now at 11 million. So Guillermo, Gordo, Cifuentes kind of got the chip lead back, it looked like, for a hand by a chip or two. But all of a sudden it's Christianis here with a commanding lead of 11 million to 7.4. Of course, a double up by Guillermo, and he has the commanding lead, so it's not really commanding, but it's the biggest lead that we've seen during this heads-up affair.
So, Jason, you, since I was out of the booth for a little while, you have gained a nickname for one of these players. You're referring to Jung B. Tell me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you look in the chat, we have a nice Latvian support crew. I can't know who I know and who I don't know there based on the screen names. I'm sure I know some of the guys and gals watching. But they, from the very beginning, were telling me everybody's calling him Young B.
Sounds like a rapper name.
Yeah, maybe. But I imagine it's just a screen name that he plays poker under,
likely,
or
yeah.
a nickname when he was growing up that he adopted as a screen name. Kind of like my whole Jackson thing, and that became Wacky Jackson or whatever it might be. But meanwhile, we have Guillermo isolating with ace-queen instead of checking back his option. Pretty big sizing there, in fact. It wasn't a raised pot, I don't believe. Unless we missed a raise, in which case the sizing
I think it was a
little bigger.
Limit pot, yeah.
Because that was like a 5, almost 6x pump up there.
Here it is again, the trophy for the winner of the main event. And if you missed the introductions of the heads up, this will be awarded at the player party later tonight. You're not allowed to touch it, Mounir said to the two heads up players. So, tough rules.
Especially since look how close it is to Young B there.
Yeah.
He might accidentally touch it.
Poor guy. Is he immediately then disqualified?
Yeah, basically it's like 65 and 66
Ooh,
with
now.
Guillermo getting 66 and 14 they're still playing for. But meanwhile, Christianis going from strength to strength here. Facing a raise. Is he going to slow play it? Doesn't look like that's his plan here. It's up to 850. That's why I'm thinking there was a raise we missed originally, because this is the standard kind of 850, 950 you can do with a 3-bet, but not as much with just a limp.
Guillermo comes along with the 7-6 suited. So
he's playing it in position. It's fairly standard on
Yeah.
this kind of stack depth, I believe.
Oh, and this might be both action driving and slowing down, because the ace, of course, not the best card for Christianis, but the flush draw for Gordo.
And I think Gordo has something to think about here. You know, you were just 3-bet. You know, we see it's queens, but if you're betting and then you raise, you could be losing out on all the equity that you have, or you can go the opposite route and think, you know what, there's 2.1 million in the pot. He just checked it over to me. Maybe he was, you know, full of it, and even if he calls, I still have the flush draw. So he's opting for the more aggressive of two paths, which I'm not surprised from what I know about him, but it's not an aggressive sizing, so it's almost like he's just trying to milk up the pot a little bit in case he hits the flush. And as long as he's not raised crazy, he can actually still call here. It looks like it's just called, which makes sense being that there's 2 red queens and young.
More outs for Gordo.
Yeah. Now the 4 at the straight, along with the 9 on that open-ender. So Guillermo may bet big here, actually, or he may check back to try to get a bet in on the river. And then it's a question of how much, if there is a big bet, that Christianis would value his queens even in this spot. With so many draws on the board, but that ace is scary and looming, and it was a 3-bet that was called here by Guillermo. This looks a little healthier.
It sure does.
Maybe around 1.8 million, but let's see. Maybe a little less.
Already in the middle, and the bet for Gordo is 1 point something.
I think it's less than what I said though, but let's see.
Oh, it's
it's small. Okay, it is small. This is basically saying I got something either really good or I just want to make sure you're not doing anything on the river, which wouldn't really make sense because if he hits his hand, he wants Christianis to spaz out. Oh, look at this. Not afraid at all.
Oh. All right.
So already 3.7 million in the pot. A lot of cards here that can help Guillermo. That is not one of them. The 8 of hearts pairing the board, but it may scare a little bit. I mean, the 2 clubs in the flop, you're often putting on a club draw, and I don't think Christianis, I mean, if he's facing a jam even, that's super polarizing, but I think if Guillermo decides to bet after the turn was called, we'll see a river called as well. But the only way Guillermo can win the pot is if he's able to force his opponent out of the way. He does check it back.
Gives it up.
So Christianis here, to the delight of his fans in the chat, picking up another nice pot and up to 14 million, his high zone.
Yeah, 91 and 29 big blinds respectively now for the Latvian and the Spaniard living in Estonia.
Or we can have him represent the Baltics as well. But then I'll feel sad. Where's my token Lithuanian? That's usually me because I'm not even Lithuanian, but I always have the Lithuanian flag. It's
Maybe
not because I haven't tried,
commentator
actually.
Flag in the corner.
Yeah. I'd be happy to go nationless, at least flag-wise too. That would be an acceptable alternative, but I prefer the Lithuanian flag. So Christianis, it'd be interesting to see if he raises here or just completes. If he raises, then Guillermo may 3-bet shove.
Christianis is called.
This is why I'm wondering about that 825, being that this was 500. I think there was maybe a
might have
raise.
missed the raise from Christianis at that point. So another 1.2 million in the middle as we go to the flop, and it's good for Gordo. Not much connecting other than backdoor flush maybe for Christianis, but Gordo comes with the bet.
A little bit sticky here for Christianis to stick around, but he knows Guillermo's frequency in betting is quite high. Interesting, no fold button on either player on flops.
No more outs added for Christianis. Check mark already with Gordo. Let's see.
He should be betting here. It's can be some small concern about the 5-4, but where his stack is, He should be looking for a way to get his stack in the middle at some stage, even though we see it's impossible.
Yeah, won't work this time, but at least some chips coming back after losing a big pot in the last hand.
I like this. I mean, I know he's basically killing, a check-marked hand, but against the range of his opponent, being on potential draws, that 6 of diamonds was not the best card in the deck. Maybe a jack of diamonds would have been worse. And gets a quick fold from Christianis. If it was a 6 of hearts, maybe it would seem call. I don't know. I think it would be too big for any call, speculative-wise. And even if it's just to stop the bleeding of chips and the momentum going against him, Guillermo should be happy that he's stacking chips this hand, even if it's not as many as he would have liked. There was really no more chips to be had.
No, it's not. Oh, tense now for Gordo. Gaining some momentum. Anything here? King 6, of course, defending.
Maybe 3-betting even.
Yeah, might actually be doing that here now.
Looks like play it safe with a nice lead.
Pay a little bit more, yeah. Trying to get some discount now, Christianis. And will we see any action? Oh, well, one of them hit well, but for the action, no more. Not just one diamond, not helping Christianis much in this situation.
We've seen Christianis be sticky. Overcard, some backdoors to the straight and flush. He's... Now he should be able to get away.
Yeah.
Well, no more backdoors coming to the front door. And there's no real reason for Guillermo to be that scared of the 8-9, and he needs to protect his hand, so I expect to see a bet. It may even be a 7-figure bet, or close to that. But if he wants to check back and disguise his hand and hope for a bluff by his opponent on the river, that could be a strategy as well.
We are seeing a full pot-sized bet from Guillermo Gordo. And Christianis just gonna waste a little bit of time before folding.
So now Guillermo is just a double up away from the stack sizes being completely swapped.
Yeah.
However, Christianis, despite losing 2 million in chips, is the clear leader at the moment. And we probably have about 10 minutes left in the 125, 75, 150, and then it goes up to 100, 200, which does change things a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's really the level after that where, you'll always have one of the at least 2 players being somewhat short, if it goes that far.
Yeah, we'll see. And the applause is for the winner of the side event, the 555. And Jason, I believe you had the name for us as well.
Yeah, it was none other than Marcus Hellebro, who recently we did a nice interview with. Christopher Carlin sat down with him a few months back, and we published an article about how he became a poker pro, more or less. And he's been speaking all week. Hey, go say hi to Marcus. Say hi to Marcus. I have not found Marcus because I'm always doing something. Like now, he won, but I'm in the booth, right? So I can't even go and congratulate him. But he's, from Sweden, as you know. One of the new blood of up-and-coming professional players.
Yeah.
And now with a trophy here at No Filter. It took a runner-up earlier in the week and something, too.
Yeah. And the guest we had in the booth commentating this morning, I think, right?
Yeah.
Christer Larsson, third.
I didn't even know he entered that, but a third-place finish for more than 2,000 euros plus whatever bounties he collected.
Yeah, I think he had quite a lot actually, because so the start of the final table, and then you had the biggest stacks and the most bounties won so far. So pretty good score for him as well, I think. And then of
Pretty
course,
good week for him then, because he was also ran deep in the Legends of the Game too.
Did cash on that one.
So 2 for 2. I don't think he played anything else.
He actually did yesterday.
He played the main?
Yeah, he said that when he was not. Yeah, the main. He came like a 70 something out of the money, and then last night he played one bullet in the 555 as well. So he's played a lot. And surely enjoying it, but nice with it to end on top with a third place finish. And now 1.2 in the middle again between these guys, and they both have something to this board. Guillermo, the one hoping for a 7, right? Not getting it. Flush draw for both.
It's going to be hard if Guillermo bets to get his opponent off now. Before it would have been a little bit easier just because of that third club, and also one of those upper cards pairing it make it less likely Guillermo was actually betting that 10. Of course, he could have been betting a 7-8 or an 8-5 like we see. At the same time, when you have an opponent like Young B that's calling every single continuation bet thus far heads up, it doesn't surprise me when he's getting some turn folds that he's going at it again. This is almost like a, part of the C-bet now. If you want to C-bet the flop, if you want it to really rep, you need to do it again on the turn.
Interesting spot now for Christianis, and he's reaching for calling chips, so
it should be an easy call for him.
Yeah. And we have 3.7 in the middle. Will there be any change done with that 8? Look at this.
Now it's going to be hard. If Guillermo senses some weakness, he has pretty much just a pot-sized bet left, and he kind of sized that pot perfectly for this. The problem is that he's also now hit the 8, so I was curious what would have happened if Guillermo bet. I wanted to see if we would have gotten another call from Christianis, but because Guillermo hit enough of the board, he said, okay, I have enough showdown value, I don't want to blow away. What is he calling me with less? I'm just targeting a 6.
And that was an important 8 for Guillermo Gordo, because losing that pot, he would have been pretty short. Now back up to 50 big blinds
look at this.
instead of having some 3 million only in front of him. He now has 7.4.
It's basically effectively doubled without doubling.
Yeah.
Now, if we see a complete here, we can feel pretty safe. We're not going to see very many walks at all, if any, from either player, because we also know Guillermo Gordo is happy to do the same. The 10-9 connects with middle pair on the 10-Jack-Deuce rainbow flop. 7-4 gets nowhere. But just like Guillermo would do, we see now Young B here continuing for 200,000. And Guillermo making the call with the middle pair. 5 of spades on the turn already brings a check mark to Guillermo, so it's only if Christianis can blast his opponent off the hand somehow, which is going to be a little bit difficult. And Christianis back at it again, this time with a decent-sized bet of 600 into a pot of 850. And Guillermo isn't wasting that much time this time, makes the call. So 2.1 million in the pot. And the 5 of clubs on the river. Guillermo checks one final time. Is Young B going to give up? He knows that his 7-high is almost never good. He's even losing to hands that may be sticking around like 8-9. He's ahead of a potential 3-4 that maybe isn't calling the flop. That's pretty much the only hand. And another, all momentum right now is with the Spaniard, Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes. But it just takes one hand for momentum to start to go the other way. And welcome back, QCC. Haven't seen you all day, but I haven't also been in the booth all day. We've had a variety of commentators. It was Andreas and Christer Larson starting off the day. Then I joined a bit with Andreas, did a bit of commentating by myself, and then we had Andreas come back with Mille from Sweden. And then an hour later I joined with Glenn Brown, and then Andreas for the last little bit, and now on my own for a little while. But I'm not really alone because I have all of you in the chat as well. And we have an open here for Guillermo with the ace-9 suited. Christianis is opting to 3-bet his queen-10 suited, so it's getting dicey here. Now is Guillermo going to find a 4-bet? Not this time, but he will be calling to make a bloated pot of near 2 million in chips. Jack 10, 7, 2 spade flop. So it's actually the queen 10 of clubs, miles ahead. An 8 for the straight for Guillermo. Ace is still alive too. Otherwise, it's the pair of 10s by Young B. He also has a backdoor flush draw, some potential straight possibilities depending on what happens later on. Both players check it through to the 6 of diamonds turn. So queen 10 by Young B. Now even further ahead. We see just 7 outs for Guillermo Gordo. And the Young B here betting 800,000, trying to get some value. And it's not necessarily a snap fold situation despite not connecting with the board. He was 3-bet. And does get out of the way, so nice discipline there. And Christianis back up to the 10 million barrier. Still pretty close in chips. For a little while there, it looked like Young B was going to start to run away with it. However, Guillermo stormed back. No double in process to nearly even the stacks, and now we have Young B widening the gap a little bit after that last hand. Sorry to hear about the tooth surgery, QCC. I can understand how maybe listening and watching commentating might be painful after coming from tooth surgery, and how that might be tiring and rest, and if you needed any medicine after as well. I hope that is not, I hope everything goes smooth. But we have another premium here. We have Young B, Christianis here with the pocket 9s. A little more than a min raise this time to 400. So a 3-bet here with the queen 6. A little bit ill-timed. And let's see if we get a 4-bet or a call from Christianis. And deep in thought here. But meanwhile, we do have 3 players left in the... oh, we have a shove, and we should probably be getting a fairly quick fold. Maybe some Hollywooding. Now the fold is snap. And back up to 12 million for Christianis. Down to 6 million for Guillermo. But back to the ladies event real quick. The 150 No Limit Hold'em affair attracted 35 entries, top 5 getting paid. Estonia's Lise Rogoff in 3rd place for 530, and a good friend of mine, Ane Bezdek from Finland, out in 5th place for 393 euros. While I do not have chip stacks, I can say another friend of mine, Alina Olfsson, is in the final 3, as is Agnes Arabella Marquez and from Portugal, and another Swede, and Lisa Maria Jadbach, also still in the mix. And QCC, about the hoodie, did you send the information to anyone? Maybe the best is send that off to, if you haven't been contacted, send that off to the messages on Facebook to OlyBet Poker. And if they can't get you a no filter hoodie, they'll get you another nice OlyBet hoodie, but I believe Andreas is taking care of that. That's not in my, let's say, realm. I'm not the one controlling the merch and whatnot. Otherwise, I'd be giving it away to all of you. So Guillermo with the bottom end of that open ender. We've seen Christianis call before when it seems like a call may not be. This is, I think, the first flop fold we've seen in a while from Christianis facing a continuation bet. That would have been a very light call, though. If you're having trouble with that, QCC, I'm not checking emails today. Mine is very easy. It's jason@poker.pro. Being that I was on the air when you were definitely promised a hoodie, I want to be personally certain that you do receive that hoodie. And I will follow through with it if you email me. But first, try the normal channels. You can send me a hello message just that you got it. We have an open by Christianis to 400,000 with Jack 10, still at the 150K combined level. We've seen him raise this size once or twice before, rather than the min raise that we were seeing earlier from both players, or the limp. And Guillermo's actually marginally ahead with Queen High here. And this looks like a raise. Guillermo is here ready to play. It looks like he's felt out how the heads up was going and now starting to open up. This is the second light 3-bet in the last 3 or 4 hands. Kings of Vilnius is part of the whole OlyBet family of events, and I will be there. I live in Vilnius. Worst case, I can get you something there if you plan to be there, QCC as well. But that should be a good time. It's on right around the corner, actually, less than a month away. Head to olybetevents.com to check out the schedule. On November 14th to 23rd. It looks like we have maybe Andreas sneaking back into the booth. With some events coming close to ending and Andreas acting also as a host, we will see him randomly run, because there's 2 other events going on. One just ended, but the ladies' event may end soon too, with 3 players remaining. So welcome back, Wise Guy.
Thank you. It's actually a heads-up situation in the ladies' event.
So we have a situation here where Guillermo 3-bet and Giannis called with the Jack 10. There was a check bet call with Giannis flopping top pair. Now also has a gut shot, but also a straight draw now for Guillermo. But Guillermo can get himself into a bit of hot water. We can see that the 9 would give a better straight to Christianis. That would be the card he wouldn't want to see. Queen is still safe, however. And right now it's seemingly a very good spot for young B to win a pretty decent pot and get back to that 14 million or so range he was at one point before Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes mounted a little bit of a comeback to actually regain the lead for maybe a hand before it was young B again with the momentum. But he's ready to play. Ready to play. This is a big bet. $1.5 million, not as big as I thought, a little less than half the pot, but big nonetheless. Leaving him just 3.3 million back, so it'll be, if he gets a call, less than half a pot-sized bet left in this stack. And it might be Christianis saying, you know what, let's get you in for the rest of that now if we can, but it looks like a call. Indeed it is, so 6.5 million in the pot, one of the biggest pots yet to be played. And the ace of diamonds on the river may be an action killer, or it may be, you know what, if I jam it in and lose, well, I still have 66,000 reasons to be happy, and if I win then and get a fold, then I'm back in the chip lead again.
Yeah, exciting to see now what Gordo ends up with, because of course, you know, the only chance most likely to win the hand is by betting here now. He has only 3.3 and gives it up.
And an easy check back there by Christianis. And I think Guillermo Gordo, after he sees what was tabled, is happy because he only had half a pot bet size left, and I think he would be, if not snap called in, you know, after thinking it through for a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a fold possible there.
So yeah, talking about the ladies event, there is a heads-up situation.
Is that Lena Olfsson?
Yes, she's heads up in the ladies event. The should we call her the ambassador of No Filter? And it seems like we're going on a break right now.
Yeah, I didn't know that we had a break coming up, but that is good. I can use a get up and stretch, as you all can do that are watching at home. This is Jason and Wise Guy. We are heads up right now in the No Filter main event final table. They've made a deal. They're still playing for another 14,000. That'll mean we'll have a winner of around 80K when this is all said and done. Come on back for the exciting conclusion.
See you soon.
And I'm here with the one and only Duncan Blake, the singing poker player.
All you ever did was wreck me.
You probably recognise him from all the WSOPs, everyone asking to sing. And yes, he's already done his first song. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to Estonia.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Love somebody else with the guest the gab. You're spreading around, and so am I.
So, how are you running in a tournament?
That's pretty good. I was sitting with both Mizrachis on my left and on my left. We got a whole bunch of poker going on, and it's feeling tasty. I'm feeling hungry. The cards are coming. When I sing, the cards get better. It's amazing. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me find what cards are like on Jupiter and Mars. We're gonna do it. It's about the energy. It's about meeting new people. It's about having fun and taking their money and having them feel good about that.
you want to say about Scotty today? He is on the verge of poker's most prestigious championship.
The only man.
The river card now. It is a 4, and Scotty Nguyen is the horse world champion.
Good play, baby.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this man right here, I have to give him credit. You know, this young man right here, he can play. The last couple of years, he showed the world. He can come out and play some poker and deal with a big boy.
Well, it's not even over yet. We're getting speeches here.
I love this.
All right.
I like what he said. A lot of heart right there. But it's all coming down to this card. What's it going to be?
If it's not a queen, Scotty's going to win.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title.
Oh my God. Scotty just moved all in. I think Scotty has a 9 here. And I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
You think Kevin could have an overcard?
I don't have any idea. This is a very interesting hand here. You par gonna be all over, baby. I call. I play the board.
Kevin calls.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped 2 9s here, and he just checked it.
Just needs him to having a full stack.
This man here is telling us how good he is and how much money he has. And now look at his stack. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Tell you what, Phil.
I think I'll bust you right now.
Bust you. Did the rebuy.
Don't want many live tells back in this cash game.
But you flop twice.
I have a 5.
Listen, I'll teach you something about money management. He gave me, I think it was a $1,000 bankroll.
So I was like, listen, I'm gonna put your money in 7 different envelopes. So if you lose one envelope, you'd be done. You know, that's it. If you win, you just hold the money and you open the next envelope the next day and they have more money to work with.
After the first day, Rob coming back to the room and he sees all 7 envelopes open after the first day.
No, the first time where I saw, like, this guy's an animal. Like, he can't help himself.
I like to spend money, I like to have fun, I like to enjoy myself. I still would definitely open the 7 envelopes today.
It's over, it's over, it's over, we're in. It's over, right? It's over, it's over. We won, let's go.
Wait a minute.
It's not over, Grinder.
Mikey, wait a minute. He's got board pairs. Are we reading the board wrong? Hang on a minute.
It's over? Oh, it's a 9. Shit, I didn't know that. Shit. I didn't think 2 pairs.
Everybody relax.
This would be a catastrophic swing if the board were to pair the ace or the 9 here and give Wozniak the double.
Mikey, baby.
No ace or 9. No ace or 9. No ace or 9.
That's all it would take. And it's over.
Wow, Sootla. Sootla.
All in the first hand.
run like Sootla. This guy really does.
He's gonna close this one on one hand.
I mean, he could do, right? Straight away.
A long break.
Covers by 400k.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, so...
Now we don't want to see that king.
No, he doesn't want to see the king, and he doesn't want to see a jack either. And that's a safe card for him, so a jack, 7 or a queen. That's what the Japanese player is looking for here.
Trying to split at least.
Oh, wow. The world champion is out.
I busted my own father out on the feature table for the first time. I've always wanted to do that.
Wow.
Being eliminated by his own son.
Wow. So Paul Mizrachi making a name for himself here in Tallinn at Olympic Park Casino.
What a feeling. I mean, not just because he's your dad. How good a feeling is that?
It's really good. I always wanted to do that. Whenever I tell people, oh yeah, I can beat him in poker, he's like, yeah, right. Now I have video evidence of it at a high-stakes tournament.
Park at the No Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
The father, long live Mizrachi! Goodbye.
There has to be a biblical.
I had to say the nah goodbye. I had to needle him just a little bit just to get on top of him like that.
All you got to do now, he's back in. All you got to do now is beat him.
Now I got to do it again, and then we'll really be on top.
Grinding. Welcome to Tallinn. Here we go. We are back at the No Filter Poker Series with none other than legend himself, the Grinder. How are you, Mike?
Always good, always good. Been nothing but amazing here. I'm glad I came. Probably one of the best series I ever played, No Filter. Because my son's here, he said he's never felt more comfortable or having a great time playing poker. He said the last few times he was nervous when he played, but when he's here, because everybody's just amazing and just fun to play with.
It's a good filter tournament. It says No Filter, and it certainly is. And it's Duncan bringing this No Filter as well.
I'm a maniac. I fell under your spell.
Serenading to the call.
The singing cowboy.
Yeah, he's been amazing. Very thankful to meet him and hanging out with him. He's been a pleasure for sure.
So you've played just about everything this week. I'm going to talk to you about some other stuff regarding poker. But at the moment, I've got to ask you one question. Has Paul stopped bragging yet that he knocked you out on the live stream?
Filter Poker Series.
Father Slayer.
You don't stop. I'm glad he did it, but I was like, Paul, you got a better poker etiquette, I think, a little bit. But he started making fun of me, saying, Sha-na-na-na. That's all good. His dad, he feels good, and
he feels great.
I hope he feels he's better than me. That will make him be very successful.
There has to be a biblical story about son killing father.
Hey, goodbye.
So you've been traveling a lot across Europe. You've been doing a lot of traveling recently. But tell me, you did the Gumball Rally.
I did.
How much fun was that?
I mean, it was nothing but amazing, but it's, it's like crazy speed, this, that. I mean, driving the Lamborghini, but Lambos are not that comfortable, but I wouldn't suggest taking a Lambo for like 15 hours for driving for the day, especially for the passenger seat. My next Gumball run, I'm gonna get like a nice Mercedes or something like that. It's something comfortable. If you're driving 3,000 miles, yeah. They started in Istanbul, but I met them in Bucharest, and I stopped in Florence. I was like, all right, I had kind of enough. Because it was a long drive. You know what? I'm just gonna meet him in Ibiza, so I took a plane there.
Oh, really? So you cheated?
So nothing to do the rest of the drive. I'm gonna fly there. I'm gonna take the flight.
You'd had enough for the passenger seat?
No, it's not that. Lamborghinis are great, but it's good for a couple hours, not 15-hour driving. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pleased you had fun. You've done lots of places this time as well. It's your first time to Estonia. Have you actually managed to see any of Estonia? Any Tallinn this week?
The casino's been amazing. That's what I saw.
The casino's been amazing, yeah. It's a lovely setup here, isn't it? The OlyBet have done it really well.
Amazing venue for sure. And they did a wonderful job to see. Turn out amazing.
And I guess it didn't take much for Mounir to get you here.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mounir. He's been an amazing host, and I was thankful for meeting him too.
Well, is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything else you want to say? Because we're not talking about anything else apart from this.
I just want to say I love you guys, and I'm about to kill this cash game.
Good luck in the cash game, mate. Thank you very much for talking to us. Thanks, Guy. What a legend. Always will be. Thank you very much.
The biggest poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60-plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Jason and Wise Guy, and we are resuming the heads-up affair here. We're down to the final two in the 1100 no-filter main event. We've already witnessed many players hit the rail, and these two players have already made a deal, locking up $66,000 for Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes, who we're looking at now. And previously, we were looking at Young B, Kristianas Stankovic, who earned at least $65,000, but now has a big chip lead and is looking to grab that extra $14,000 and the honor of becoming the latest no-filter main event champion.
Yeah, number 2 in order, right? Because we had should we call it a pilot no-filter this summer in June, I think it was, here in Tallinn, and now back in full force, calling it also the Baltic and Nordic Championship.
But this could be where Cifuentes gets it all back. I mean, this is it was a pretty big open, 3x open there by Young B with the ace-8 on the button. Guillermo could have easily 3-bet shoved his king-queen suited 2, opted to just call and is rewarded with the top pair. However, maybe regretting when he sees the hands, he would maybe been snapped off with the 3-bet shove. Of course, there's still cards to come in the deck, but meanwhile, he's able to milk his opponent for at least $500,000 more. And
interesting spot now. Kristianis, I should say, betting 500 into this one, and of course, Gordo not going anywhere, and just 2 million behind now. Expected to go check, and it does, and now just a question of whether Kristianis will try to put the pressure on and put Gordo all in, or if he will check behind. Let's check behind.
Got a little scarier with that 9 and 4 diamonds on the river, and now Guillermo understands that he needs to bet to get some value. It is a little bit scary on his end, but not really. He has less than a pot-sized bet behind. We could see that if he jams, he's unlikely to get called, but you never know. We've seen Kristianis also make a nice hero call before. This would be the opposite of that, but it means that he's willing to go with his reads. And let's see what Guillermo will wind up doing. He might check and hope his opponent tries to bet him off something, but this is what I thought he would do. It is a jam. And Kristianis not with the snap fold. Thinking, is my ace high ever good here? He could have been on a flush draw. The queen 10 would have got in there. A hand like he has is often 3-betting pre-flop, but it was a 3x open. And Kristianis getting out of the way, and Guillermo didn't double up, but he got a little breathing room up to 4.4 million and a big smile on the Spaniard's face as well.
Yeah, for sure. And still in the game, still with 4 million, and we are now on the 100, 200,000 blind level, still playing with the big blind ante in the heads up as well. So still some, as you said, Jason, some more breathing room, and 4 million versus 12 million.
But now at least if Guillermo doubles up, he would be in the chip lead. There's maybe one difference, but it is breathing room. He was kind of getting a little desperate there coming off the break.
30 million for Christianis, but now limped by Gordo, the Jack 10. And Christianis with one of the worst hands. Still no help either on the flop.
Based on what we saw from Guillermo before, both with a shorter stack and a bigger stack, his c-bet frequency was rather high, as it should be during heads-up play, but he's not afraid to go after pots, whether he has the cards or not. And a quick update, it's 66 big blinds to 24 big blinds. A little math there would say a 45 big blind average during heads up. Heads up matchups can even go down to a 10 big blind average, but I don't expect to see that in this affair. Usually with the 40-minute clock, it means that something will happen with some of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, most likely.
The longest heads up I commentated here or reported on was probably around 4.5 hours. You've probably had longer, and I've had one longer. I have had a 6.5 hour heads up once.
Oh, that's a long one.
In Malta.
That is a long one. I don't think
that
we're
includes
up for
breaks and everything.
Yeah. And ended what time? During the day, probably not night, more likely?
No,
Morning?
it ended, I mean, it wasn't like super crazy like that because it was like a 5 or 6 day event where it was final table at the end.
Okay.
It was just 2 massive comebacks by both players when they're down low and eventually make a deal, but still a lot to play for, so there was still even play after that, and even after the clocks were cut.
Wow.
But meanwhile, we have Guillermo now with a flush draw on an overcard, and Christianis not c-betting this time on this board, and now has a double gutter, so we'll see if that changes if Guillermo opts to check. He does indeed. And maybe Christianis will try to bet, knowing if he's called, he has some possibilities still to improve. If not, he takes down a small pot. Often hands like this play out differently in a limp pot, so he checks back, not so much in there. And the ace-5 has the check mark. However, if Christianis bets if Guillermo checks, doesn't necessarily mean that he will take the pot. But it is a check back, and Guillermo with the ace-5 back to 5 million.
Yeah, slowly but steadily gaining some more chips and momentum. Guillermo Gordo. So, Jason, how's your series been here in Tallinn as well? You've been doing a lot of the daily recaps, following the action, and pretty much going through all the different events as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy that because you keep up and you have a flavor of what's happening. What happens is, even my team can be guilty of that from time to time, although we're kind of adapting a little bit, is that, you get a really good focus on a big event. So, yeah, we had the Legends of the Game, we had the main event. Those were 2 of the clearest, biggest events, and Poker News is doing a fantastic job breaking down those events. But, they are likely providing an occasional update on a side event here and there, but that's not what they're here to do. And, in general, if you want to get a general feeling about the festival and you're not, want to follow detailed reports, we give a nice little summarized version of, the whole day. But poker fans, I recommend, there's a lot of material out there, that goes beyond that. If you want to see what happened on day 2 of the main event, or you don't want to watch the whole stream again of the Legends of the Game, the guys at Poker News, I've checked out the updates myself as an experienced reporter, but I would expect nothing less from Poker News anyway. I would have been surprised if it was not good.
Yeah, and now we don't have a ranking this time, but if we were to announce maybe a player of the series, this Guillermo Gordo would be for sure one of the candidates, coming 9th in the Legends of the Game and having another cash as well in the side event, and now heads up in the big main event. So it's been a good week
It's been a good week
for Mr. Gordo.
Guillermo thinking about whether he can steal this one away.
Yeah.
There's only $1 million in the pot, and he has a sticky opponent. And Christianis likely is going to call this with some showdown value with just that ace. We see he actually would win the hand if he calls. Oh, it was a pot size bet. It wasn't 400,000. I'm sorry. Those were the 250K chips, not the 100. So that makes a big difference. Christianis may not call at all, actually. It's a very polarizing bet. And that might be a reason he calls, too. He might talk himself into it. He's either bluffing or he has, you know, something sick.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, reaching for calling chips now.
And makes the correct call here. Well done there by Young B, smelling that out, that his ace high is good enough at the time to make a big call such as that.
And Gordo back down below 4 millions now, 3.6 in front of him, and commanding chip lead, as we can see, confirmed with 14 millions. Christianis.
And that must get into Guillermo's head a little bit. I was just called, you know, these are the hands I was trying to get off with that pot size bet, and this opponent seems to be in my head a little bit.
Yeah.
And he may readjust his game. I mean, if he starts getting a very positive card distribution, that will help him quite a lot because he's not going to be believed by his opponents. But perhaps something is going on now in the ladies' event because Andreas all of a sudden is
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, no, I'm still here, but I think we have a winner in the ladies' event, so I'm going to go over and present a little trophy, and you will be on your own for a little bit with the heads up, and I'll be back later.
Okay, so we'll be heavy on the poker action and a little bit heavy on the chat talk here, but Andreas is going to maybe come back with some information for us. In the meantime, we're off to see the 5 of hearts, ace of clubs, 9 of hearts flop. We have Guillermo just with the bottom pair there, but that is good enough to be in the lead in the hand. And bottom pair is much stronger in heads-up play than it is in multi-way full ring tables. And we have the king of diamonds on the turn, not really changing much for the outlook of either player. Guillermo's still ahead. Maybe Christianis will take a stab at this stage after his opponent checked twice. And now we can learn how sticky Guillermo is with the bottom pair. And Guillermo folding the best hand this time. So Christianis with nearly a 5-to-1 chip advantage now. And Guillermo began with a small lead heads up, then his opponent immediately went on a surge, was up to 14 million, then Guillermo came back, took a lead maybe for one hand of like a big blind if that, and then since then it's been mostly the Young B show and getting a little bit of a heads-up clinic at the moment from Christianis with some very nice hero calls that have worked out well for him. Six, 5, 5, 2 spades. We'll see if Guillermo wants to try to wrestle this one. Perhaps this is one that Christianis will say, you can have this one. He is ahead with his jack deuce. It's just not a hand that would draw well on this kind of board. And this time he gets out of the way, and Guillermo doesn't have to wait to see if he hits a gut shot or an 8. Or even a 4 for that matter. So we have Christianis now with a very pretty suited connectors, Queen Jack suited. I think we'll see a raise here. It's just a question of whether he's going back to the min sizing or not. It looks like to 5, 6, so it's a 3x again. Putting a little pressure on his opponent. Guillermo would have likely have called a 2x raise, and it looks like he's going to do the same with the 3x with Jack 5 suited. So a Jack could spell a lot of trouble for Guillermo unless it comes with a 5. And a flush draw here for Guillermo, but we have a second pair here for Christianis. He would have liked this flop better without the ace there. But I expect him to continue. There was no 3-bet or anything by Guillermo, which takes out some of the aces from his potential range. And he would be c-betting this even without the Queen Jack, most likely. And Guillermo has a decision to make. Is he going to try to shove, hoping he has enough fold equity to get it through? And if not, then at least he has the flush draw. Or is he just going to call close to more than 1/6 of his stack? And it looks like a raise here, folks. So it's a raise to 1 million, a min click. That's not the sizing I was expecting. So it's a little bit something different, perhaps thinking, you know, if it's not a club on the turn and I'm shoved upon, but I don't know. Let's see. Guillermo's a tricky player, so there's a reason for the min click here. And let's see what the young B does with this. This could actually be the final hand if the stacks get in here and the Queen Jack holds, or it could be a comeback story for Guillermo. I just do not see a fold here by Christianis. And I think he's just thinking about, do I get it in? Fold out some of that other stuff, but he is just going to call. And now Guillermo's praying for a club. That is not a club, it's the King of Hearts. It gives both players the same draw to Broadway, opens up another flush draw, and it's Guillermo Quarter jamming in the lot. And it is a scare card for Christianis here, young B, that King of Hearts. It is a second overcard to his pair of queens. However, he's getting amazing odds and has an opponent that's more than capable of doing what he just did on a fairly broken flush draw with 3 overcards to that Jack. And will Guillermo get away with this one? I mean, even if he gets a call, we could see he still has a lot of outs. 3 of those outs are for a chop, so it's 9 legit outs and 3 chop outs. The 10 of clubs, despite giving both players Broadway, also gives Guillermo a straight, so that one is included in the 9, and the other 3 10s would be a chop. And deep in thought is Christianis Stanovitz. Stankovic, also known by everyone around the world watching today as the Young B, or just Young B. He is a player that we're going to have to watch out for, a new player for me. I think I knew every player at the final table in one way, shape, or form, except for Young B, and he's become my favorite all of a sudden, and he makes the call. Oh my God. So the lights are on, the flashing is going on, and all that Christianis needs to do, young fish, is sweat that club. A 10, and the game goes on, and it's a blank 10. Oh my God. So it's a chop pot. Christianis perhaps breathing some sort of sigh of relief. Cifuentes with a big smile that he just at least gets away with a chop there. It could have been worse. It could have been a club, in which case stacks are getting closer back to even. Instead, it is a chop pot. Of course, the odds were, when the money went in, that we would have had a winner. But you can see Christianis is still the heavy favorite, 72 big blinds to 17 big blinds. But Young B fans in the chat, you'll have to wait to see in another hand whether he can pull this off and whether he's going to invite you to the Philippines for his 2 burger restaurants. There was a deal made already, so Guillermo locked up 66K when he was in the chip league. Christianis 65K. There's some hundreds added to both those players, and they're playing for exactly another 14,000 and that beautiful trophy you see in the middle. Mounir Tajiou, the founder of the No Filter, came to make a speech before the heads-up play, warning both players that the trophy is coming down to the players' party on the casino floor. And in order for them to claim it, even winning the trophy, they have to at least attend the party, say hi to everyone. But these are 2 guys I don't think you're going to have that problem with. And Christianis with a set of 4s. This could be problematic from Guillermo. He's going to need a lot more help this time than he needed last time. It's a bottom set for Young B, and he's being bet into. There are some draws on the board, but he's going to play it close to the vest with a call. And we have a 3rd diamond on the board, the Queen of Diamonds for Guillermo, so that was one of the runners that could actually save him. And let's see if Guillermo is going to bet his draw along with second pair. There are a lot of draws that Christianis could have called, and we see that Christianis could have called with no draw at all based on his play earlier. He floats a bit. And let's see what the young Latvian, who has really impressed not only the field but us watching him throughout the day today. We could have a new star on our hands fairly soon. And if Guillermo makes a comeback, he'll have his name on the center stage as well with the Cinderella story. But that seems seemingly more and more unlikely if he sticks around with this hand, because he would be down to just 2 million after bricking the river. But he also connected with the board. His opponent could be just trying to bet him off. And somehow gets out of the way. So Guillermo, perhaps that could be a difference maker. You know, still 15 big blinds, still room to move. And I may have called Young B Young Fish based on the chat, so apologies there. I do call my friends fishes affectionately. But we have Spain versus Latvia at the moment, with Latvia holding a huge edge. But if these 2 teams were playing in basketball, it would still be anyone's game, both with strong teams. And let's see if it's the same in poker. Maybe we get a comeback going. I know the chat, a lot of them would just like to see a closeout by Christianis, but there's probably some silent Guillermo fans going on in here too. But the underdog is now the overdog with 15 million in chips. Despite not being a face that is common over here in Tallinn, we can tell that he's been around the poker tables quite a bit before, whether that is online or live, but is showing the composure of someone that's been at the tables for decades. So Guillermo is likely going to, he just calls, and we have a check back by Young B. Palika, I recommend you check out Poker News. I mean, it's not that I'm usually pointing people to, it's not that they're really competitors of mine. I used to work there, but, they're doing a good job with the reports, and I call a spade a spade. So I would recommend, checking them out. Richard's doing a fantastic job. All the key hands, and even ones that I would say are less than key, like Everybody Loves a Chop Pot and more. You can get a nice flow of the day of what we've seen on stream, but also earlier in the day when there was an outer table. Whether it would be my people reporting or them, it's irrelevant. I want people to get the information that they need, so I would recommend you checking them out. And look at that, the King 10 getting there at the end. It was a check-check situation before then, so just a mill in the pot. But a mill when you just have 2.2 million is nice to get a little bit of a helping hand on that last card coming off the deck. And he might be able to get some value with Christianis holding that queen. Christianis not falling into any traps with a king coming on the river. But will likely feel like he has to call a bet. And I don't see Guillermo checking back at this stage. And a very polarizing bet once again. And a quick call there by Christianis. And Guillermo getting that breathing room back. Still needs a little bit of work to do, but is up over 20 big blinds once again. I hope to see many of those you watching from Latvia specifically to come down to the Kings of Vilnius. I live in Vilnius myself. It's a great place to play poker. I love coming up to your city too. I was just in Riga for the showdown. Had a blast, both on and away from the tables. I wish I could have been there for more days this time. I couldn't make it out for the entire festival like I did the festival before. But still enjoyed the experience, and I can recommend you all to come down to Vilnius as well. Hopefully you don't all go to the Philippines with Christianis. It sounds like something in the Philippines is going on after he wins this. But Christianis has still some work to do to close it out. Because if he doesn't win it, he's still going to the Philippines, it sounds, but with a little bit less cash in his pocket. But we have a Jack 10 versus Jack 10 with young B with a slight advantage with the suited nature of his hand, and it's a spade right out of the window, but no more to follow. And Guillermo, it's hard for him to stick around in hands at the moment without losing chunks of his stack. So even though he had a very similar hand, he still had to get rid of it. And young B back stacking chips like he's become very accustomed in doing at this final table. So Guillermo getting more and more into danger zone. Big favorite in this hand, though. It's 6-3 versus Queen 5. In a limp pot situation. And it's the 3 that connects for Christianis to pull into the lead. And from what we know about young B, he is certainly not folding. It was a quick call this time. Four diamonds gives a nice diamond draw there for Guillermo. Just the king diamond draw would be better. Also has a gut shot to the wheel, checks it back, and it's the final diamond off the deck. And no 5 diamonds in anyone's hand, so it is the queen that is the second best flush, and Guillermo is going to likely try for value here, and then let's see how young B values that 6 of diamonds he has in the hand for a smaller flush. It's a little more than half the pot of 700,000. We've seen young B call light before. This time he's not that light. He doesn't seem too thrilled about what he had to do, and we have Guillermo back up to 5 million nearly. A little bit of back and forth the last few hands between these two. So here we go. It's 13 million to 4.8 million. And who do we have back? We have Wise Guys.
Hello. Yes, we've just done some winner presentations of the ladies event.
Was it Miss Lena Olofsson?
She took it down.
Yes.
Home victory, as she's a part of the No Filter team. And doing a lot of promotion for these events, and nice to take down one of the trophies herself.
A legend in her own right.
Yes, exactly. Very nice and well played, Miss Lena.
We got a raise coming here. A little bit of Robbie Jade Lou going on with the Jack 4. That joke doesn't get old, I guess.
Or maybe, never does.
Or maybe I've jumped the shark on that, but I haven't used it yet this festival. No time like the present. So it's the Jack 4 isolating up to 800, and Christiana is showing no fear with the Queen 8. No fear Cavalier.
No fear, no filter. And I'm not sure if you heard it already, but we had Duncan sing a song for Lena as well at the winner presentation, singing Cowboy.
But meanwhile, neither player with that much. Well, Guillermo connected with his Jack, I should say. So Guillermo is in excellent shape. I was distracted by the Lena win, but we should obviously see the Jack connecting right away. And back-to-back pot pickups from Guillermo, up to 5.6 million. Perhaps there's a momentum change once again.
Yeah, might be getting something going here now. He needed, because in 7 minutes 50 seconds the blinds will be even higher, and then he will be rather short stacked if he cannot build some more, but still in no immediate danger, of course, with the 4+ millions that he has in front of him. This guy, Gordo, Jack 5.
If he likes Jack 4, Jack 5, he is calling instead of isolating. And Christianis may take a page out of his opponent's playbook with an isolation raise. Not its isolation when it's heads up, but with the raise, and does not mind the fold there. And Guillermo down to 5.4. Not that much different than the 5.8 he started the hand, 5.6 he started the hand with.
Not really, no.
We have some congrats to Lena from Drea Carlson from QCC. We're asking where Lena is from, with Drea answering correctly, from the country of Sweden.
Yes,
the
correct.
Country that will bring you ABBA, which would probably tilt Wise Guy if he heard me say that out loud, but he wasn't paying attention.
No, I couldn't stop you, even if I would have, but no.
But hold your horses here, Wise Guy, because it's a premium, heads up. It's a premium even if it's not. And Christianis is going to be jacking it up, it looks like, to 6 bills.
Do we have
actually
something
more, to 7.
On the other side of the table? Jack 9, yeah, suited.
That is definitely something you would expect to see Guillermo never folding even to this sizing, based on what we've seen from him during heads-up play, both this festival and others.
True that. So just a question of whether he will raise it as well.
It is a hand that he could be raising. I wouldn't be shocked. It would just be bad timing once again. He's had a couple spots where it's been bad timing. Same the other way around.
But could be.
Ooh, 9 out of the window, but this is going to hurt. I mean,
wow, this might be a big one, right? We have the mid pair, the gut shot, and the backdoor flush for Gordo, and of course top pair, top kicker for Christianis.
But let's see how big the sizing is. This is going to determine quite a lot with the rest, whether Guillermo could be in full jeopardy. So it's a small bet of $500,000, more of a standard sizing. It's basically giving Guillermo the invitation to just come along, but he's raising it actually because he also has that gut shot. No, it is just a call. It looked like extra chips came in, and
wow,
what
dream card.
Yeah, not the card though that the chat wants to see. We have a very active Latvian chat dominating at the moment, and it's not that Christianis should be betting here anyway, so it very often goes check check. As I say that, Christianis is reaching for some chips. And it's a bet of $750, and I would expect Guillermo to actually call, but being that he's also out of position in this hand, maybe something else in mind. I just don't see the point in doing anything other than just calling here.
I wouldn't think so, but interesting turn of events on that turn.
So we have a pot of 4.1 million, and it's getting harder and harder now with 3 spades on the board, top 2 pair for Christianis, which we know is no good. And it's been checked now a second time from Guillermo, but he did call the other bet. So a check back by Christianis, saving himself some chips. Meanwhile, Guillermo right back in the mix, 7.3 million.
Strong check back there from Christianis, saving him some chips.
It was nearly
not falling for the trap of Gordo.
It was nearly over 5 minutes before you came into the booth, and it was like a lucky chop at the end with a fortuitous river for Guillermo.
And now, 7 versus 11.
It's anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure.
Now I keep talking about momentum, which can be psychological, but you know the card distribution is always random, so it's very easy for momentum to change. And Guillermo completing from the small and the button. And Christianis with the baby suited connectors, opting to check behind his option from the big blind. Pretty good flop for 5-4, only the nuts here.
It's okay, right?
Only
Not
the nuts.
complaining.
And Guillermo with the 2 overcards and the 8 to a better straight. Will be continuing, so betting into the nuts. And Christianis, is he going to slow play his nuts? I think this might not even be a spot you want to slow play just because of the drawingness of you know, being able to get some action on a lot of different combinations, whether it's a 7 or a 6 or an 8-9, 8-10, 10-9 like we see. But a call is more than fine, especially with an aggressive opponent such as Guillermo. And Guillermo, let's see if he's going to take the foot off the gas. He worked very hard to get these chips back.
Yeah.
They can go pretty quickly. Just because you work hard getting them doesn't mean that they can't go in 5 seconds in a game of poker. We all know that. We've all been there, done that.
And here he comes with another bet. Straight into the nuts. Unfortunately, about to waste some of those chips.
Yeah, that was a pot-sized bet into the nuts. And Christianis, I don't know if he's going to raise now with another club on the board or if he's just going to pretend that he doesn't want to call and then call.
Yeah, might be the
He looks really bored right now.
Yeah,
but we know that the heart is beating somewhere under there.
Doing as much as Hollywooding as possible.
This looks like a call. Indeed, it's no. He's a little short. There we go, 1.4 million.
Yeah, you're trying to get the discount to really show, no, I don't want to pay you off. You might have a hand, and this doesn't change anything. He's still with the nuts. Quick
Another
check.
sneaky check.
And of course now, Gordo's only way to win this hand is by betting again, but he doesn't know he will be forcing an all-in from Christianis if he does bet now. So will he save some chips and be left with 5.3, or will this be a costly one for Guillermo Gordo?
He can bet the chips from this tournament and 2 more after, and he's still going to never get a fold unless Christianis misread his hand. So I'd like to see this continue a little bit. I've separated myself from the real time.
He's all in?
Oh, no, this could be it. And a snap call. We have a champion. Oh, my God. So we have a champion. Just like that, Christianis Stankovic from Latvia, the young B, claiming the second ever no-filter main event title, 79,110 euros. Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes from Spain, thanks to the deal. No trophy, but still 66,790 reasons to be happy. That is in euros, folks. I believe we're going to have some kind of ceremony coming up soon, but Wise Guy, that was exciting despite the anticlimaticness of like the end. It was just like a snap call because it's the nuts. It wasn't even that we get drama of seeing flop turn river after an all-in, but well played there by the young Latvian.
That was a special one, and what a feeling getting bet right into your nuts, your flopped nuts by Christianis, and he is our main event champion, no filter. So we will just let Lenka and the dealer presenter just wrap up this and get ready for a winner presentation, and we'll be back in 2 minutes to not only hand over the trophy, because as Mounir said previously, it will be done on the player party, but we will have a winner presentation coming to you shortly.
Poker festival in Northern Europe, Kings of Tallinn. 60 plus tournaments, 10 unforgettable days. Yes! February 2026. Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel and Olympic Park Casino. Kings of Tallinn.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner. This is No Filter Poker Series main event, Tallinn 2025. Join now, a round of applause for our winner, Christian Stanicevic, Lithuania. Latvia! Sorry! Of course. Christian,
we should have beeped that one out.
Congratulations, biggest score so far of your career. What's the feelings inside?
It's feeling pretty surreal, to be honest. I didn't expect this at all.
This biggest final table you've been on by far?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the only final table I've been on, so.
And we have our founder, Mounir, just beside us here. He told you guys when you were heads up could only be one winner. The worst thing is to finish second. You lived up to it. What was the feeling going through the heads up? How was the game?
Well, I didn't have much experience prior to this playing heads up, but I think I played okay.
Absolutely. You can watch back the stream. I'm sure you'll be proud. And as we also heard before the heads up started, some special rules about the winning the trophy and everything. I'm going to leave it over to Mounir to remind us again and also finish this off in style. No Filter Poker Series main event winner, Christianis. Congratulations. And Mounir, take it away.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, congratulations. It's amazing. Well done. Well done. It's amazing to stand up here and salute our first main event winner when we have gone outside on an invitational tournament. So this, whatever happens, it cannot be taken away from you, that you have completed a victory over 350 plus players. It's amazing. Well done. And also that the trophy, I would normally, in another circumstance, hand it over to you. Yeah. But as you now know that if you're not downstairs at the players' party, it will be destroyed with a sledgehammer, which we actually have prepared. I'll see you in a couple of minutes, or when you can relax, and we'll see you there.
For sure.
What do you say, Duncan?
Hey now, you're an all-star, get the game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold, only shooting stars break the mold. Yeah!
That was a really nice presentation, but I'm a little bit angry too at you, wise guy. How could you mix up Lithuania and Latvia? I mean, I live in Lithuania. I do love the Latvian brothers of Lithuania. With me, I'm not Lithuanian myself. I've been kind of accepted into the poker community. I've lived there so long. But I do love the Latvians as well. They're two different countries, wise guy. You should know better. I'm going to give you a spanking later.
I have to blame that I haven't been to Lithuania yet. I'm going there soon, so then for poker.
Oh, I thought to visit me. Okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. But we're also going to do some poker. But Jason, it's been amazing. It's time now to wrap this up from us in the booth. We are, of course, also going to join the winner presentation downstairs. As Mounir said, he's really close to touching that little trophy now, but I
think he wants a sledgehammer. He seemed like, well, I'd love the trophy, but to watch somebody smash it with a sledgehammer seems like a rather unique opportunity.
It's good content, actually.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, and we'll make sure you get updated on that one as well. We'll have some more pictures from the player party as well. And if you're nearby, join us at the Olympic Casino here at Hilton. But for now, thank you to all the staff, all the dealers, all the tournament directors working truly hard, and everyone else involved in this. Thank you to Mounir for having this series going for real. And Jason, I think by that we'll be signing out from Tallinn from this time. Looking forward to some more no-filtered content in the future.
Yes, and until then, I'll see some of you at the Kings of Vilnius, November 15th to 23rd. Wise Guy will be there.
Yes.
I will be there. We can't promise the singing cowboy will be there, but we can promise some good times, some good poker, and some good fun. So see you then, and thank you very much.
Thank you, and good night from Tallinn.